chance to be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds to launch your space shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
I've been bad. I've been worse. I'm a creep. Yeah. I'm a jerk. Come on. Touch me, I'm sick. Wow. I won't live long. I'm full of rot. Gonna give you, girl, everything I got. Touch me, I'm sick. Yeah. Touch me, I'm sick. Come on, baby, now come with me. You don't come. You don't come. You don't come. You die alone. I'll make you love me till the day you die. Come on, touch me, I'm sick. Fuck me, I'm sick. Come on, baby, now come with me. You don't come. You don't come. You don't come. You die alone.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It's been a long time since we've done this. Listed in the description of this channel are my 5 whys, and there's a reason why I had you guys do this a long time ago. I felt there was going to be a point in time where I felt that you guys would need to have your own convictions for what it is that you're doing here, why you hold the stock that you hold. And this is really just kind of something that it's good to do in life anytime that you're kind of questioning anything that you're doing, as to come up with a list of why you're doing what you're doing. In the engineering world that I worked in for a long time, this was a way to be able to find a root cause. And in order to find that root cause, you ask yourself, like a child would ask, why, to the questions. And so, as you'll see in my list of my 5 whys, it starts off with, why am I here? What am I doing? And just remember, my 5 whys don't have to be your 5 whys. They can be completely different. You don't have to be here for the same reasons that I'm here for. So, but these are just examples, and I want you guys to remember your 5 whys. Now's a great time to be reviewing this, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Right now is a really important time. I feel like there's going to be something coming in the near future where you will potentially be asked by people why you're a part of AMC. or why you're part of GME. And when that happens, you need to be prepared for that, because it doesn't reflect very well if you're not prepared. So if somebody asks you the question, why are you invested in those stocks? You need to be prepared for that, to be able to defend yourself and say, like, these are the reasons why. Let me tell you why. I have 5 specific reasons why I'm here, why I'm doing what it is that I'm doing. My number one reason for being a part of this movement was because I wanted to see a broken system be fixed. It had nothing to do with wanting to try and make money. I simply just wanted to buy. I bought 2 shares of GME. You can't sit there and tell me I was trying to make money off of 2 shares of GME at what did I buy them for? Like $325 or $350 a share? No, that's not why I was here. I was here because I just wanted to be a part of seeing something broken get fixed. That was it. Why? Why was I wanting to be a part of something that was broken and that needed to be fixed? Because I was tired of watching retail investors, including myself, losing money on their investments in homes due to market fraud. I've been a part of this market since the .com bubble. And I saw that happen. There were tons and tons of people, including myself, lost lots of money in the marketplace because of fraudulent activity in the market. Then I was a part of the housing market crisis or crash in 2008. And I got tired of watching people like my parents, people like me, watch the value of their homes drop massively and have to suffer through that and trudge through the actions of a lot of different people in financial institutions doing things, especially banks, doing things that they shouldn't have been doing, and because of and then we ended up bailing them out, right? Like, that was the worst part about it all, is watching our taxpayer money go to bail those guys out after they made those bad decisions, and I didn't like that, and so I wanted to see that fixed, and so why again? I felt we've never had a better method by which to counter algorithmic trading of institutions until now. The idea of trading in the marketplace has always been kind of like a casino. And people just in, out, and try to, for the most part, just ride on the coattails of the flows of money. And that's it. And this particular movement that was happening in 2021 was changing the way of investing back to the way that it was supposed to be, where you put money in and you watch a company grow. And then when you eventually, as the company grows, you sell your position perhaps for a gain because the company grew through that period of time. So I'm tired of seeing the bad stuff happen. I want to see it fixed. And now we have a method to counter those algorithmic trading habits, because they're used to us reacting a specific way. Those algorithms react by fear. They send out fear signals to investors to get them to change their positions. But by doing what we've been doing with buying and holding, that no longer works. Those algorithms are destroyed. And we've seen it. We've seen the proof of the material more than once. But why? What allows us to be able to break those algorithms? We have social media now. That allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. I'm here talking to you. This is proof. I'm here talking to you. DFV's talking to you. Lots of different people are talking to you. We all have little communities of, I almost want to call them guerrilla communities. It's like guerrilla warfare on social media. And that's part of the reason why we have such success. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to just sit here and listen to me. You can go do whatever you want. It's the freedom of choice to be able to listen to what you want to. And you can go out there and see anything you want to, and you can be a part of these communities, or you don't have to be a part of them, but we have them. And that's a foundation for us to be able to rely on each other to say, like, this is what I'm doing and this is what I'm not doing. And I can be with you and show you what it is that I'm doing, and you can show me and all that kind of stuff. And it makes the community portion of this really is what is the building blocks of people who are investors and holding through all of this, even though the pain's there, holding through all this and making it all work. But why? Why do we need these communities? What's the purpose of the communities? And I believe, as humans, we desire community. I know not everybody's going to agree with me on this, and that's okay. But as humans, we do desire community. There is nothing more impactful that I remember than going to a movie theater, Sitting down and having Darth Vader say something like, "No, Luke, I am your father," and then everybody's like, like, you don't get that sitting at home by yourself or with just your family. I mean, it's different. It's totally, totally different. And regardless of whether you acknowledge it or you do or you don't, you have a reaction that's different in a movie theater than you do when you're sitting at home. People desire community. If you want proof of that, look what happens when COVID happened. People did not want to be locked up in their homes. They did not want to completely stay by themselves in their own little bubbles. After a while, it gets old. You want to have interactions with people. It's healthy. It's really good to have interactions with people. It's not good. It's not healthy to trap yourself up on the inside and just be stuck in a home where you do nothing socially. It's terrible. It's bad for you. So I believe those are my 5 whys. Why I think what I think is wrong, why I want to be a part of, actually why I want to be a part of something, why I think it's wrong and why I think it needs to be fixed. Why we have the ability to be able to fix it, what community means, right? And finally, why is community important? Because we desire it. Those are my 5 whys. So the root cause of all this is we desire it. I think, truly and honestly, we desire to see something being saved that's worthy of being saved. Those are my 5 whys. So if somebody ever asks me, I have them. I have my 5 whys, and it's best to know what my 5 whys are, because then I can tell somebody and they say, like, why are you invested in AMC? It's a failing company. No, it's really not. It's actually weathered through lots and lots of terrible things from the past, and yet it's still there, right? The company still exists, and movies still exist, and they're not going away. So know your 5 whys. They are important. People are going to probably ask you in the near future why you're invested in what it is that you're investing in, and it's important to know why. Let's see here. I'm reading through what it is you guys are saying. But Donkey Kong says it's just like watching the game at home or actually going to the ballpark. Exactly. There is nothing beats going to a hockey game and being in the moment in the crowd, and it's the hockey games happening. It doesn't matter if you're getting beer spilled on you or not. And that sucks. It really does suck getting beer spilled on you. But nothing beats the crowd of a bunch of people cheering on your team compared to just sitting at home and just cheering it on yourself. It's massively different. You cannot compare the same. It's different. It's not the same. Chris says, Casey went to bike riders last night at 5:50 a.m. This morning, my son texted from the job site and said, thanks for taking me last night. I liked the movie and hope you did too, family. Yeah. That's what it's about, man. That's what it's about. All right. I spent enough time talking about that. I'll get off my soapbox and get straight to numbers. I know I'm like 15 minutes late here, so I apologize. It's partially because I started late too. But let's get into it. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, that might be a smart thing to do, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting those statements for your portfolios from your brokers. And I say portfolios and brokers as plural because you may have more than one. Make sure you have all that information. If something happens and your broker tells you you have something less than what you thought that you had, if you don't have proof, you're stuck. You're going based off of what they say. So please, 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 I do not say this for my health. I want you to go out there and get this for your own benefit, for your own health, your own peace of mind of knowing what it is that you hold and knowing that you have an accurate documentation showing what it is that you hold. It's very, very important that you do this. If you have not done it yet, I implore you to just stop watching right now and go do it. It's usually just a couple of clicks on your platform through your broker that will get you that statement sent to you in an email format or something like that. Please do that, and keep a copy of it on your computer, or maybe if you can get a hard mail copy sent to you, which most people can. Do that. It's not bad having a hard snail mail sent to you with your information. All right. Let's get into these numbers. Starting on the top left-hand side, we didn't do price predictions this week because they're kind of put off a little bit until next week since I had my vacation. Yesterday, I gave you guys a price prediction between $4.39 and $5.39, which means I was targeting a $4.89 price point. We ended up closing at $4.78, which is about 11 cents off of where I was predicting. So not too bad, not too shabby. I wouldn't have been eligible for any bonus points or anything, but still got your prediction out yesterday, just for the heck of it. Let's see here. Taking a look at short exempt volume, we were underneath 300K yesterday. We had 254.7 thousand shares. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to change the color. We need to be over 300,000 or more for it to be what I consider to be a lot of volume going through short exempt, being marked short exempt. Give me 1 second here. I'm cleaning off my glasses. Wipey. Get it clean. Let's see here. Please be clean. Yes, clean glasses. Good enough anyways. All right, let's see here. What was volume yesterday, Casey? Well, funny you should ask. It was 16.2 million shares. That wasn't the lowest we had this week. Monday was lower than that at 15 million. So we had 15 million on Monday, 18.7 on Tuesday, 17.5 on Wednesday, and 16.2 yesterday. This morning's also looking like it's going to be a pretty shallow volume day today as well. Maybe a little bit more than what we had yesterday, but we'll see it just before market open, what those numbers look like. Let's see here. Let me take a look at utilization. Utilization showing up at 75.69%. That's an increase day over day. We were up yesterday 2.14%. Let me change the short exempt volume number here real quick. What was short exempt volume? Short exempt volume, 254.7. We're just going to write in 255. Close enough. Alrighty, moving on. Max Pain. Max Pain yesterday was 450. I don't expect any change to that. It should still be 450 today. Indeed it is. Next week's Max Pain is 450. And the following week after that, Max Pain is 450. So no changes over the next 2 weeks after this in Max Pain. For GME, Max Pain yesterday was 23, but they closed out the day at 25.09. So I would expect, I'm actually expecting to see Max Pain move up a little bit on this. I'm going to guesstimate that it's moved up to about 24. That might be a little too much. Nope, there it is, Max Pain 24. So Max Pain is up on GME to 24, and then for next week, Max Pain is 24, and the week after that, the Max Pain is 24. So they're as of closing. Actually, no, it's even right now too because the pre-market's up 0.12. So as of right now, price is a full dollar or two strike prices higher than Max Pain. That's going to cause a little bit of pain. Not a lot, but every strike price that it moves up and beyond, the Max Pain is going to be painful for institutions that have bets against price movement higher than Max Pain. Let's see. Let's take a look at what we got going on for off-exchange volume and EDGX volume for the day yesterday. By the end of a normal day, I would expect to see about 64% going through AMC and AMC's off-exchange and EDGX. We had 50.94% going through off exchange and EDGX at 9.06. For combined total, 60% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's about 4% less than what it should have been all day long yesterday. We were higher than that. That means at the very end of the day, there must have been a bunch of shares that went through the New York Stock Exchange, which you can see that there's the 30-day average for the NYSE is 9.06%, and yesterday it finished at 16.56. So a bunch of shares pushed through at the very end of the day yesterday through that exchange to help raise price, and that's probably part of the reason why we closed up yesterday. CHX volume was only 12,204 shares. Anything over that's not really that high. 30,000 is what I'm looking for. GME's CHX volume was 27,130, also very high, but not over the number that gets me excited. Borrow fees for GME showing about 1.6 million shares available right now, but fees are super low because there's so many shares available to be borrowed. And part of the reason for that is that if there's a big run-up, I would expect if there was a big run-up coming up very soon, somebody's going to need a lot of shares to be able to help control price. And they'll want to short as price is moving upwards. So it seems to me that they are prepared for some kind of movement because that was 1 million shares has been there for about a week or 2 weeks now. And so fees have moved underneath 1%. For AMC, exchange traded volume, or borrowed fees rather. At the end of the day yesterday, we were down to 250,000 shares available to be borrowed. Then they borrowed at 20:45 yesterday. They borrowed, which that's 8:45 at night, 100,000 shares. So we're gonna add that to yesterday's numbers, I think. No, we're gonna add that to today's numbers. We had 800,000 shares borrowed yesterday, according to IBKR. We're going to add that 100,000 because 8:45 is after market would have closed. We're going to put that towards the column of today. Since then, there's been another 50,000 shares, 50, 100, 200,000 shares borrowed. So we're looking at 300,000 shares so far this morning. That's 500,000 less than total yesterday. Fees are at 1.72%. Institutional share ownership. Yesterday was being reported 85.442 million shares. This morning it's 85.402 million shares, so about 40,000 shares having been sold off by institutions, or being reported as sold off by institutions. Really not much of a change. Let's take a look at, actually, I'm going to take you over to the other screen, and we'll move some screens around and take a look at all the rest of the data. Look at those. What is some of the stuff that advertises is just insane to me. It's like I don't have any desire to see any of that stuff, and for some reason they're showing it to me. I don't get it. Our algos are broken. All right, let's start with options. As of yesterday, the highest amount of open interest and calls was at a $5 strike with 36,000 contracts. In volume, there's now 39,000 contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume yesterday was at a $4.50 strike with 13,000 contracts. That 4.5 volume has dropped from 13 to 12.2. The closing of puts at 4.5 signifies positive potential on price movement upwards. That's good. If we have too many $5 contracts closing out today, the chances of us seeing a price staying above 5 will be very unlikely. So watch for that. If we get a lot of volume right at the beginning portion of today, that's going to help push price back down to that 450 range. And then, as you all can well imagine, with max pain being 450, there's a very strong likelihood that if that volume closes at 5 for calls, we'll see that price start dropping to 450, and those puts can start closing out at 450. So it's going to be a little bit of a tug and war between 450 and 5 for the day today, I can imagine. Moving on down the list here. For historical documentation, we're going to just scroll through this so we can just have it recorded as to how much volume there was in open interest for this week and next week. Do note our strike prices go up to 22 for this week, but going into next week it only goes up to 11.5. GME's options. Highest amount of call open interest currently to where the strike price is right where it's at 25. There's 19,000 contracts there. The highest amount of put contracts closest to this value is $22. Yeah, I'd say 22. So the market's kind of suggesting, closing price somewhere between 22 and 25. So closing at 25 would be a huge positive, as there's 19.5 thousand contracts there. There's another big push at 26. There's 11.7 thousand contracts at 26. After that, the next big number would be at 28 with 10.5 thousand contracts, and the next big number after that would be 30 with 32.4 thousand contracts. I'll scroll down this list for historical documentation purposes, and we'll take a look at next week's as well. Noting real quick, sorry, let me scroll back up. The strike prices ended $128 for GME. This week, the strike price, or next week, the strike prices for GME end at 95. All right, let's take a look at Ortex data real quick here and see what everything looks like in regards to how the numbers changed. Here's our utilization rising day over day from 73.58 to 75.69. That should mean that on loan amounts going up. Doesn't have to mean that, but it should mean. And it didn't, which means that either somebody has less shares available to be borrowed, or it could also mean somebody, we do know that 40,000 shares were being reported as sold off yesterday, so that could be part of it as well. But we're seeing a drop on loan amount from 71.12 million shares down to 70.46. 66. That's 660,000 shares returned yesterday. That sounds pretty close to what we were seeing in numbers throughout the day. Usually, Ortex estimates about a third of that to be in closed short interest, so we'd be looking at like 22, maybe 2,300 or 230,000 shares returned, maybe in short interest. So it did drop. It went from 14.87 to 14.83. They're estimating 100. They actually underestimated lower. They only estimated 147,000 shares in short interest were returned. On loan average age per day. If you have shares being returned, if they're newer positions, it should be skyrocketing upwards. If they're older positions, this might drop off a little bit. It's not really skyrocketing up, so it could have been middle age to newer age positions that would have been closed out here. The on loan average age increased from 30.4 to 30.95. Security lending volume day over day dropped a little bit here from 10.26 to 7.6. And yesterday I was talking to you guys about how there's some of the higher days of security lending volume is trending down, and some of the lower days of security lending volume are trending up, and it's going to form a little bit of a convergence of those two different patterns moving together. I'm not sure what's going to happen when that happens, but I would expect to see some kind of change. And that could be within the next couple trading days. Taking a look at GameStop, same thing on charts here. Utilization went up just a little bit on GME from 46.18 to 46.67. On loan amount decreasing day over day from 48.1 down to 45.85. Estimated short share into the free float as a result dropped a little from 11.82 down to 11.68, and the on loan average age per day driving up from 14.4 days to 15.22. Security lending volume slightly dipping from 8.74 down to 8.4. SSR trigger price for the day is $4.30 for AMC. Currently, there's 161.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 18.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 11.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money. Do note next week's contracts are light. GME's, let's see, GME has got SSR trigger price today at $22.58. 289.9 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 59.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 121.4 thousand contracts are out of the money in the puts versus 9.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME's had yesterday a total of 47.83% buy to 52.17% sell order ratio, which is not very good. Definitely some paper hands going on yesterday on GME. That does typically happen when prices starting to move up. Hopefully we can see paper hands go away after a day or two. Let's see here. We have MMRI was last seen at 282.32 yesterday. This morning it's at 283. The closer that gets to 300, the more risk there is in the marketplace. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates yesterday, when we started the day, was 0.427. When we ended the day, was 0.426, and is now currently at 0.418. So it dropped overnight. If I said at the beginning of the week yesterday, I meant yesterday was the first time I looked at the numbers. So since yesterday, it dropped from 4.27 to 4.18. And VIX futures are showing 1383. Yesterday it was like 1388. So it's really close. It closed VIX yesterday at 1224. So the VIX is still a point and a half down from where it should be. And so at some point or another, we should see the VIX suddenly jump up to try and meet those futures. The Nikkei is up 0.23, Hang Seng up 0.36, and Nifty 50 up 0.37. With the VIX overnight saying that it's up 0.52 should mean that the market should be down this morning, but they're not. They're actually up, reporting up anywhere from 0.03 to 0.83, depending on what it is that you're looking at. Of the Mag 7 this morning, all but one are green. So 6 out of 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out this morning, as I feel that would be a pretty big move in a pre-market setup. I do not see anything on the list. Gold is currently up 0.29 and trending up. Silver is up 0.89 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.89. To me, it looks like consolidation. I'm on a 5-minute time scale. More on a 1-minute time scale, it looks like it's trending down. But let me zoom out here just a tad bit. Notice that I've got a descending parallel channel that I've set up here, I think, on a 1-hour time interval, and Ethereum Classic is on the near brink here of breaking out, moving upwards. More often than not. So we had an unusual situation where price movement was trending down and briefly broke out to the bottom side of this descending parallel channel, and it was very unusual to see something like this happen. But then it moved very quickly back up into this trend. You saw a test of the bottom on this, and then you see a test on the top side. So I feel like this was just some kind of abnormality it was still trending down in this channel. So when it gets a breakout of this, it should be moving to the top side here. And it looks like it's getting really, really close to that breakout. But currently it's down 0.93, and the trend is down. I would expect that if it were to move up somewhat significantly, maybe to 24.5. Let me see. What does it need to make it to? It needs to make it to about probably less than 24.5. 24.25, and this thing could really start flying. The US dollar is up 0.05 in the pre-market this morning, but currently trending down. Oil has not yet been traded. SPY is up 0.35 and is consolidating after a gap up in pre-market and a trend up. Currently consolidating, though, on the SPY at around 548.28 with a 52-week high of 550.12. So it's really only off like $2 off of the 52-week high. VIX is down 2.47 yesterday. 1224 was where it is at. Like I said a minute ago, the futures are suggesting somewhere around 1383, so we should see this gap up at market open. VB is up in the pre-market. These VB and VBR are the two largest ETF holders last time I checked on AMC. They have not yet been traded this morning, but they were both up yesterday. Tesla's up 1.07 and trending down. Actually, it's hitting the pokey stick of volume right now, so it's going to be moving quite a bit during this period of time. But Tesla's up in the pre-market. We'll just say that. And trending up. Amazon is up 0.67%, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.09 and is only traded 131 shares. Not really enough data here to really suggest a trend yet. Maybe a little bit of a downtrend. Doge is up 0.62, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.22, trending up, breaking from a downtrend. GME is up 0.6. With the pokey stick of volume there, it's actually moving quite a bit. It did move up quite a bit this morning, up to 2550, and then fell back down. It's currently in a downtrend from that high of 2550 in the pre-market. HYMC is up 0.85 and is traded one share so far. So not a whole lot of data there to suggest anything in specific, but it is consolidating after a downtrend from yesterday. NCMI has not yet been traded. Hood is up 1%, trending up. and AMC is up 0.1 and trending up. We got a total of 46,000 shares after our pokey stick of volume. Our pokey stick of volume was 40,000 shares. This is another 10 to 30 million share traded day, guys. I don't see anything special going on here at all in regards to volume. But I'll take a look at the volume a little bit closer to market open and see if things change in as far as volume prediction goes. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow yesterday on AMC, we had approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.33, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.75, which is slightly above average. There is a divergence currently occurring on the vortex indicator with more selling pressure. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.64, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. A little bit of whipsaw going on here on this indicator in the pre-market this morning, but currently more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 42.78, which is below average. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, lagging line is above price line. Conversions above base. We are all over that conversion line yesterday. So really, to get a strong signal on this, you want to see price above the conversion. You can see we hugged it the entire. I don't think there's a single candle on here that's not touching other than these couple candles like right in here. But in order to really get a good buy signal out of this, you really need to see price moving off of that and into an upwards momentum move. Do note we have a green cloud ahead of us, which means that price could start moving towards that cloud to break through it. By the end of the day, if we were to close at around 459, that would still be above the green cloud, and it would allow for the aftermarket hours to trade through this cloud and push us into next week at a price very close to 450, or even something. I mean, we could move into the cloud here at 450 and see it close at that range. The bottom of the cloud here is at about 451. So seeing price drop down to 450 right on the dot, and then closing out the week to move into next week at a 450 or 451 number is a full possibility. Price does like to move through thinner clouds than thicker clouds. It moves through them easier, that is. What we don't want to see have happening is price dropping through base, because that'll definitely kick off a little bit of a sell signal. Anybody who's been investing short term, that'll kick off that sell off, and more than likely that 450 or the $5 calls, are probably trying to determine whether or not they're going to continue to hold their position or not. And that could make a big difference on whether or not we see continued movement upwards. We also need to see the lagging line stay above price line, which means before the end of the day is over, at some point or another, we're going to need to get how far out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. 12 hours from now. That'd be probably like, what, market close? Yeah, so probably not today, but sometime we would want to see probably a close above 490 in order to keep this lagging line above price line. Otherwise, Monday it starts to look like a possible sell indicator. So what do we need? What do we need today? I'm going to write down a 490 close or better. Actually, I'm going to put 495. That will really set us up well for Monday at 495. On a 4-hour chart, we had conversion cross base yesterday. That's bullish. Lagging line is about ready to cross price line. All these things signify a buy signal provided that we're not in the cloud. So if price were to start moving up today and start hitting this cloud before the end of the day today, it's going to be like 490-ish price range. If price were to move into that range, then the pressure to buy is off. The top of the cloud for the day today is going to be 470 or 575. But there is a little bit of a room for a buy signal between 488 in the beginning portion of this morning, between 488 and 5. And that's for like the first 4 hours of trading. But seeing as how this printed a TD9, which means that there's going to be a reversal kicking in here to drive price back down, my guesstimate is that my best guesstimate here is that we're probably going to see that price moving back down here. Base is at 461. So see price moving back down, and then more likely moving through this section of the cloud in order to break through somewhere around like late Monday to Tuesday to break through the cloud at around $5. So I think we need to see a little bit of a retracement today, followed by some good gains on Monday that put us maybe halfway back up to 5. And then price moving up through the cloud going into Tuesday, and then getting some strong buy signals. Here's the other part to this that would be really helpful, in case you want to look at it in terms of what this would do for us if we did see a retracement today. Do note that the RSI on a 4-hour time interval here is at 56.58, which is just slightly high. I mean, it's just a little bit higher than average. If we saw a sharp move down in price for the day-to-day, saw a little bit of a retracement to that 450 number, that's going to cool off RSI a lot, and putting us into next week would give us an ability to see even more room for growth on price movement going into next week. So there's nothing wrong with seeing that RSI cool off a little bit and give us that momentum that we need, or those buy signals that we need going into next week to drive us through the cloud here. So be watching for that. I mean, max pain's 450. It's all kind of coming together quite nicely. I would just go ahead and predict like a 451 close for the day today and say that I'm going to go with a 401 to 501 close. For my price prediction for the day today. And of course, none of the guys have to do their price predictions. We're not doing, I gave them the week off. 401 to 501. And with that, I think that's all I got for you guys. Let me make sure there's nothing else here that I see that doesn't show me something different. Also, you can see here that we broke a key level of support already this morning, just trading sideways through the pre-market. Breaking that level of support right there is going to very easily drive us back down to this level of support at 456. So, I mean, the idea that the setup is already kind of showing, you know, hey, we're going to be heading back down to kind of test those kind of numbers one more time here. And those 450s are going to, the 450 puts, they're really going to want to close out their positions, which will, you know, hopefully lead to some buying momentum towards the end of the day today. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we see something a little higher than 451, maybe. It's possible. Let me see, let me pull up my calculator real quick here. We closed yesterday at 478. Close at 451 for the day today would be a drop in price by 5.6%. If we close at like 450, I'm kind of thinking there might be like a 459 close. That would be a 4% drop in price. What would let's just, for shits and giggles, let's say 445. 445 would be a 6.9% nice drop in price. So, but our synthetic price failure that we had last, or our last low was 433. So we're either looking to break that 498 number that I've got up top or something lower than 433. And that'll probably start happening going into next week, where I imagine we'll be testing that 498 several times. I think that's all I got for you guys. Yep, that's all I got. So you guys back over to the main page here, and I'll head over to the back of the big tramp. It looks like Pro Jeweler's asking, can we get an update on the loan new versus return from post split 828 on the stream today? Yes, I can do that. In fact, it'll be really simple for me to do after I take a break, and I can compile the data real fast and then just present it to you. So that's maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do when I go to break a little bit later this morning, I'll compile that data real fast for you, and we can look at it. Give me 1 second here. I'm looking at I'm looking at a cycle chart here that was produced. One timer put up a cycle chart here that was printed out here. It looks like they're using the 6th of May. I'm not sure why they're using the 6th of May as their first cycle. I actually would have put it as, yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that. It seems to me like the first cycle should start on either the 2nd or 3rd of May. The second cycle would be the 13th, so they have the second cycle set up correctly. And then the third cycle. Let me share with you guys what he put up here real quick, because I just happened to notice it. His comment in Discord says 3-cycle cheat sheet found on X. Again, I'm not sure that I would put cycle 1 on May 6th. I'm not sure why somebody would have used that specific date there for the cycle. And you can see that they actually put the emojis up there as well. I would have used the 2nd or 3rd of May, more than likely the 3rd. The second cycle on this, where we saw big price movements, would have been that what they're calling the 13th of May. Both price and volume were spiking on GME during that period of time on 13th of May, so I understand why they're using that as a date for second cycle. And then the third cycle period that they're using is June 5th. So let's take a look at this real quick here, because I'm just kind of curious where this is, what they're trying to look for here. Let's get rid of something real quick here. See, this is the first cycle right here. It really should be on the second. Well, although the volume, because normal volume for GME would have been like somewhere between like 2 and 6 million shares a day. And the first cycle starts on the second because there's like 8.6 million there. And price movement that day was up 16.96%. Not counting this as the first day for a cycle would be a mistake, I think, to not count the 2nd of May. But the big, the part why I would call it May 3rd as the cycle is because that was May 3rd was the day where GME broke through 6. Was it 6 or 8? Doggone it, now I can't remember. I think it was 8 different. Hold on a second here. I got this in a. I gotta find my tweet. Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it was 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 8 different strike prices were broken on and on closing on a Friday on the 3rd. So I would really count the first cycle starting probably on that day, on the 3rd. I don't know how many. The open on the 2nd was 11:11, and the close was 12:76. So it would have been breaking through 3 strike prices. So 3 strike prices were broken on the 2nd, and then 8 on the 3rd. So 11. See, open 12:41. Yeah. $12.76. Yeah. I would count the first cycle as being May 3rd. I think this is off. I kind of want to play around with this though. See, and part of this is they're forgetting. I don't know that they're including holidays in here. There's at least 2 holidays in here in these charts that they're not including. They're not accounting for. So maybe they are accounting for the holidays. Maybe that's why they started on the. That could actually make sense. If they did the 6th and they're accounting for holidays. That would be. What's the other thing? What are they doing? Hey, they're counting it right. At least they're getting that part right. They're not including weekends. Third of May. One, two, three. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 2. So like the 25th. Then maybe that's why they're starting the. Hmm. Fifth of June. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're counting certain days here. 5th of June. Should be more like June 13th. That should be the next cycle. I like the presentation that they did on this. It's kind of interesting how they came up with these 3 different cycles to show where the buying pressure points are going to be at. But I'm going to play around with that. I think it's kind of interesting what they're doing there. But anyways, sorry, I got sidetracked. I'll head back over to the other page. Sorry. Let's see. What do we got here? DM, good morning. JC says, I predict we will go below max pain to 545. 445. Okay, yeah. Loretta Copeland says, when they barcode AMC, does that mean they don't really have control over the stock? No, I would say, I would argue that barcoding is really more. It's actually a lot of control. What I would say about barcoding is that it's an attempt to try. So I've done this on a couple different occasions where I've put up like a poll. To kind of like, see before asking or trying to point out what it is that I was trying to get across to everybody was, are you more likely to buy when price is moving up? Are you more likely to buy when price is moving down? Or are you more likely to buy when price is moving sideways? And the answer is most people will buy when price is either moving up or moving down. Psychologically, people don't want to buy when they see sideways moving price movement, and it's just because they're not. It's a period of uncertainty where people just don't know what they should do. And so what I think is going on there is it's extreme control of price, and it's an attempt to try and keep people away, or the volume away from perhaps maybe something that's dangerous. So I would suggest to you that it's more controlled, not less control. And it's an attempt to try and keep volume out. They don't want volume. If they get too much volume during those periods of time, then it could be harmful to perhaps maybe a position that they're holding. And the same thing could be said for selling too. I mean, you don't have to just use that as an example for buying. Selling does the same thing. People are less likely to sell when price is moving sideways than when it's moving up or down. You could use the same argument on the other side and say that it also doesn't create a whole lot of selling pressure either. But it is certainly, I would suggest, more control, not less control. And it's an avoidance of of something getting out of control. DM saying 3rd and 13th. Yeah, I would go 3rd and 13th, and then I would do June 10th, 13th, June 13th, which is a month after. So I'd go 3rd, 13th, 13th. Loretta, you're welcome. Tyler says GME 45 saw it on a license plate. That was pretty cool. Let me share that with you. I think he shared. If that's okay with you, I'll share it. Let me see here. Hold on 1 second. I guess I should probably crop this so that I don't show everything. I suck at cropping. There we go. This doesn't expose anything. There's a license plate. At least I don't think that exposes anything. There might be some people out there who knows where that's from. But because I just suck at cropping. But there you go, GME 45. Probably had some call options at $45. Got him that car. Casey, you're good at crop dusting. Yes, I am. An expert. Casey, did you see the Citadel hedge fund that shut down? I think is what you meant to say. Shut down. I put something in the general last night. Might be worth looking into. Hold on a second here. Let me check and see. General. Citadel is shutting down one of its 4 stock picking units a little over a year after launching Ravelin Capital, a San Francisco-based unit of Ken Griffin's $26 billion hedge fund firm, is shutting down, according to people familiar with the matter. The unit struggled with underperformance, one of the people said. Let me look this up here real quick here. Seems to be some old news. Looks like this article that I'm reading right now is from Yahoo. But interesting. I just got locked up. What's going on here? Let's try this again. Citadel is shutting down one of its 4 stock picking units a little over a year after launching Ravelin Capital, a San Francisco-based unit. I think I already read all this. Jeff Runfelt, who headed the unit, left on Tuesday, January 31st. This is old. This is an old article. This is from February of 2017. This is not current here. Let's see. It's weird because it says that the articles, it says 6 days ago, but when I click on the article itself says it was February 2017. So I'm not sure. It's kind of weird. Let me show you this. So here's Yahoo News UK. Ken Griffin has shut down one of Citadel's stock picking units. Says 6 days ago. Says Ravelin Capital, San Francisco based, right? If I click on this article, it says right here, February 1st of 2017. Damn it. Damn it. Hold on a second. And then it talks about Ravelin Capital, San Francisco-based unit right there. So I'm not sure what the deal is here because the article says February 2017. But when you look on the outside over here, it says 6 days ago. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm going to say old news. I'm going to say you got hoodwinked on that one. Looks to me like you might have gotten hoodwinked because the actual article itself was written in February of 2017. But we could do a little bit more in-depth search on this, and let me try something real quick here. Because we should be able to look up and verify. Okay, so I just typed in Ravelin Capital and threw that into Google, and it says Business Insider, Ken Griffin has shut down one of Citadel's stock picking units, and it says February 1st, 2017, and that's from Business Insider. So now I have confirmation that that event occurred a long ass time ago. I do not see any current. I do not see any current news articles regarding that. Zero. But I'm not doing a huge in-depth search on this. It's weird here because it says founded. I'm looking up something else here. This is saying founded in 2023, Ravelin Capital is a venture capital investment firm based in Miami, Florida. Year founded 2023, so that's obviously after 2017. This one says that it was headquartered in Miami, Florida. The article that I think you had said it was in California, right? San Francisco. So something weird is going on here. I'm not sure if this Ravelin Capital is the same, or Ravelin Capital. I'm not sure how to say it, but okay, I'm looking at this here. It says Ravelin Capital is an early stage firm backing exceptional founders building critical software. Let's see here if this is. Does this say current portfolio? I don't know. I'll have to take I'll look more into this because I'm not sure. I'm getting conflicting information here. Yeah, I'd dive more into that. Like whenever you find something like that, like just do like some random, just random, I guess, verification checks just to verify that everything is on the up and up. Especially if you're pulling articles from freaking Yahoo. I can't stand. This is why I hate Yahoo so much. The garbage you take in is the garbage you put out, and so when you pull shit from Yahoo, you don't know what you're gonna get. It's like a box of chocolates. I would say anytime you're seeing an article from Yahoo, immediately assume that it's got some really bad information. The quality of the data you're getting is bottom of the barrel. And so that's why you have to kind of dig a little bit more and see if there's more to it than just Yahoo. Petra says, "You got it in the internet. It must be true." I don't even know. I don't even know why people even still go there anymore. I mean, why? Why Yahoo? It's such a terrible place. It's like going to the corner store to buy milk. Have you ever done that? It's like the crappiest of crap milks you could possibly get, but you're like, oh, I just don't want to run to the store because it's like, an additional 15 minutes it's going to take me to go get good milk from the supermarket. And so you're like, oh, I'm just going to run over to the corner store and grab a gallon. It's like, and every single time you do it, every time you don't go the extra 15 minutes to go get extra, good milk, you buy it and you get it home and you're like, I can't even drink this crap. It tastes awful. Sometimes the expiration dates are the next day. You got to drink a gallon of milk in a day. And it's just like, don't buy milk at the corner store. Don't do it. It's not worth your time. Take the extra 15 minutes and go get good milk. You'll regret it every time. This is why I laughed so hard when I had come to the realization that DFV was using Yahoo for tracking price the day that he did his live stream. And I don't think anybody else caught that. Like, I don't think anybody made a point in talking about the fact that he was looking at Yahoo for tracking a price. What a joke. It was terrible. It made me laugh. Like I couldn't stop laughing once I'd finally started to realize, like, wait a minute, he's using Yahoo for his tracking of price. It's insane. Nobody would do that. Who would do that? Oh my gosh. I have a feeling there's a reason why he didn't. I'm sure he didn't use his platform, his normal platform, due to, I don't know, being invested through it, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. Preacher says, notice it and realize it's for show to make it obvious that he doesn't manipulate anything. It didn't even, like, at first it didn't even register that what I was looking at. I just was just watching him. My first watch through, I paid very, very close attention to what he was doing and what his, where he was looking at, what things he was saying, specifically body movements. There was kind of like, just different clues I was looking for in some of the stuff he was saying and doing. And so I wasn't watching. I actually, believe it or not, I was zoomed in on him because I was doing it through my phone and I can zoom in on portions of the video. So I was watching him specifically. And then it wasn't until later when I zoomed out and watched it on my second watch through and I saw the Yahoo chart and I was like, oh crap, he's got Yahoo up there. Preacher says, saw it first thing because the first time I ever looked up at AMC 3 years ago, I went to Yahoo and it stuck with me how bad it was. It's bad. It's really bad. And it made me laugh inside because I don't even think the news analysts were even keying in on it. Like, nobody was even saying anything about the fact that, like, why is he looking at Yahoo? I went back and looked at a couple different videos afterwards because I was like, I don't think I've ever seen him use Yahoo before in tracking price. And I went back and looked at a couple different videos and I couldn't find anything where he had used Yahoo in the past. And so it just kind of made me chuckle a little bit more because I was like, there's just no way he used that before. There's just no way. Because you can't take somebody serious who's like using Yahoo to track price live. It's just you can't take that serious. Yeah, I guess I'll go to break. I guess I just lost track of time here. So, all right, let me head out of here. I'll put up my message on the screen here. Yahoo. Gets me every time. All right. The message up on the screen there. Let me get the music going on for you guys. I heard you guys say I saw some of you all talking about the message showing up, or not message. Your messages yesterday showing up. We're talking about the music being, I guess, depressing. So I guess I won't play that one anymore. I guess I'll play this one. I'll try and put it on something maybe less depressing. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how you guys feel about this one, but here we go. See you guys in a bit.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Walls roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, lose my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all in stride. Hard ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Better, better living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys. So here's the deal. I'm not making the guys do price predictions this week. It's no sense in with only 2 days of trading that I'm doing live streams for this week. So we're not going to start back up again until next week. I am, however, giving you guys price predictions on my behalf, just to kind of give you an idea as to where I think I'm going to close, where we're going to close. I said where I'm going to close, where we're going to close. And so in particular, I think 451 is kind of like my estimate for the day. So I want 401 to 501 for a price prediction for the day today. Do note, there's a couple different things going on here that are signals. Usually whenever you see, especially with the Bollinger Bands I've got set up here, whenever you see the Bollinger Bands getting touched, this is on a 30-minute time interval here. Usually price likes to try and work its way back down to the simple moving average before either rebounding off of it and heading back up again, or driving down through that level of support and then, finding a downwards momentum swing. Do note, yesterday we were all over that Bollinger Band. I mean, multiple points here. We have at least 2 points here that were touching the Bollinger Bands. And so we have price kind of moving back down towards that simple moving average. There's 2 different scenarios that could happen for the day. Obviously, that's any day, really. There's 2 different scenarios, right? Up or down. Sometimes there's sideways trading, but that's not always that often. I see a scenario here where there could be a potential drive to test 498, which would be a reset of a synthetic price failure. You could see there was already an attempt yesterday. It was missed by 8 pennies. But I also see max pain as being a big issue for us. And we know there's a bunch of $5 contracts that probably want to close out their positions. So if there is a drive up in price towards that number of $5, you can almost assuredly assume that there's going to be those positions probably either trying to roll over, close out their positions, or doing something that's going to cause those positions to get closed out, which will cause a little bit of downwards momentum and price movement. It could happen right at market open. Who knows when it's going to, that probably is going to take place. And you can imagine that $450 puts are going to want to close out their positions as well. So there's a case here where, a retest of the simple moving average, which is about $4.69, I think it is right now. Yeah, simple moving average is at 469. So retest of that 469 is almost an assured thing. My guess is that there's going to be a big attempt here to try and drop price down to this level of support of at least at 456 for the day today. You can see there's a little bit of volume gap that needs to I said needs. I hate it when it gets into my head. It doesn't need to. But there is a little bit of a volume gap in here at around 466 that could be filled. And point of contact over the last couple days of trading, I guess if I go back to the beginning of this week, most of our volume in our volume profile here, our point of contact has been in that 449 or 450 range, which means there's a lot of volume in here that would probably like to fill up somewhere between 454 and 471. So I'm kind of expecting to see that price movement movement downwards. I also see that we've broken this level of support here, this key level of support, and we broke that earlier this morning in pre-market open. And so that's going to be more than likely a little bit of a signal for a push down. Then we also have things like Ichimoto. Ichimoto are kind of signaling not quite ready, especially on a 4-hour chart, to have a continuation on price movement upwards. And as I spoke on earlier, on a 4-hour time interval, the RSI, I mean, it's not hot. It's at 55.33, which is just slightly above average. But a nice little move down to that 450 range would certainly set us up perfectly for next week in a potential run up and give us some more room to run or move upwards. And you can see also here the divergence on the vortex indicator here shows more buying pressure than selling pressure on a 4-hour. So seeing this kind of cool off a little bit and then having another takeoff, similar to what we saw maybe back here, where the opposite happened, where we had selling pressure that was increasing and then they came back together and then took off the opposite directions. Maybe something like this, but on the opposite side, where we have buying pressure that's going up, comes back down, selling pressure comes up to meet it, and they almost cross, but then don't, and then you see a continuation of buying pressure and selling pressure diverging away from each other, or less selling pressure, more buying pressure, which would come from price movement down today, right? Like if T+1 is in effect, if there was a move in price downwards, people started to buy the dip, that buying pressure would show up at a later date in time. So again, that's what I'm going to go with for the day-to-day on price movement, and I got to get the morning intro started a little bit earlier here. 401 to 501 is going to be my price prediction for the day-to-day, and I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Happy Fuzzy Friday.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I've been worse. I'm a creep.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is "It's Time to Review Your Whys." I know. I think I may have only done this one other time. I told you a long time ago to know your 5 whys as to why you're invested in AMC. I don't break it out very often and tell you guys to remember why, to remember your 5 whys, but I'm doing it now. I think this may be the second time. I don't think there's been another time before this, so it should be impressionable upon you to see that I'm telling you to remember your 5 whys. The reason I want to express to you that I think that you should know your 5 whys is because I think that in the near future, I think people are going to be asking you why you're invested in AMC, or maybe GME, if you're invested in that. And I think that you should know what it is that you stand for, why it is that you're invested in them, and have a good, solid answer for individuals who are asking you those questions, because it makes a difference. It makes a big difference in understanding the past and what it is that we've gone through, and why you are still determined to continue to do what it is that you're doing. In the description of this channel, you'll find that I have my 5 whys up there. My 5 whys don't have to be your 5 whys. In fact, I don't want them to be. They need to be your reasons for doing it is what it is that you're doing. So what I want you to do, if you haven't already done it, is to sit down with a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen and write down 5 whys. And under the very first why, you're going to put, why are you here? What are you doing? What is this? What does this mean to you? Why? For me, personally, I want to be a part of a movement to fix a broken system. I've been invested since before the .com bubble, and I've had 2 different instances that I've lived through in my lifetime where I've seen the market completely just fall apart due to either banks making bad decisions with how they're lending money, or with how the market has been trading the marketplace fraudulently, and that has impacted me personally. And so I wanted to see a system. I finally saw a movement where there was a group of people who were willing to stand up and say, like, this is it. We're taking a stand, and we're going to invest differently because we want to fix something that's broken. I bought 2 shares of GME. I didn't do it because I wanted to be a part of making shit tons of money. I did it because I wanted to just be able to say that, hey, I was a part of that. I did something to help try and fix something that's broken. 2 shares of GME. That's it. That's all I had for available cash at the time that was just free floating around to be able to invest. That was already just sitting in my account. So, obviously, I changed my position with, the amount. Once I had settled cash available, I changed my position and started buying more AMC, but that's neither here nor there. My main reason for wanting to be a part of this is to make a change, or impact a change and be a part of that change. So why? Why did I want to be a part of that? As I already stated to you, I'm tired of watching retail investors, including myself, losing money on their investments in homes due to market fraud. Yes, I'm tired of it. Why? Why am I tired of it, of watching retailers lose all their money? Well, I never felt like there was any chance or ability to be able to make or impact change in the marketplace until now. We've never had that method by which we could, as retail investors, do something that would affect the algorithmic trading that's going on in the marketplace. But now we do. Why is that? What's changed? What's changed that has caused that? Why? We have social media. Social media allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. You and I can talk about what it is that we're experiencing. We get to live through it together. We can say what it is that we're feeling. And we have that ability to be able to communicate. Why? Because as humans, we desire to do so. I know you may not agree with me on this, because I know a lot of us out there, me included, I'm a hermit. I don't like going out and doing stuff. But as humans, we do desire community. Even though sometimes community sucks butt. There is nothing that will ever change, as was mentioned earlier this morning, there was nothing that will ever change the difference between going out and seeing a hockey game in a stadium filled with fans versus sitting at home and watching it at home. There's nothing that will ever change the difference between going out and seeing a movie in a movie theater where Darth Vader says, "No, Luke, I am your father." You know, that, and there's nothing will ever change that when everybody experiences that together, right? You can't get that same feeling when you're sitting at home. People desire community all over the place. It's an important function of society. So why am I here? For those 5 reasons. I'm here because I believe in community, and I believe in us having a place to be able to be a part of a community. And I believe in fixing a system that's broken, because we can do that through those social interactions that we have in these communities. Because I'm tired of watching people get screwed over in the marketplace due to fraudulent activity. Because I want to be a part of a movement. Those are my 5 whys. It's that simple. So you need to have your 5 whys. If somebody comes and asks you, why are you invested in this? You need to know why. Because it will be important. So I'll get off my soapbox and I'm going to head over to the back of the Big Tramp. And let's get this day started. Give me 1 second here while I move over. And let's see, what do we have? Let me see what your comments are for this morning here. Banaki Kong says, whip out your whys, guys. Ben says, Casey, I've started a new job, not checked in for 2 weeks. It's good to hear your voice. Ben, it's good to hear you too. Welcome back, and congratulations on the new job. Alan says, community is a word globalists use in place of slave or livestock. I have to ponder on that for a while, Alan. Preacher says, we're all standing now. Are you happy now? Standing in a circle like a bunch of idiots. What movie is that quote from? I don't recognize what movie quote that is. Turtle says, ready for a vacation. Not working every single day is my number 1 why. I mean, hey, why you're a part of this is your whys, and they don't have to be mine. They can be completely different, and that's okay. Guardians of the Galaxy. I knew it had to be a movie quote. I just wasn't sure which one. Was that Rocket that says it? I feel like it was Rocket that was saying that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Was that the more current movie? I can't remember. Let me. I'm just gonna pull up the quote here. I feel like that was like the more current movie, which was a really good one. I was actually. I was surprised. I kind of felt like, oh no, not another. And I don't know if you've seen some of the the Christmas special that they had for Guardians of the Galaxy. That happened before that. I think that the next Guardian of the Galaxy, or the last Guardian of the Galaxy movie came out. They had a Christmas special that they did, and it was kind of bad. So I was sitting there going like, oh no, what's going to happen with this? What's going to happen with this current movie? And it was actually really good. I can't, it's not telling me which one it was. Oh, 24. So it was the original. It was the original movie. Okay, cool. JSay says, I just booked 2 tickets at AMC on the 4th of July for A Quiet Place Day 1. Good choice. I know I want to see that movie. That's definitely on my list of movies. You guys keep bringing up bike riders. And I honestly, it never even hit my radar, so now I'm starting to wonder if that's something I should be looking into. Parrot, good morning. Novocaine says, speaking of movie quotes, there are several quotes in the Fall Guy, but one was a reference to The Big Short. Ryan Gosling said, "It looks like that guy is jacked to the tits." Yeah, I don't know if you've ever noticed or not, but the end thing that I say every single day was a quote from that movie as well. Casey, eight. Or I think it's supposed to be an I. I and 8 are close. Yeah, I. I have watched the movie Dumb Money a few times since the interview you did. I think that movie sucks. It made us look foolish and glorified the paper hands, in my opinion. You know, I went back and rewatched the movie. I think I've seen it 3 times now. On my third watch, though, I was really kind of skimming through the movie, really just kind of looking for key points. And I get what you're saying. I went through, and as I was watching, and I felt like so there are 2 different sides. They made both sides look really, really, really bad. So they made the institutions look really stupid, and they made people look really dumb too. You know, the apes look really stupid. So, but at the same time, though, I think they did. One thing that you have to remember is that they were trying to embody like the movement of people who are maybe not so much I don't know. It's weird because like my favorite character was, besides DFE, was Kim. And because of the fact that she had the diamond hands in the movie, that's one of the reasons why I kind of latched onto her. But if you go back and you look at the wall, I mean, I remember living through it, right? I was there part of it, towards the end part of it, but I was there part of it, and I remember that the people in Wall Street Bets, I mean, they were just hardcore diamond handing, and the idea that there's a bunch of people out there who were, you know, like paper handing and whatnot. It's, you know, there had to be people who were selling off their positions at some point or another. But one thing that you have to remember is that the community portion of the success of Wall Street Bets was cut off. You know, DFE wasn't able to stream for a little bit, and then you had Wall Street Bets was shut down for a little bit. Then they took the buy button away. There were some things that did definitely make people paper hand a little bit there, and so I think they're trying to embody a little bit of what some of the panic might have felt like as price movement was doing what it was doing during that period of time. So I guess from that perspective, I appreciate what it is that they were trying to do, because they were saying, you know, like, look, this is what happened. And for me, it was a learning experience, because I looked at it from, you know, in retrospect, I looked at the whole thing that was happening. I was like, you know, the buy button getting taken away was not a bad thing. You know, a lot of people perceive that as being terrible and something that to be afraid of, when in actuality, really what it should have been is a motivational builder. People should have looked at that and been like, holy, this means we're beyond right. We weren't right about our whole position the whole time before, but we were beyond right. And should have emboldened and strengthened people's positions more than anything. So I'm hoping through a lot of what we've experienced over the last 3 years is going to teach people to see things differently. That's my hope. But you never know what's going to happen. The other thing too is, and Kim kind of mentioned this a little bit, is that they had written the book first, and I think they had to write the screenplay for the movie as they were writing the book because it was so popular at the time. Now, what's crazy is if you go and you look at how much money Dumb Money pulled in, it didn't do all that well in the box office. I was really quite surprised how poorly it did. I think domestically they didn't even make back their money that it cost them to produce it. Internationally, I think it did, but not domestically. Hey, look, there's Kim right there. Kim, good morning. I didn't know you were here, Kim. I said that out of truth. So we got about 10 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers. Roseanne says, one of my whys is to show my family persistence pays off. We are fighting darkness and greed. You know, that's awesome, Roseanne. And you know, your reasons are your reasons. You know, don't expect that anybody else is going to have the same reasons as you. Marmagoose says, I can't wait till Seth Rogen plays you in DM2. I think we decided on Jack Black. I think Jack Black would be better. I don't know. Stella says the buy button removal was a win for folks that were panicked. Oh, no, it was a win, but folks panicked. I got you. Yeah. I mean, so here's the thing, like nobody had been through anything like that before, right? Like, and nobody had ever seen a broker take away a buy button on a stock ever, right? Like that was new. It was so new. How could you not have panicked, right? I mean, seeing the buy button getting taken away from trading, never happening, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you buy. I mean, that's pretty shocking. Kim says, the timing of the release wasn't great during the actor strikes and not much promotion. Yeah. Turtle says, I was motivated, but the fact it was blue-collar workers who invested while simultaneously learning the markets. They were the David versus Goliath, which us, my main drive in this retail squash on the daily. You know, and here's the other thing, too, is I think that the people who were invested were not necessarily portrayed very well, not from the movie perspective, but from the media perspective. You know, they made it out to be a bunch of 20-year-olds. And again, I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the media. The media made it out to sound like these were a bunch of kids in their basements, living at their parents' house, who were investing their the money that they had gotten from COVID into stocks and just YOLOing on stuff. And while there might have been some of that, not all of that's true. There was actually really well-informed investors who were a part of it. People who had money, people who did not fit the profiles that they were trying to paint us out as. And I think that's the interesting thing. The interesting thing about all of that is that the portrayal or the attempt to portray us as just being dumb money was wrong. It wasn't right. It wasn't who we were or who we are. Funky Pizza says, I'll take Zach Galifianakis to play Funky. I love Zach. He's freaking hilarious. Sometimes I wonder what he's like in real life, but because sometimes I can't tell. Marmagoose says, I wasn't a part of the initial sneeze. What was it like in the days after? It. I'm trying to think back to it. So I really don't. In the days after, it was really just kind of like a lot of chaos was just kind of going on because everybody was trying to figure out what the heck was going on. The price was starting to come back down a little bit, and then it started rising back up again a little bit later. I think it was like less than. Let's go back and look at it here. I think it was like less than a month later, it started rising back up again. Let's see here. It started rising back up starting 224. So just about a month later, price had come down quite a bit and then had started to rise back up again. And so it was like you were coming off of a high of seeing price rising up, and of course these numbers don't reflect what they actually were because of the forward split. You'd have to multiply these numbers by 4, but as the price was coming back down, it was like a little bit later that month, just a couple weeks later, you started seeing price rising back up again. It was like, holy crap, is this round 2? What's going on? And then, price did finally make it up to, I don't know if this was 3/4 or not of the full amount that it got up to, but it was pretty close. And then it started coming back down again, and it was a lot longer before we saw another top again. It would have been from the end or the beginning portion of March, and it wasn't until like the middle of June when AMC started having its run up in May, June. They started seeing price moving up again. So it was almost like it didn't really let off. I felt like there was like just a kind of a lot of confusion as to like whether or not it was over kind of thing. In the days after we saw, like maybe like the first couple of days of February, it was like, is this it? Is it done? Is it over? What's happening? And then, like you just kind of sat there and watched for a little while, and then it started rising back up again. It was just like, oh, here comes round 2. So I don't know. It's hard to explain. I guess for me, like thinking back on it, it was more about just like, I don't care what it gets to, right? Like I'm gonna hold my position because it doesn't matter. I want to be a part of something that's going to fix the system, and the system wasn't fixed, in my opinion. There was nothing that was fixed out of this move, so it was like I'm still in it, just like I am today. Up to today, there's no change. I don't see any fixed system yet, so I'm still at it. It hasn't changed. My whys have not changed. Turtle says, Denzel Washington to play pirate. You get your damn dirty hands off me, Hedgies. All right, we got about 2 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers here. Let me go ahead and log into my account real quick. That'll give me the chance to give you guys an opportunity to think about this. For those of you who have not gotten statements for your portfolios, please do so. It's usually only a couple clicks on your broker app to get yourself something sent to you via email. Please do so. It's really, really super important that you have for your own documentation the position that you hold through your broker. I don't say it for my health. I say it for your peace of mind later on down the road when maybe you perhaps can't get into your account and maybe you have to call your broker. Maybe you have to call your broker in order to place a position or a sale. And you need to know exactly what it is that you hold, and you don't want to have to wait for them to tell you the information. You can just give them the order and then hang up. And as soon as they acknowledge the order has gone through. So, those are things to kind of consider, right? I mean, I have again, on the description of this channel, there's a list of MOAS checklist on whether or not you're ready or not. And those are the kind of things that you need to start thinking about is like, do you have the phone numbers written down for what you need to, who you need to call for your broker, and what specific numbers you have to press to get to somebody who's going to be able to place an order for you. What if you can't log into your broker through the app or through a computer connection? Those are all really, really important things to consider. Because those things could impact you in the future. So make sure you get those statements so you know what it is that you hold for your own record keeping. And two-factor authentication your account if you so choose to, because it could always help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. If you do sign up for that two-factor authentication, make sure you have a secondary device set up in case something happens to your primary device and you can't get your access code through your primary device. All right. Let me take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that back up on the screen. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Starting with top left-hand side of the screen, we aren't doing price predictions for this week. Those are the results from last week, so ignore those. Short exempt volume. I did give a price prediction for AMC for the day today. I said 401 to 501. I'm targeting 451 for a price close for the day today. Surprise, surprise, right? Like, who would have guessed 451 considering Max Payne's 450? Price prediction or short exempt volume that was marked yesterday was underneath 300,000. So I had to get rid of the 2 out of 3 days that I had listed up there. We're back under 300K at 255,000 shares going through short exempt. Or being marked as short exempt, rather. Utilization was up a little bit day over day to 75.69%, and day over day price increase. We had a 2.14% increase in price yesterday. Max Payne is 450. We looked out a couple weeks ahead, and it's still 450 for those following weeks. Max Payne for GME is $24, and that I think is consistent for the next couple weeks as well. Taking a look at off-exchange traded volume, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off-exchange and EDGX, or 44% going through off-exchange and somewhere between 11 and 12% going through EDGX. We have 51.75% going through off-exchange, EDGX 18.63%. Guys, that is a lot of volume going through EDGX right now. That tells me there's a lot of options trading going on, and it could be those $5 calls we were talking about earlier this morning. The combined total and volume going through those exchanges is 70.38%, when normally I would only expect to see about hold on a second here, 54% by this time of the day. So it's about 16.38% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume is 600 shares, so that's low. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 3,170 shares, also low. Nothing unusual about those numbers. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow on AMC. Earlier this morning, it was down to about 250,000 shares available to borrow. There was since then a return of shares back up to about 500,000. So 250 returned, and then another 150,000 shares borrowed, and then some return shares, and then another 200,000 borrowed. So in total, since earlier this morning, we're looking at another 350,000 shares borrowed on top of the 300 already borrowed. So we're at 650,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Let's see here. Fees are at 1.72%. I looked at GME's numbers earlier this morning. The fees are really, really, really super low on GME right now. It's under 1%. My best guess here, because they have so many shares available to borrow, that's why those fees are so low. But it's not a bad thing, because I actually think that somebody's holding onto those shares for a reason. They're expecting, I think, price to be running up here in the near future. Hold on a second. Excuse me. So my guess is that they want to be able to borrow shares at a very low cost, and so they're returning as many shares as possible before price run up. So that way they can borrow shares as the price is running up and at a lower fee. So I think this is actually a good sign that we're seeing those numbers looking the way that they are. All right, moving on. Institutional ownership by AMC for AMC was 85.402 million shares earlier this morning. The number has not changed since we last looked at it. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a strike price of $5. That's what it was yesterday. So far, there's been 2.7 thousand contracts in volume. Okay, this is really interesting. So we are having a crap ton of our volume moving through options exchanges, but if you look at the options chain, there's hardly any volume here at all. So what's going on? What's happening? I don't know. This is kind of weird. Taking a look at highest amount of put volume, it's at a $4.50 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There's been 1.7 thousand contracts as the highest amount of volume. The market's still suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day, which is where the open interest is also suggesting that it would close at. I am really, really surprised by what's going on here with this options chain being so light on volume right now. But we saw EDGX volume super, super high as a percentage. Let me look at something real quick here. Yeah, I don't know. It's really strange. I'm not sure what to make of that. Moving on. Earlier I discussed GME's open interest, so if you guys want to see that, just go back to the beginning of the live stream in the morning when I covered the options chain earlier this morning. Let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll move a couple screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. All right, starting with Ortex. So far for the day today, Ortex is reporting about 62,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's really not a whole lot of a change. It's not going to impact the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 14.83%. Cost to borrow mins at 2.73, average is 3.06, and max 3.14. On loan for the day today is 70.46 million shares. That's 660,000 shares less than what it was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated about 147,000 of that was in return short interest. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like, though, as they were charted on the page here, so we can see what it looks like. Here's that utilization driving up slightly day over day from 73.58 to 75.69%. The on-loan amount did dip here. Oftentimes what this means is that either an institution has less shares to be available to borrow, and some shares were returned. That could be one of the possible reasons why we're seeing on-loan amount dropping as utilization drives up. And then estimated short share interest of the free float as a percentage dropped a little bit as a result of those shares being returned from 14.87 to 14.83. And then the on-loan average age per day is driving upwards from 30.4 to 30.95, suggesting that maybe some of the loaned positions were middle-aged positions that might have been returned. Security lending volume did drop day over day from 10.26 to 7.6 million shares. Yeah, as I mentioned, I think it was yesterday, I kind of told you guys that there's kind of this trend of these lower low amounts driving upwards here, and then these higher trend amounts coming down here on this average or on the security lending volume per day. And they're kind of meeting to a point here where I think there's going to be, in the next couple trading days or so, a change where it's going to even it's going to balance out. You can see like some days they're borrowing a lot of or they're changing a lot of positions, and then some days they're not. So I think this is going to have some kind of directional change in how this is moving here very, very, very soon. To me, this looks like a signal for a change. On GameStop, so far this morning, 817,000 shares having been borrowed. Here's the utilization day over day, slightly increasing from 46.18 to 46.67%. On loan amount is slightly decreasing from 48.1 to 45.85. The estimated short-term interest of the free float slightly dropping from 11.82 down to 11.68, and the on-loan average age per day driving upwards from 14.4 to 15.22. Security lending volume decreasing from 8.74 to 8.4 million. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day for AMC is at $4.30. Currently, there's 161.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 18.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 11.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. For GME, SSR trips today at $22.58. And I'm not getting option data for GME currently at this time, so I can't tell you what's in the money versus out of the money as a total. But if they're still running close to 25, it's going to be should be a fair chunk. Orders by Fidelity customers. Only AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 56.46% buy to 43.54% sell ratio. So the dip is probably being, I'm assuming it's dipping, is being bought. I'd like to see it above 60-40, but it's obviously not there. AMC is not on the list. MMRI earlier this morning was 283. It's now 281.86. The higher this goes, the more risk there is in the marketplace. Extreme risk at 300. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is currently at 0.395. Earlier this morning was 0.418. Remember, there's two conditions I'm looking for a market failure. I'm looking for 2-year and 10-year bond rates to fall dramatically, or for the inverted 2-year, 10-year rate to normalize. Right now it's inverted. So the 10-year being above the 2-year. NASDAQ is up 0.9, Dow Jones is up 0.59, and the S&P 500 is up 0.7. We have 3,152 advancers to 1,948 decliners. The market is on fire, cooking with bacon grease, because it's looking hot and tasty right now. Probably breaking 52-week all-time highs, I would imagine. On the SPY, I would guess. And we only have one down sector for the day today, and that's utilities. The top performing sectors for the day today appear to be technology, followed by industrials. Of the Mag 7, only one is red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. NYCB is up 4.11. Stank of California is up 2.63. First Horizon's up 4.43. Zion Stank is up 2.54. This one's close enough. We'll call it. Wells Fargo is up 2.4. And that's it. Gold is up 0.24. It was trending up earlier this morning. It looks like it had a little bit of a downtrend and is starting to bounce back up off of 23.26. I feel like I had something marked down here. Yeah, it had a trend line that we were testing a point of resistance in price movement. And then that broke that yesterday and started trending back up here. So I would say the overall trend is still trending upwards, though. Even though this... Oh, hold on a second. Let me look at it from a... Well, this move may have broken the trend. We'll have to watch gold and see what happens here. Silver's up 1.14. Same thing on this as well. It broke a level of resistance and started trending upwards. The overall trend is still up, but it may be trying to break that trend currently. Right now, as we speak, it is trending upwards. Ethereum Classic is down 1.17. There was something I drew out on this here where we have a descending parallel channel. This was temporarily broken back here to the downside when, typically speaking, it should be breaking to the upside. I think there was something that happened in this time frame. Somewhere between 6:17 perhaps and 6:18, there was something that happened here that was unusual. But you can see that as soon as it was over, we started trading right back in that descending parallel channel again. When it does break this, it should break to the top side here, and I'm expecting like 24.25 should get the breakout for Ethereum Classic. Why am I watching Ethereum Classic? It's had indications in the past of leading AMC's price movement by sometimes a couple days, sometimes less than a couple days. So it is poised to break out of a downtrend here. The US dollar is currently up 0.05. It looks to be heading down, trending down currently. Oil is down 0.24 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.13 to 0.16, and they gapped up at market open, but are now currently trending down. SPY is up 0.63. 52-week high is 550.28. Not quite there yet. It's close. Oh, no, it broke it. Here it is right here, 550.28. So breaking a 52-week all-time high ever, really. So yeah, new all-time high set record for the SPY for the day today. It looks like it's breaking on the way up here. It obviously hit the Bollinger Band, which means it's going to kind of try to come back down and retest that simple moving average. And so it's starting to make that downtrend currently. VIX is currently up down 0.25 at 1221. Futures suggesting VIX should be somewhere around 1378. So it is well below where it should be, and is getting smashed down, trending down. VB is up 0.66 and is trending slightly up. VBR is up 0.71, trending up. Tesla is up 1.86 and making that trend up with the SPY and starting to make that reversal into the downtrend a little bit here. Amazon is up 0.01, opened up down and then started trending up after a few minutes of downwards momentum in the beginning of market open. Seems to be leveling off just a little bit here, maybe moving into some consolidation. Cinemark is down 0.24 and initial market open was up and is trending down since. Doge is down 0.64 and is again breaking that level of support or resistance rather, and but it's only moving sideways, so it's kind of consolidating at this point in time. The current trend down. Bitcoin is down 1.14 and falling. GME is up 0.72 and is consolidating. HYMC is down 0.43 and slightly trending down. NCMI is down 0.59, trending down. HOOD is down 0.55, trending down, and AMC is down 0.73 and a slight trend downwards. That it looks like it may be trying to attempt to break currently. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $300,000 more inflow than outflow. $2.36 million more, or $2.36 million in volume so far for the day-to-day, which is pretty low volume. After 48 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 19.17 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares traded. I think that's going to be a good prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.63, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, a little bit of whipsaw kind of going on here on the Vortex indicator, but currently more buying pressure than selling pressure, with another divergence currently occurring. RSI is at 56.63, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.58, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.25, which is average. And with that, I think that's all I got for you guys. Lazy one? Who's back? Who's back? I don't know. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. Do we have anybody back? Okay, nobody's back here yet. Janice says, I'm going over my 5 whys after 3 years. They are the same. That's good. They shouldn't change. They should never, those 5 whys should never, ever, ever change. You could maybe add whys, but they should never, ever change. Dylan says, are we allowed to talk about the day? You can talk about whatever you want to, but just realize that nobody's at, you've got people from all sides politically here as a part of the group. And more than likely, you know how it goes. When you're in a workplace, you go start talking about politics, religion, those kind of things, and people aren't going to agree with you. And so I would just, I would say, like, typically speaking, you want something like this to be a good, safe place. And, and if you want to have arguments with your fellow holders of a stock that you hold, I mean, that's up to you. But I personally think that, you should probably try to avoid that. There's no reason to be mixing finances with, who you politically believe in. You're not going to change. If you think you're going to change anybody's opinion, you're wrong. It's, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, and we all have assholes too. Every single one of us. We all poop. So, it's not going to change anything. Just like our opinions. Preacher says, heading out for a movie with my daughter and 10. We'll join you guys later. Are you going to go see Inside Out 2? Out of curiosity. I've heard it's really good. I have not seen it yet. I want to. The problem is I don't know when I'm going to be able to see a movie next. Maybe because I know Melissa's got a full week worth of work coming up here. So the chances of me seeing a movie this weekend is like nil. I know she's going to want to see A Quiet Place. I know the kids want to see Inside Out too. Maybe I can take the kids this weekend to go see Inside Out too. I might see that this weekend. I don't know if they're going to want to go with me or not. We'll see. They might want to just do their own thing. I'm getting to the point to where I have kids that drive, like almost all of them. I'm down to one who's learning how to drive and one that doesn't drive that's left, but everybody else is a driver. So it's getting to that point, and for those of you who've had kids that have gone through those ages, you understand that once they start driving, it's like flying the coop, and they just do their own thing at that point. So, and now that I've got one driver in the household here, doing their own thing is definitely a thing. Just wait for it. Eventually you'll get there. You'll know what I'm talking about if you don't already. Roadrunner says, wait until after the credits for the last scene, Preacher. By the way, in case you didn't know this, and I found this out not too long ago, let me see if I can show you guys. Hold on a second here. Let me pull up my... I've got my app open. I'm gonna try and share this with you guys. Hold on a second. What did that just do? Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen. So this is my app right here, right? I'm going to go ahead and click on Inside Out 2. So it takes me inside to the app. I know it's a little bit blurry. But what you're going to do is you're going to go to, in the middle of the page there, it says, let's see if I can get this up here. It says Details. You see that? It says Show Times. Go to Details. Click on Details. Once you're on the Details page there, come on, focus. There we go, Details. Once you're on Details, scroll down a little bit until you get to this section right here that's called Run P. When you see Run P, click on the More section of that. And it's going to tell you if it'll clear up on the focus. Come on, focus. There we go. It'll tell you when the best times are to pee in the movie. But if you scroll to the very end of it, it says, for the first minute you need extra clips. At the very end there is an additional scene. The credits run for approximately 8 minutes. It says at the very top there, Q, there are extras during the credits of Inside Out 2. Kind of cool. So if you have the app, you can see when the best times are to go to the restroom, so you don't miss anything. And then it actually tells you in the app there what you missed out on during that period of time, so you didn't miss anything. And then it'll also tell you whether or not there's anything worth watching in the after credits. Chi-Town Turtle says, saw Inside Out 2. If you like the first one, you'll like this one. That's what I've heard everybody say. Preacher says, damn, wait 8 minutes for one extra scene? Apparently it's worth it. Roadrunner thinks so. Parrot, good morning to you. Maybe. It doesn't show his microphone is off, but I'm not hearing him either. He might not have his microphone plugged in, maybe. You're getting shorted, Parrot. Chi-Town Turtle says, I wish they do an Inside Out adult version. You know what? I bet you they do. I'll bet you the next one will probably be some like a young adult version, maybe. I mean, considering how well it's done this time, I don't see why they wouldn't. Oh, I mean rated R. I think, didn't they have what was the name of that movie? There was an animated adult version movie. What was it called? Dang it.
Sausage Party.
That's it. That's the one. So I was just getting ready to look it up. That's exactly what it was. Who said that? Was that Rex? Good morning, Rex. Funky, good morning.
Brother.
That was funky, though.
That was Funky. Okay, Funky.
Yes, sir.
You guys sound very, very close to the same, and so sometimes I get you guys confused. But Funky, congratulations! Point for you, man. Nice call. It's definitely called Sausage Party.
Good job, Funky.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
I mean, that's probably like the closest you could probably get to it already having been made. Roadrunner says, my daughter made me wait for it. This one I felt, I feel that it was applicable for adults as well. Living in 3D, good morning to you. Sausage Party has a mini series coming out on Amazon Prime in a few weeks. Awesome. Thank you for, you know what? Living in 3D, come on over to the back of the Big Tramp. I got to ask you a question. Because I completely spaced something, and we talked about a topic on a movie more recently, and I need, but only come back if you've seen the most current Planet of the Apes, because I want to get your take on something on this, your official take. If you didn't see it, don't worry about it, because you're not going to get it, and I don't want to ruin it for you. And this will be a spoiler, guys. So when I get into debating this with him, or talking about this one or the other, you guys will you'll be hearing some stuff about the planet. So if you haven't seen the Planet of the Apes, I mean, you've had plenty of time to go see the movie. So if you haven't seen it, that's your fault, because it was a good movie. Dang, Robert. Robert's coming in hard on Danny today. Doesn't Danny love a good sausage party too? I don't know. We should ask him. We should ask his dad. Oh my goodness. What's going on, man? Living in 3D, how you doing today?
Hey. Good.
Good.
Vacation?
Yeah, man. It was there was some rough stuff along the way, but we'll just call it a good vacation because it was nice to get away. It's better than trying to relive all the moments and the rough stuff that happened. But did you see Planet of the Apes?
No, I haven't yet.
Oh no,
We started
no!
talking about it, I'm like, oh crap! Well, I committed.
All right, no, that's all right. Well, I don't want to discuss it until you see it because it's you have to see it. You have to see it in order
No,
for.
I've already heard all about it.
Well,
So it's like that's.
Did you see? Did you see
can't ruin anything for me.
you saw all the? I'm assuming you had to have seen all the
Yes,
others
the
in the
original.
past. Yeah. Okay, so there's a scene. Okay, this is a big spoiler alert, guys. If you're here and you're listening, this is going to spoil a lot of stuff for you here. At least I think it's going to. But this is why I kind of drew you in here to ask you questions in Living 3D. But at the very end, so there's two different specific scenes that this happens. In one specific scene in the beginning of the movie, or in the beginning portion of the movie, they come across a telescope, an old telescope in an observatory. And shoot, I can't remember the name of the ape character, but he goes and he looks into the viewfinder for the telescope, and his mouth, like, he just has like this like look of amazement and disbelief of what it is that he's seeing, to the point to where he crawls up to the top of the telescope to see what is on the other side of the telescope, to see if he's actually seeing what it is that he really saw. But they never show you what he sees. Never once show you. So then, towards the end of I think it was at the end of the movie, he takes somebody else. He either takes somebody else. I'm trying to remember how it goes, but I think he takes somebody else there to see it. And they look into it, and their mouth just drops open, like, holy crap, I can't believe I'm seeing what I'm seeing. But this is after they've experienced everything that it is they've experienced in the movie, where they learn about their past and where the past of Earth had been and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And so my thought process is this: is there's first off, any bright individual would understand that if you looked out in a telescope at any given point in time and looked into space, you would see something different, right? You would never see the same thing all the time. It would always be something different because rotation of the Earth. There is something called I'm going to get this wrong, a geolocational locked orbit, where you can have a satellite that rotates at the same speed as Earth.
Locked rotation for use in satellite communications
Yes.
in certain areas.
Yes.
Yes.
So my thought process in this whole thing, and this is massive spoiler alert here, but my thought process on this whole thing is that he's looking at something that it's locked onto that's stationary in space and locked to a specific point. Because they even talk about in the movie, the whole point of this entire movie is about getting something that's going to give them the access codes to be able to talk to people at other quote-unquote bases. Right? And I think my theory on this is that he's looking at a space base. And he's seeing...
Like a space station?
A space station, yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
They're being observed.
Because if you think about this and how this... If you think about the order of the movies and where this falls in the timeline, this takes you to the point in the movie where you find out that there's intelligent life on Earth that's above and beyond and advanced past where humanity used to be in the past. Does it make sense?
Yeah, the introduction to Dr. Zaius kind of thing.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so where because humanity was supposedly made stupid by some kind of virus in the air or some kind of toxin or something, right? So humans got dumb, apes got smart. But what if you had people who were never living on Earth or who were sent to space to live outside of Earth in order to avoid exposure? And would they have advanced throughout the years? Like as time progressed, would they have advanced? And I think the answer is, to me, this makes that link between that and the other movies.
Interesting.
Yeah. But
good starting point.
Yeah, it's a great starting point, I think, for that. I think that's my theory. That's my theory on what he saw, but they never actually show you. They never actually show you what it is that he's seeing in that thing. But I mean, that's the only thing I can come to a conclusion with. Because I mean, if you were to just look through a telescope at any given random point, you wouldn't see something amazing that would cause you to just your mouth to drop open and be like in disbelief of what it is that you're seeing. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It wouldn't be like a constellation or a planet or something they're looking at. Going, wow, look at that moon.
Yeah. Well, even if it was pointed at the moon would never be in a locked location, and you wouldn't necessarily. You would have to be at the right place at the right time and see it just to be able to see exactly something on the moon. So even then, and plus we don't even have telescopes that can see stuff on the moon, so that doesn't even make sense. But anyways, you need to see the movie.
Crew.
Good morning.
I had some issues with my internet connectivity. Casey, I was bragging to you that we got brand new internet service. And, apparently, when I switched over, I guess you select Wi-Fi where you want to connect. Apparently, I failed to reboot a lot of my stuff, so it created some challenges for me this morning. But I'm glad to be here.
Well, welcome. Good to have you.
Yeah, at a moment of panic, I my cursor would move on the screen, but I wasn't able to manipulate anything on my Thinkorswim charts. But yeah, it's all been resolved now.
Well, I bet that was a panic.
Well, yeah, but I kind of figured out what it was. I have a really bad habit of leaving everything run overnight. I shut it down on the weekends to let my tubes cool down on my antique machine here, but I usually just let it run overnight, and much to the chagrin of my son and wife. But no, apparently when I did the switch over to the new Wi-Fi and all that, I had failed to shut the computer off and let it shake hands. Whatever, it's boring. Move forward. Wasn't prepared this morning.
When in doubt, reboot and reset
Yeah.
your modem and router.
Yep. That's what I always do.
Yesterday, I forgot. And my son and wife had held my hand, showed me how to reselect the new Wi-Fi. And in fact, we had a few jokes. I guess this is the point in the process where you get to put in what you name your new Wi-Fi. I wanted to do a CIA van number 317 or DEA undercover unit 600, and my wife wouldn't have no part of it because it's doesn't that show up on other people's? At least that's the way I understood it, was that it showed up on my neighbor's screen. But no, we weren't allowed. I wasn't allowed to do that. So.
Ours is called. So we used to name ours "Children of the Corn."
That's beautiful.
Because we have 5 kids in the house, and so we thought, like, that'd be really funny. And then later it became Pennywise. So now we have our Wi-Fi is called Pennywise now. And so every time Halloween comes around, I have a gutter it's not right in front of my house. It's a little bit down the street, but I haven't done this yet. But I really, really want to do it. I want to go put up a red balloon that just is like hanging up out of the gutter.
Well, my penchant for wordplay and things that rhyme and all that, songwriting. I wanted to do banging wives from 9 to 5 with the implication meaning when all these guys around here were working, I was sneaking in their back doors, but Mrs. Pirate, for whatever reason, didn't think that was very humorous. No, I came up with that all on my own. Banging wives from 9 to 5.
When I first came to Texas, I didn't want to pay for internet because I knew I was living in an apartment because I was waiting for my house to get completed being built, and so I had moved to Texas, and I was going to be here by myself for 3 years, or 3 months, I mean. And so as I was there, I didn't want to pay for internet because I just it seemed just kind of stupid to pay for 3 months of internet connection and all that kind of stuff, and I didn't want to go through the hassle, so I knocked on my neighbor's door, and I said, "Hey, can I pay you half of your internet bill?" For you to give me your Wi-Fi password for 3 months because that's all I needed.
That's logical, yeah.
And they were like, "Heck yeah, you can." So I paid them half their internet bill, and
nice.
I just paid them up front. I was like, "Just give me the password. Here's your money," and I gave them like $120 or something like that. I was like, "Here's $120, and then let me borrow your password." So, and it was really funny because
I did something similar.
Halfway,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Halfway through, he changed the name because he had called it Bill Nye the Science Guy was the name for his internet. Halfway through, he changed it as "No, you can't have my password anymore."
When I was enlisted in the military, we stayed in these dormitories. There were 2 men to a room, and then they interconnected with a bathroom, kind of like a college dormitory, but they were made out of cinder block. Everyone's familiar with cinder block. But back then, all you had was cable TV. And young enlisted guys couldn't afford it. So I paid for cable TV to be hooked up to my dorm room. And then we went and got a drill bit and a drill, and I drilled through the concrete wall, and we put a splitter in, and I sold cable TV to everybody on the first floor.
Oh, nice.
I put a splitter on it. I put a splitter on it and ran it through and then sold it to my neighbor. Then once his neighbor found out about it, he wanted in, and there was like 8 rooms on our side of the building, and I was collecting cable TV rent for 7 of those guys.
Oh,
we
geez.
did that for almost 2 years. It was a beautiful thing, man. You got to be on the hustle. You always got to be on the hustle.
Yeah, the illegal things we do.
Yeah, we do. When we get these inspections in the military, they come in and inspect to make sure that everything's clean. Because unlike the TV, it's not like they inspect your bed every day or anything like that. But they would come in periodically. The first sergeant, or we called him the dorm daddy, and he would come in and make sure that everything wasn't too out of hand, and you were expected at that moment in time to kind of have the place inspection ready. And I can remember him coming in for the first time, and he looked down and pointed at it. He's like, "Do I even want to know what that is?" I'm like, "No, you just look at the rest of the place and be on your way."
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that was back when you could go buy a $2 splitter, and you could screw the coaxial cable into one, and then it had 2 connections coming out the other side, and instantly you could run 2 TVs. But,
yeah, Radio Shack. Those were the days.
Exactly. The good old days.
Or Circuit City. Circuit City or Radio Shack.
Yeah.
Both are closed. Thanks a
Absolutely.
lot. Hedgies.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Get a coil of speaker wire, be able to plug in your whole place and a couple other friends down the road. We used to do similar stuff with it, but that was back in the day before they had the boxes, the cable boxes.
Right. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
wire it.
Yeah. These were the TV had to be cable ready.
You don't know how
I like
tempting.
what Papa Mac said. He said his nephew likes to call his Wi-Fi virus or something. I thought that would be funny too to name our family Wi-Fi like Malware Express or something like that.
What's you have to go online and like search out like what are the most famous bot malwares that are out there. Let's see here. You could call it. I don't know. This isn't what I typed in did not help me. So much for that. I feel like there was like a couple. I remember that there used to be a period of time where there was like specific like names that were always like coming out for viruses that were going around from like Microsoft all the time.
Right.
And let me see here.
The love virus and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I like that audio tits. He said his is Virus Farm. That's beautiful. Yeah. The incubator.
Space. That's it.
Marbug, Ebola. Oh, no. This is so stupid. Worst computer. Hold on a second. I guess it makes a difference if you type in the worst computer virus outbreak in history, My Doom.
Oh, yeah. I remember that one.
WannaCry, Stuxnet. That's where you could do it. Stuxnet. That's got to be the one. That's probably the most familiar one that I think a lot of people would be Stuxnet.
Yeah, I remember hearing of Stuxnet.
Zeus,
I was
Sasser.
glad to see you when I logged in this morning, Living 3D. I told KC while he was going on vacation, I said, over on Pop-Up Max, we broke all the rules, and we got into a giant fist fight over politics. And KC said, "What, did you run him off?" I said, "No." I said, "We're still, as far as I'm concerned, we're still friends." I said, "But we had a really good knife fight." I said, "It's as far as I know, we're still on good terms." I said, "But we really had a rip-roaring fist, good old-fashioned bar fight, Donnybrook." I said, "It reminded me of the old days when military guys would beat the shit out of each other and then go up to the bar and have a beer afterwards."
Yeah, I was laughing through a lot of it. I mean, it got a little bit out there, but you know, these things do.
That's me, man. That's me. But you've been around me long enough to know how I am. But that's what I told him. He said, "Well, who was it with?" I said, "Living in 3D." He's like, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, the guy that went to school for cinema." I said, "Me and him, we went at it fucking with the knives out." No, but I thought it was funny because the first thing he said was, "Well, did you run him off?" I said, "No, not to my knowledge. As far as I'm concerned, we're still besties." I said, "But I haven't seen him today, so I was glad to see you this morning." I thought if I didn't see you this morning, KC was going to pull me aside and say, "Look, you need to reach out to 3D and tell him you were being a dick." And I was like, "No, I'm not going to do that." But he'll be in here, I'm sure. So I was anyway. I'm glad. I was just glad to see you this morning because I was certain that was where we were at. But I thought maybe I was wrong, man. Maybe we ain't buddies no more.
No. We're all good. I was actually on and off stream for the last few days, and I was talking with somebody.
Well, he was just gone. And I was kind of filling him in on all of our fuckery while he was gone because, you know, when the cat's away, the mice will play. We didn't have anybody to do technical analysis, and we were trying to fill 8 hours on the stream, and we broke all the rules. I think we touched on religion. I think we touched on abortion. I think we got into politics. So, but no,
it was crazy.
Amen to that.
I was telling somebody I equated it to like the Pee Wee Herman. To the Pee-wee's Big Adventure when he walked into the biker bar and he realized, wait a minute, I might be in the wrong place for this. He backed out of the bar and then hit all the bikes over. I was like,
jump up on the bar. Well, the truth of the matter is, and I'm sure there's other people, I grew up with 3 brothers. I'm the oldest of 4 boys. To this day, the single worst fist fight I've ever had in my life was with my second oldest brother. His name's David. And him and I went at it one day. We went at it with the gloves off. I'll save you the details, but one of us went through the living room window at my dad's house. We had to pay to have a new window installed. And he's my brother. And to this day, if he needed a kidney, I'd give him one. I love him to the end. But him and I, we locked horns like 2 young bulls in a pasture, and it got ugly. But enough of that. I just thought I'd give everybody a laugh.
That sounds political.
No, we're all good. Pirate, we're all good. No worries at all.
Well, for what it's worth, my brother was bigger than me, even though I was older, and he was getting the best of me, and I jumped on his back in true ape form. Even back then, I guess I had some ape tendencies, but I jumped on his back and tried to get him in a headlock, and because I was going to try to choke him out. And in his effort to throw me off, he spun around and threw me, and I did indeed lose my grip. And when he did, I went through that window, ended up on that front porch. It was reminiscent of like a Wild West Western. And that broke the fight up, because at that point in time, it wasn't about a fight anymore. We knew we had to answer to the old man. My dad ruled with an iron fist, and we knew our ass was out because there was no hiding. We would have these fights that would break out in our house, and we would bust up like vases, or we'd bust a lamp or something. And some of that stuff you could hide or glue back together, but there was no camouflage in that busted window. And so there you go. Another pirate story. I'm rambling. I apologize. I'm off meds this morning, so I'll try to calm myself down.
You know what the number one, well, at least according to this website, the number one worst or most dangerous computer virus of all time is called? My wife's name, Melissa.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah. The second is I Love You. I remember that one. I think I kind of vaguely remember Melissa, but I don't remember. I remember I Love You. Code Red. I don't remember that one. Cleese. I don't remember that one. So Big. I don't remember. My Doom. I remember. Sasser. I think I remember hearing something about it. Zeus. Not really. Stuxnet. Definitely remember. Wanna Cry. Heard of that one, but don't remember much about it though. Those are the top 10 greatest names for your Wi-Fi.
That's coming up, right?
Yeah.
Top 10 Wi-Fi names.
Yep, top 10 Wi-Fi names to keep people out. I think.
Is it?
Help me
AMC
understand
theater?
this. You know, I don't know anything about this. What do these guys get out of that?
Well,
I understand a hacker. They need the hacker. I get that. I commiserate with that guy. They need to sneak in and look at somebody else's shit, or even take control. Believe me, that speaks to me. But what does a guy get out of this whole, like the DDoS and all that? What's their motivation?
I think there's
vandalism. Is it like vandalism?
It's bigger. So first off, I got to say good morning, Rugged. Good to see you this morning. But I'll say this is that I think sometimes the target is bigger than maybe what it initially starts to appear to be as. So in other words, like sometimes you need to, in order for you to get to a main target, you have to get to lots of other targets first in order for you to get to your final destination. And so I think like Stuxnet is like a perfect example of that one. I'll just read like the little snippet that it's got here. It says Stuxnet is a computer worm discovered in 2010 spreading via corrupted USB devices and was predominantly used in cyber warfare. The malware targeted industrial control systems used to control nuclear power plants and other industrial facilities. Stuxnet was so powerful that it was able to control Iran's nuclear centrifuges and cause physical damage. While the financial damage caused by Stuxnet was not as large as other malware, it showed how sophisticated malware is capable of physically disrupting critical infrastructure. And so I guess I just want to state that, like, sometimes it's not about it's about gaining access to things that you wouldn't normally be able to have access to, but in order to do so, you have to infect lots of different systems first to get there. It's kind of like that whole Kevin Bacon thing.
That's what Seymour was saying, that Stuxnet shut down the Iran nuclear facility. And I remember I read a book about that. That makes sense to me, that there's a specific target, but they have to cast a wider net.
Yeah.
So although it may infect a whole bunch of a larger group of people, they're just like collateral damage.
Exactly. They're trying to get to the larger
just got swept up in it. Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. I remember there was a big issue with a lot of government systems being on Windows 95. I think this was right around the turn of the 2000s. And it was a big issue because of beyond the 1999 thing where the bug was that it was going to crash all systems, but it was also easier to install a backdoor into the older Windows OS. Mm-hmm. And they were being forced to upgrade all their systems to prevent that backdoor access.
Yep.
And I think that Stuxnet was one of the last ones that was like a backdoor access. That was like, what did you say, 2010?
Yeah, 2010. But one of the things I remember in my
Yeah.
industry was they previously people were bringing in like USB sticks to like we'll say work files that they wanted to like work on at home or whatever, and then bring back to work.
Yeah,
and,
I remember that.
but sometimes I think more often than not, really was people bringing in like music that they wanted to listen to, or it ended up being like computer games,
solitaire games,
yeah,
play at work.
games,
Yeah.
and so what ended up happening was a lot of these companies started getting these viruses from a lot of the stuff that people were just bringing in from their own home computers, that otherwise in a closed loop system wouldn't, somebody wouldn't have had access to unless somebody brought in something and put it on their system. So a lot of the companies that I worked for started shutting down USBs, and if you so much as plug something into your USB on your system that you were plugged into or that you were working on,
set a bell off.
it would immediately lock down the system, the computer, and warn the IT department that your specific computer just had something plugged in the USB port, right? Like that's how tight they got on some of that stuff because of those kind of viruses. And they would immediately come after you and like be like, "What did you plug in? What did you put in what were you trying to plug into your computer?" And it was like company policy.
It's interesting you mentioned Stuxnet, because I read a rather lengthy book about that, and it was really cool. It didn't really shut down the nuclear facility. What it was about was they had these centrifuges they had to make up this heavy water or whatever it was, or used to separate or purify atomic particles or whatever. But they had to spin a centrifuge spins, and it had to spin at a very exact, precise speed. And all they did was take control of those computers and let them run amok. They just let them spin so fast they literally shook themselves apart, and it set back their weapons program like 10 years or something. It was incredibly interesting.
Yeah. Trevor, good afternoon. Morning, whatever it is to you. Morning, I guess, really. For at least another hour.
Not to change subjects.
Yep.
But really quickly, I wanted to go back. The Inside Out 2, I got a chance to see it this week.
Oh, nice.
And fantastic film.
Okay.
I highly recommend it for almost everybody. It's more of an adult film than it is the kids, especially the concepts they discuss around anxiety. If you suffer from anxiety, it is an excellent source for understanding how it creeps into your life.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it for that.
Sometimes people
it can also be extremely triggering for the same said people.
Sometimes people
that makes any sense.
Don't realize that they're suffering from certain symptoms of things like anxiety, like you're talking about. And so seeing somebody spell it out for them and then telling them why it is that they're feeling what it is they're feeling in maybe even a childlike kind of way is kind of healing, I guess, in some sense. So it sounds like it's a great movie. Yeah.
For sure. That's why I think it's doing the kind of business it's doing, is because it's kind of healing a lot of people that needed to be healed. They go in and see it and go, "Oh my God, you wouldn't believe what this movie did for me. You got to go see this thing."
Yeah.
I think it's got that effect. It's got those kind of legs.
That's cool.
Yeah, you got to watch it, man. Sometimes that kind of self-awareness can hurt. I read a book about psychology, and before it was over with, I was like, man, I am really fucked up. At the beginning of the book, I thought I bought that book and I thought, I'm going to read this, learn about the human mind, learn about why people do the things they do. Maybe it'll give me a leg up on some arguments or in some debates. I'll be able to play some Jedi mind tricks. But by the time I'd finished that book, I was just like, man, I got to seek help. I am just a complete basket case.
Did you ever take Psych 101?
Yeah. No, I'm afraid not. I
never
took any formal classes.
It was the funniest class I ever sat through in my whole life, because every single subject matter that the professor was going through on that class, everybody's hand would go up and anytime we touch into a new subject, people's hands would go up, and the first thing out of their mouths was always like, it was something along the lines of like, let's say you had a friend.
Yeah. Everybody's got like psychological. Psychological hypochondriac. Yeah, I got that. I got that too. Yeah,
I had so much fun people watching in that class, because it was just, and here's the sad part. Majority of the people who were the ones that were having their hands going up were usually the psych majors. And I thought that was really, really kind of interesting because it was almost as if they were there to psychoanalyze themselves. Very much like what you're talking about, how when you started reading the book, you started realizing you have problems or something like that. And you're like, oh, and they did every single thing, every topic matter that we would read into, they were suddenly thinking, oh, this is me, to the point to where the teacher had to stop the class one day and be like, I need you guys to stop asking questions about your friends.
Right.
He's like, look, you
We
are who you are.
A client that our company worked for who was a military psychiatrist, and cornered him one time. He was paying his bill, and we were talking, and I said, listen, man, I need to know the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath because I'm trying to decide which one of those I am. Is it possible that I can be both of those? And he looked at me, started laughing. He says, well, if you're asking, he says, the people who are sociopaths and psychopaths, they don't normally know they're in the cohort. He says, so just the fact that you're asking means that you don't fall into one of those two groups. I was like, damn it, I really wanted to be in one of those clubs, man.
And that's actually very similar to what he said. Yep. Very, very similar. Yep. Well, that's good. I'm glad there's a movie out there that's bringing awareness, I guess.
Healing the nation.
I mean, that's what.
Well, then we got Deadpool and Wolverine next week. It's gonna totally
No.
everybody.
No. It's a month from now.
Is it really?
Yeah.
It was like July 3rd.
Oh, I know. I kind of wish it was, but I've got tickets for what day do I have? I have to look at my app here. I have tickets for July 25th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Sucks. But it's another month
I'm
away.
looking to see what's next week. What I thought it was. I think it might have been Twisters then. There's some good movies coming out, I think.
You said next week?
Yeah, I think it's July 3rd for the weekend.
Despicable Me 4?
That might be what I was thinking of.
Maxine.
There's a big blockbuster coming in.
Sound of Hope.
The Horizons.
What's this one?
Starting to see early reviews on Horizon. The new Western by Costner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Despicable Me is probably the one you're thinking of.
Yeah, I think it is.
Which
is probably going to do just gangbusters.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it won't. There's a lot. I mean, when you watch people, entire movie theaters filled with people who are dressed up as minions, I don't know how.
Yeah, you know you're onto something there. Yeah.
Yeah, mushrooms are onto something.
Speaking of people dressing up, I was having coffee at a coffee shop last night on Saratoga, just hanging on the main drag.
Getting half
hey,
your
rugged.
You're road R2D2 pretty bad.
Yeah, I thought it was rugged. Hey, rugged.
I'm sorry.
Rugged. Yeah. we're barely hearing you. I thought it was me at first, and I was like,
sorry.
Oh, no problem. Try again, but maybe.
You got every third word of that.
Yeah.
It's this damn hotel roof here at the Marriott Residence Inn.
Now you're perfect.
In Saratoga.
You're perfect now.
Yeah, I'm actually holding the phone
on the glass
right at the window. I'm holding the phone at the freaking window as I stand over my mobile office set up here.
All right, try again.
Try this. Try this when you're speaking to us. Take Yucca's balls out of your mouth.
Oh, dang. He's hard hitting today.
No, I'm sorry. Your comms must have cut out there for a second, Pirate. So I must have missed that.
Good thing. Go ahead and repeat what you were saying.
What was it that you wanted to do? I don't know. I don't ever want to do that. Anyway, no, there was someone who was walking down the street in full-on Ghostbusters outfit with the backpack and everything.
Are you in New York?
Yeah.
Oh, well, shit.
I'm not in New York City.
still New York. sounds like some real stuff.
It was strange. It was very unusual.
Did they have their backpack on and everything too?
Looks perfect. Yeah, yes, everything.
Did they have the goggles?
I don't recall seeing goggles or not. I should have taken a picture. I'm sorry.
It wasn't the first thing on my mind. Sometimes I'm not one of those kind of people who goes like, I should pull my phone out and get a picture of that. It's usually the last thing to enter into my head.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. It's usually the first, but that's my background. I'm like anything. The first thing I think of is this has got to be captured.
Yeah.
But I see it cinematically. I always end up trying to get the right angle on something crazy.
Well, I do too. I think that too, but it's usually like after I've enjoyed it, and I go like, oh, others might like this. I should probably share. But it's always the last thing I think of. I'm too much in the moment, I guess, or caught up in the moment.
I wish I was at times.
I lived the first half of my kid years living through a viewfinder. And I didn't like that. I really didn't like enjoying the moment. Especially, I mean, if you live like, I mean, just go like 3 or 4 years recording everything in your child's life. And then after those 4 years are done, watch how many times you go back and actually rewatch those videos that you took. It's maybe like once in a maybe once a year at tops. You just don't really go back and look at them all that much. I mean, you might on occasion, but for the most part, you just don't really tend to go back and watch the videos that you lived your life through on a video finder. So I changed how I was kind of viewing life a little bit at some point, and was just like, you know what, that's it. I'm not going to live my life through a viewfinder. I'm going to live my life with my own two eyes, and committing things to memory, because I want to be able to live the moment and remember the moment for my memory, than from some image that I took behind a viewfinder.
It's funny that you shared that, because my wife and I were looking at some photos of some stuff the other day. 20 years of photographs of her and my two boys. And there's something missing from every one of those photographs, and it's me, because I was on the other side of the camera. Mm-hmm. It's almost like I didn't exist for 20 years. It's like it was just them three.
Yep. I didn't like that.
If you went just by the photograph, if you just went by the photographs.
Yeah.
All right. I don't mean to interrupt. One of the first jobs I had was converting old 8mm Super 8 film onto video cassettes. For families that were trying to get rid of their cabinet full of, film.
I paid to have that done. I paid that. I paid to have that done as well.
Yeah, I probably might have been the person you did it for. There weren't many of us at the time back in the day. But it was
VHS tapes. I paid to have some VHS tapes converted over to CD.
CD. That was the next step. That was how a lot of these companies ended up converting from their original business into the next technology, and from there it went directly to
digital
UPS stick or whatever, a drive. But what I was going to say is that watching all these people's home movies, over a period of time, I realized that even with my own, nobody wants to watch these. You can't show these to your friends. Nobody's really interested. These are your memories that you're trying to capture. And a lot of times, like memories, you're always making new ones on top of those. So sometimes
the only thing let me interrupt you for just a second. The only thing that they're good for is when you get old. If you want to show your grandkids who grandpa looked like, or what your aunt looked like, or your dad's brother, that's when a lot of that stuff will kick in.
Yeah.
Historical documents.
But keep going with what you were saying.
And go, oh, look at that. It's not something that's, I think, I mean, it stands the test of time. That is, again, if your grandkids have the technology to be able to watch what you ended up putting them on. A lot of people don't have CD drives anymore, or anything like that to be able to watch a lot of this stuff. They have the cloud, and then the cloud drops things off after a certain number of years. So unless you save them, you lose that stuff too.
Yeah.
So, I think, like KC, you got to think of it as transitory, but at the same time, like you said, Pirate, it's a historical document. It's something that you want to preserve for your kids,
Yeah.
That's the thing, Papa. I agree. You got to add out I go through a lot of the videos I take, and then we'll cut them down to just the good stuff, not the pick up the camera, watch it move around the room until I focus in on the subject kind of stuff. You make it interesting, and maybe it'll cycle through. I know the new Apple devices have a certain feature where they will compile certain events or certain time frames or certain things and give you moments that they make their own videos of.
Yeah, those are kind of cool.
So much easier to digest that stuff.
Yeah.
Just interesting.
Yep. That's like I said on this last trip that we just took to the beach. I took 2 photos. That's it. That's all I took. And none of them.
How many of you guys have a family Bible? I know that we've kind of, the modern society doesn't embrace organized religion to the extent that it used to, but for a long time where I grew up, everybody had a family Bible, and in that was a list of marriages. It was like a family tree. There was like a section in the back of the Bible that had pages where you could list maiden names of women and children and all of that. I don't know if anybody still participates in that or if that's just a dying thing.
Well, my dad had one, and then I just recently got a text from my brother that said that he had given it to somebody else. So we don't have one anymore. It was in the family, but then it's
the way. I mean, for generations, that was a way you could go back 2, 3, and 4 generations and see, like the family trees. Yep, Papa Max of births and deaths, marriages, and events. So for a long period of time, the family Bible was an archive of the family's history as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, boys.
Who does this? Who do we got? Nate. Welcome, Nate. How's it going?
It's going okay. I just had to chime in because I'm working on this old truck I'm restoring, and when whoever said, "Oh, I was living my life through 8mm or whatever," all that entered my brain was Dominic Toretto telling me that he lives his life a quarter mile at a time. Anyway, I'm an idiot, but I just had to say it.
No, yeah. I've learned a lot of stuff from Melissa. She's definitely, but she is one of the people that does like to photograph a lot of things. But one of the things that I've learned through hers is to enjoy the moment more than anything. Like, just enjoy the moment.
May be able to capture a snapshot, but the memories that you keep are much more vivid.
Yeah.
Your numbers guys are having a fit, Casey.
Yep, I see that. And I apologize. I am late, so let's get over to numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say... I did the numbers, on Papa Max the first couple days.
Yeah.
And I have mad respect for what you do now. I mean, it is insanely difficult to keep track of all that information.
No, you did a stellar job, man. You did a great job living in 3D. Fine job.
Well,
a fraction of what this job does.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. I appreciate that. It is, it is a lot harder than it looks. It is, believe it or not. Do you know? It's funny. I'm moving stuff around here, guys. So I am doing numbers, but one of the things that you were talking about with that whole Inside Out 2 movie is that it talks about anxiety. You don't understand how much anxiety it gives me on a daily basis to have to come in and do these numbers. Like, it just, and the anxiety stems from my own fears, but it's not a realistic fear. Like, I always tell my kids, it's okay to have fear, but it's not okay to be afraid of things that are not actually hurting you. And those are the kind of fears that you want to kind of conquer or try to get past if you possibly can, because it makes you a stronger person. Boy, let me tell you, it is fearful for me to have to sit here and do this stuff. I have had so many times where I've just been like, I don't want to do this. Not that I don't want to do it, but it's just more like, I'd rather be doing something else right now. Like, this is, It's not.
I can identify with that now.
Yeah.
Papa Mac says, you got 5 minutes till numbers. And I'm like, I'm getting out of here.
Escape. Escape.
But isn't that part of the pathology? That's part of the pathology, though, isn't it? When it's unfounded fears, those are the worst. I tell Mrs. Fire, she'll say, "Well, it's illogical. What's the worst that can happen?" And I said, "That's the most frustrating part. That I'm intelligent enough to realize that there's nothing bad that was going to result from this, and that's why it's so hard to reconcile." You're like, it's illogical to me, but that's part of it. Yeah. Anyway, numbers.
All right, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. We'll start with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right around 59%, 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Earlier this morning, we were seeing really high elevated EDGX numbers, and we still really kind of are. Off exchanges at 56.91% going through that. EDGX is at 11.02. The combined total on that 67.93%, or about 7.93% higher than what I would expect to see. That's a lot lower than the 19 or whatever percentage it was earlier this morning. So it is coming down a little bit. CHX volume for the day is at 618 shares. Nothing unusual there. GME's CHX volume for the day is 7,407. Nothing unusual with that number. Excuse me. Shares available to be borrowed does not appear to have changed. That's not true. Another 100,000 shares were borrowed at around 10:15 this morning. That's going to put us at 750,000 shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday it was about 800,000 shares, so we're getting really close to about what was borrowed yesterday. Some shares have been returned since then, and fees are, according to IBK, are being reported at 1.72%. According to Ortex, it was 62,000 shares borrowed this morning, and it's now a return of 107,000 shares. My math teacher from when I was in kindergarten would hate the fact that I'm saying and. 107,000, whatever. Estimated short-term interest of the free float as a result is going to maybe slightly drop there. It's at 14.82%. Cost of borrow ends at 2.73. Average is 3.27 and max 3.54. Shares on loan for the day today is at 70.46 million shares. That's 660,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 147,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options. Actually, before I take a look at options, GME's total amount of shares borrowed for the day is at 294,000 shares. Now taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on AMC was at a strike price of $5 with 2.7 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 7.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 1.7 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 3.5. We are seeing some elevated volume at $5 strike puts, which means puts are, seems like puts may be a little bit afraid that the price might not hit that $5 mark, and it seemed to be closing out, which could push us, and I think we would probably say within the last hour we have seen price moving up. So that could be part of the reason why we're seeing that price moving is that bullish momentum on puts closures at $5. But the market's still suggesting at this point in time, based on the volume levels, a close between $4.50 and $5. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on the list here with a 54.02% buy to 45.98% sell ratio. MMRI was 281.86 as of an hour ago. You can see there's been a sharp rise in both the 2-year and 10-year bond contracts, and that suddenly jumped up that MMRI to 284.56. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates as of an hour ago was 0.395 and is now currently at 0.377. We are seeing those get ever so closer to each other. We started off on Thursday when I started looking at these numbers at 0.427, so you can see that's dropped down quite a bit in just a couple days' time. NASDAQ is up 0.22, Dow Jones is up 0.25, and the SP 500 is up 0.26. We have 3,055 advancers to 2,302 decliners. The market is less advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, but still more advancing overall. There's actually some more sectors that are in the red for the day today. We have consumer discretionary is down the worst, or I'm sorry, no, utilities is down the worst, followed by consumer discretionary. The top two performing sectors is going to be technology, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Stinks. Financial institutions that are up or down 2.5% or more for the day since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. NYCB is up 5.76. Stank of California is up 3.19. First Horizon's up 5.81. Zion Stank is up 2.81. Western Alliance is up 3.87. Wells Fargo up 2.88. Stanks are getting a good run today. Gold down 0.07 and trending down. Silver up 0.54, trending down. Ethereum Classic down 1.42 and trending down. The US dollar is down 0.03, trending. I'm going to call it consolidating. Oil is up 0.95 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.17 to 0.2 and trending down. SPY is up 0.28 and trending down. VIX is down, or is up rather, 0.08. It looks like it may be trying to make a reversal off the downtrend that it was in, but still the overall trend is down. It's at 12.25 currently, with futures suggesting it should be around 13.78, which is well more than 1.5% higher than what it should be, or what the futures are suggesting it should be. VB is up 0.47 and is trending down. VBR is up 0.62, trending down. Tesla is up 1.64, trending down. Amazon is down 0.89, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.8, trending down. Doge is down 1.43, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.51, trending down. GME is up 1.91 and is trending up. HYMC is down 0.85 and is trending down. NCMI is up 0.71, trending up. Hood is down 0.22 and consolidating. And AMC is down 0.63 and consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend after an uptrend. So this may be in a lot of those puts that may have been sold off that drove the price up. And there may have been some calls as we got up to 488 that might have been closing out from those $5. And that helped to drive the price back down to the price that it's at now at 476. Which is very near yesterday's closing price of 478. On a 4-hour, actually, inflow versus outflow, there's $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.42 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 111 minutes worth of trading. Oops, hold on a second. We're on a pace for about 15.52 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. I think that prediction is going to be a good prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 56.5, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.32, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 55.52, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 52.53, which is average. I want to go back to something that we talked about a little bit ago. A bit ago. Before I just hand over to the back of the big tramp. But I talked about earlier about dumb money and how it portrayed the investors of AMC. I have seen firsthand the group of individuals who are invested in AMC. I have inside knowledge of what it is that they do for everybody does for a living. I can tell you there is a wide range of people who are invested in AMC. Very, very wide range of people who have different career paths. Some are reputable career paths, or what would be perceived as reputable. And I just want to state that I don't think we're really dumb money. I don't think we're as dumb as most people try to play us out as. And that's just a personal opinion of mine based off of what I've seen and experienced firsthand. I do feel like this is going to be me floating my own boat here, but I do feel like the quality of individuals who happen to be a part of this channel is a little bit higher than most other channels.
I don't know, man. Have you heard some of the dumb shit that Hayden says? I mean, have you paid attention when Preacher speaks? Do you really listen to some of the shit that these guys say? Come on, man.
Yeah, I do. But I still think that there's a really reputable group of people out here. I see the comment section in here is way more intelligent.
Despite a few dumbasses. I get it.
The comment section in here is way more intelligent than any other comment chat in any other live stream ever that I've seen. Some of the dumbass shit I see typed in other places is just ridiculous, and it's like the intelligence level here is like way higher. And I think that's great.
Morning, gentlemen.
And then there's Mason Blue. No, I'm just kidding. He's great.
Coming in hot.
That's like letting
But I do.
I'd like to say that
that's funny. That's funny. Mason Bluetooth said, "Did somebody ask for a dumbass? Did somebody call him? Was there somebody summoning a dumb fuck?"
I'll step in the shit. I started out as dumb money. Maybe I knew a bit, but they gave me time to learn, and that's their mistake.
Yeah.
So, and I think there's a lot of people in this community that feel the exact same way.
Yeah. But I just wanted
the worst thing they could have done.
I just want to say that I think that I've seen a wide range of people from everything investing in this, and that's what makes this whole thing, I think, beautiful. Is that we aren't dumb money. We're actually filled with a lot of smart money. And that's the part that's encouraging to me, because I really feel like there's just a lot of people here who are here for reasons that they see they can see what's going on, and they're like, yeah, this is messed up. This isn't right. This shouldn't be happening like this. And and yet they're still here. They're still part of it. And of course, I know there's people here who just want to make cash. I get it. I know that's the case. But I'm encouraged by what I see. And I hope you guys are too. And with that, I'm going to go grab a Red Bull and relinquish to the back of the big tramp. I'll be right back.
Oh, crap. Who's got the wheel? All right. That's not a bad idea to set up something similar to Casey's stream, but as a podcast, but more generalized. I think it's a good idea. Bring in all of us. We all have different backgrounds. Quick Q&As, 5-minute segments. Boom, done.
I missed it. What did you say?
Oh, we were talking about creating a podcast based around just this, just BSing all day, talking about AMC and that kind of thing. I already brought up that my voice, I have like a radio voice. They said you should do something with it. I said, well, if I were to do something, it would probably be a podcast about AMC. Just generalized news and stuff.
Yeah.
But it would have to be with this crew, because I don't know who else I could talk to about it as openly.
Yeah. What do you think is the state of the? Because I mean, I feel like you've got a pretty good, solid knowledge of like the state of the movie industry. Where do you feel the state of the movie? And be honest. I don't want you to what do you feel?
Where do I think we're at?
Yeah. Where do you think the state of the movie industry is at?
I think we're in a paradigm shift. I think everything is kind of changing a bit, and I think the ownership is where you start seeing where the issues are. As like with Sony Pictures and Columbia and Paramount Plus, these are all they're trying to combine their assets, and I think it's an issue. I think we lose in the long run. There's a lot of stuff that's getting dropped, and in other words, I think we're in a mess. I think the state of the system is a mess, but I don't think it's unrecoverable. We created these things, these tentpole monsters that all studios have to make, or they have no success.
Yeah.
Right. Like every summer we got to have big movies, and these big movies drive these smaller films to be made. So as an art form, I think it's hurting. As a way of commerce, I don't think it's going to change for a long time. I think it's going to remain what it is for a very long time. I wouldn't be in this if I didn't have faith in the company itself and that AMC's got a future ahead of itself.
Yeah. No, but I just wanted your perspective on like the movie industry, not necessarily the theater, because I mean, theaters obviously just benefit from showing the movies, but good.
I mean, look at the union issue. I mean, what we just went through last year, with the producers not wanting to pay, the fair share that's owed to the creators of a lot of these properties, and the hard work put in by writers, directors, actors, stage crew, electricians, grips. There's so many different industries. Then you got the special effects companies and these are all companies that feed off that main beast. And I don't think that's going to change too much. So we'll always have movies. Well, there'll be something like, are we in the golden age? Definitely not. Silver age? Probably not. But when we look back in 15, 20 years at this era of movies, it'll probably be all, superhero. Yes. Most people will point to that.
Yeah.
The really good movies are hard to find right now.
So
they seep in.
Let me tell you how I relate to what it is that you're saying. In the gaming industry, I feel like where we kind of moved into the dark age of gaming. And the reason for it is and I hate to say this, but it's cell phones really caused a lot of people to become new gamers that they weren't gamers from the past. And so you have a lot of companies out there who were, I guess, maybe trying to pander to new cell phone type games, and they started to realize that they were looking for like a pay to play kind of structure. And they learned a lot from what they could do with pay-to-play type systems on phones and started implementing a lot of that into gaming to where you started finding that a lot of games just turned into these like grind fests for stuff where you could just pay for it one way or the other. And so it really just, everything was driven, instead of artistically being driven for quality content, it was more about pushing out a substance that was going to get orders that came in and people had to buy stuff to get things. And microtransactions, yeah, right. Like it's all about just get people to put in little bits of money here and there, and it equals to large sums. And it just, in my opinion, it put us into a dark ages of gaming, and we're still fighting to get out of it. I think it's not even done yet. It's still kind of going there. And I feel like the same things kind of happen with like the movie industry as well, where, when we, in terms of things where we talk about microtransactions, you could look at that as things like Netflix or Amazon Prime or Hulu or all these other different avenues on which you can receive your entertainment in your household and not have to go out to a movie theater to watch it. And so they were really looking to try and move away from movie theaters, but then they found that they were actually making less money because people couldn't afford all these different subscriptions to all these different things. And so what it ended up doing was this instead of the power grab and the money grab was so tight that it stifled or it threatened the creativity portion side of movie making. So I feel like what we're kind of doing is we're proving a point here, and we're saying like, look, no, it really does pay you more to have us come out to the movie theaters, and by showing that they can actually make more per movie, and that's by getting people into seats in a movie theater, that's actually more profitable to them in the long run. Hopefully we can bring back this artistic side of the movie industry that's going to drive what it is that we need ultimately as we as shareholders for AMC is going to bring what we need to come back into the movie theaters, which is quality movies. So I hope we're on the forefront of leading towards a new golden age of artistic quality material coming through. But I can't, I don't know for sure if that's going to be the case or not. We'll see. Time will tell.
Every period let's just take filmmaking over the last 100 years. I mean, we can go back thousands of years and say that storytelling has always been a public thing. Showing up, watching something be presented in front of you with a group of people that you can either cheer along with or boo or hiss, going back Greek times, Shakespearean times, all the way. Okay. So in theaters, that's why I have faith theaters aren't going anywhere. And as a public showing, as far as what we're going to see in these theaters, that I can't really speak to. Yeah. I do see that there's a lot of changes being made in the system. But like I said, going back, it used to be when theaters first started that they were owned by the production companies, and then they would have a place to present their own theaters. But then there came I don't remember the name of the law. There was a law that I think was Columbia or UA. One of these guys, they had to create a Paramount law. Sorry, it was about not allowing studios to own their theaters. So that's how AMC was able to come in and start to thrive as a service. And people in the 20s and into the 30s, when we had the market crash and people were the poorest ever, they still wanted to go see movies. They still wanted escapism from the reality that was so horrible out there that they could go into a theater, into a dark room, sit with other people, and escape for a while. I have a feeling where we're at in society, we're about at that point again, where we're going to see people thriving, flocking to theaters to get away from reality, to escape. Theaters will make it available to people at a cheaper price. I'm sure the price will come down, blah, blah, blah. It'll make it easier for people to escape back to movies. At that time, we're going to start seeing that golden age appear again. People are going to start creating content for everybody, but it's going to be more, I would imagine, more fantasy and more creative to get them away from the reality of, oh my God, I have no money. Yeah. I need to make rent. Yeah. I would rather just hide here for a while. Yep. That pure escapism, I think, is going to come back and fuel a lot of creativity.
That really, that's where dreams are created, right? Out of nothing. Dreams are created from when you have nothing. Because you have nothing. That's all you have is dreams. That's it. That's all you have left to you is a dream. And that's where creationism is. Pattern. Yeah, it is. Oh, most definitely.
So, you Adam Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
There is?
I'm getting to it. I'm warming up to it here. I already kind of was skimming over it as in living in 3D was talking. I almost called you in living color.
Living 3D, it's my opinion that the vacuum that exists is with the creators of the content. It's the same as within YouTube. The pipeline is there. Hollywood's there. The sets are there. The cameras, the grips, the best boys. The actors are all in place, which, in my opinion, humble as it may be, what we have, and is evident. My evidence of that is why we got Spider-Man 5. They find a little hit, and they just keep rehashing the same shit and repackaging it over and over again.
Yeah.
And it's all because of you need content, just like content creators need content on YouTube. And as opposed to having new and fresh ideas being brought forth and like new artwork, they just keep regurgitating the same garbage over and over again.
And
so
wow.
It's just my opinion that
and
these are the same people that screamed up and down that they wanted a writer's strike to be paid more money. And my whole time I was pounding my desk saying, none of you are worth a shit as it is, because the evidence is none of you are writing anything cool.
And
where's the new Star Wars at? Where's the next fucking Star Wars?
And wow, does this lead into what Adam Aaron wrote in his tweet, which is very political, by the way. Extremely.
Nice.
He went there.
Nice.
So I'm just going to lay a little bit of a disclaimer here. Adam Aaron's liberal. So you can imagine where he might stand
on Hollywood and California.
Yeah. which is okay. Which I don't. By the way, everybody should know this by now about me. You're all my friends. It doesn't matter if you're liberal or not. I love you all. So it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I think people are people, and that's a great thing. It's a belief in.
Well, fuck you. I need to see voter ID cards. You're a fucking Boy Scout. When you come to me,
all right. So let me
see 2 forms of ID and your voter ID.
Let me read.
I need to see your registration.
Let me read this.
You have to know I'm biting my wallet right now.
All right, here we go. This is from Adam Aaron. Maybe I should post this on the screen. I should probably post it in here. That way you guys can just read it for yourself. But I will read it, though. I believe in something called American exceptionalism, which loosely translates to the notion that the United States has been a remarkable country of extraordinary accomplishment over some 2.5 centuries. Give credit to the founding fathers for creating a nation devoted to principles that are all created equal and should be free to enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Give credit also to the so-called greatest generation, who some 80 years ago helped win World War II and pull humankind back from fascism and evil. And give credit to the inventors, whether it was the ones who sparked the Industrial Revolution of the 1800s or more recently who led the world's transformation into the information age of modern day. The U.S. has been very far from perfect, but overall it has been a country committed to achieving progress and unabashedly one that has been striving for greatness, which takes me to last night. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen last night yet, guys. I haven't seen last night yet, so I have no idea what's going to be said here. Almost half the country watched on live television a train wreck right before their eyes. What might have been an astounding and enlightening event instead was an appalling and embarrassing catastrophe. I keep my personal politics completely distant from my running the world's largest movie theater chain. Our company happily serves all people regardless of their political ideology and views. But right now, both as a citizen and as a leader, I feel compelled to speak out. So this tweet is a personal one from me and not a corporate statement of the views of AMC Entertainment. Neither the 45th President of the United States nor the 46th President of the United States should be our 47th. Whether you like either of them or do not, we should thank each of them for having served our country with 4 years of leadership, but it's time to move on, to reach ahead and not look back. As for President Trump, he is often untruthful and has been found in 3 separate courts so far to be less than honorable. With more trials possibly ahead. That's how it ends. With more trials possibly ahead. And as for President Biden, sadly, Father Time is clearly robbing him of his mental capacity. I said capacity. I didn't even say capacity. He says acuity and physical energy to shoulder the burdens of the toughest job on the planet. The American people deserve a better choice in November than that offered by President Trump or by President Biden. The world deserves an American leader more right for the challenges of the next 4 years. It is time for open conversation in both parties. It may be a very slim possibility of actually happening that America gets to have a do-over, but in my view, new leaders need an answer to answer the call. Rise to the moment and immediately emerge to capture the 2 major party nominations. In my opinion, one that I believe is shared by millions, if not tens of millions of potential U.S. voters, neither President Trump nor President Biden should be on the ballot this fall. Gentlemen, step down. Well, wow. I'm not going to make it about politics. I'm just reading what he wrote. I'm gonna keep my comments to myself.
All the cows are coming out. There's absolutely no way we can let this go, Casey. There's no way. We got to speak to this. This is Adam Aaron plainly doing damage control. It was a slaughter last night, and to say that both of those men are incapable of leading our country, that's some weak sauce, man. Listen, this is just another example. What happened last night was my dream come true. The curtain was pulled back to show the stark differences. And it's revealed what we have known for a year, maybe 2 years. Joe Biden hasn't been running this country. He's a frail, fragile, delicate old man, and I think it's appalling what they've done to him. It's almost elder abuse. I felt sorry for the guy. But to say that both of those men are under the same heading, I just disagree with it. But in an effort to keep to keep the peace today. I'll try to. I promised myself I wouldn't go down this path today, and I was going to be real diligent about it. But after Adam Aaron steps into the fray, I'd have to respond, at least in kind.
I have gone my entire it's true. I've gone my entire voting life since 1994 to current. I have gone my entire voting life wishing that the person who was going to be voted for as the nominee never making it to the final podium. My entire life, voting life so far, and I'm going to be 48 here in less than a month. So we're talking about how many years is that? 30 years? 30 years. 30 years. Never once has my main candidate that I've wanted to see win, who I thought had brand new, fresh ideas, somebody who would change things from going the same direction we've always been going to trying to do something different and taking us a different direction and possibly changing things for the better, has always gone underlooked. And I don't know why.
Have you ever wondered why?
No, I don't know why. I wonder why, but I have no clue.
Because your candidate, is it possible that your candidate is always so far from the mainstream that he could never garner enough support to even be a real candidate?
I don't think so.
At some point in time, you have to reach the majority of the people. At some point, you can't just have
Mike
an
Huckabee
outlier who only tells what 1 out of 100 people want to hear. At some point in time, the man's message, whoever it is, has to appeal to the majority of the country, not just a few outliers.
No, I mean, I would not say that any of those people were extremists or anything. They just,
I got sucked into.
They were actually more down the middle.
Ross Perot was an extremist. He was going to turn the upper, and I was one of those ones who split the vote. I gave my vote to Ross Perot, and it cost us the presidency that year. But I just know that at some point in time, our leaders have to reflect what the majority of the country wants. And more often, and I commiserate with you, it does seem like more often than not, it's a choice of the lesser of two evils. I have seen that my entire adult life. It always seems like, well, both of these guys are fucked, but one's less fucked than the other.
Yeah, I hate that.
But I would argue that in our current environment right now, it's not even close. It's not like, well, both of these guys are really fucked up, but this one particular guy here, he's just a little less fucked up. I'm saying, look, man, come on, let's just call it what it is. The differences are far beyond just a minor inconsistencies. But,
yeah, well, I'm sad. I'm sad about that. I'm sad that that's been my life of 30 years for voting for this country. It makes me sad.
Casey, I don't know if it's because we're both, schooled in San Diego through those formative years, but I was always raised hopeful for the government, and and this is what we talked about the other day, is that, we wanted a better future, whoever can provide the better future. There are guys that have radical ideas that run for president, but it's not that you shouldn't get behind them, but that those ideas, if they do have merit, should be adopted, at least and carried. I was always hoping by this point we'd have flying cars. And,
Me too.
Idyllic life,
Yeah. We should have had flying cars by now.
We're certainly not where we thought we'd be.
No, we're not. But we could have been so much further ahead here. I'm with you on that. I'm so far, I feel like we are so stuck behind times right now. There's no reason why this should be the case. None. We should be so much further ahead right now.
Want to wipe the slate clean, start fresh, get a couple of candidates. Let's just start this country again.
We shouldn't be dealing with cancer the way that we still are. I mean,
exactly.
There's so much stuff that we're just so far behind on that is just things that I feel like the core inside of me tells me that we could have fixed this. We could have stopped this. But because, for whatever reason or another, we decided that money was more important, and that and political viewpoints were going to get in the way, and we had to decide that that those came before life or whatever, and it bothers me, man. It just bothers me that we could be so much further ahead.
I was telling my wife, I said, I'm so old. I remember when Republicans cared about money and the liberals cared about artistic stuff. And now they're not even close to those kind of things anymore. It's not the same. You watch a show like in the from the 70s, and when they get into fights like on All of the Family and stuff, it's not the same kind of topics. It's so different.
It's a strange world we live in. Strange world.
Hayden, you think someone's gonna take your job, Hayden?
Yeah, Hayden's like, no, we can't have flying cars. Everybody's gonna die.
I just want my flying drone, my one passenger drone that I can sit in and take off it.
I wonder, like, was there anybody at some point, like, did they have, I'm sure cars at some point, everybody's like, no, we can't do cars. We can't do cars. Like, it's too dangerous. It had to be something that was probably said at some point or another, I would imagine.
Yeah. I know we were, like monorails, stuff like this, different kind of transportation, mass transportation.
Have you seen the pictures of train tracks that used to float in the air?
No.
Oh, hold on a second here. Sorry, I had a big old burp on
Maglev.
Hold on a second.
Magnetic levitation.
No. Hold on. So let me look this up here. Is like
listen here, man.
Danny, welcome.
Hey,
have you ever seen the movie Sausage Party? Well, welcome, Danny. Good to see you.
Listen here, man. When we mow ass, we're gonna have a thousand trillionaires, and we're gonna build a flying train like in Back to the Future.
No. I'll show you. I didn't explain what I meant when I said that. Hold on.
What, Sausage Party? What didn't you explain?
Hold on a second here. Let me.
The back of this room is starting to look like.
Yeah, that's what this is Sausage Party back here.
Thank goodness Jeff could change his profile pic. We have one girl back here.
I'll go with the flying cars when y'all start not cutting each other off on the freeway on-ramp. Then I'll go with the flying cars.
I like it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
When you can learn to merge, then you can fly. Until
Hayden's
then,
like,
no.
Hayden's like, these fucks, they can't manage a 4-way stop, and they want to zoom through the air and fucking, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've got to go first. Boom.
Right, road raging.
Yeah, and I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
You don't want to be flying when you can't get good internet service. I get it. Yeah, I hear you.
Was it?
I hear you.
The car wash, man? What's going on here?
Hold on a second. I gotta find these pictures.
What are you pulling up? I gotta pull up.
I gotta find it. Hold on. I gotta find it first. I've seen the picture before, and I gotta find it again. Hold on a second.
Was it the one with the woman? She's opening her mouth, and all the hot dogs are hitting her face.
No.
Glad to see AA's tweets not affecting the stock price at all.
When did he tweet? I didn't see that one. Hey, what's up, bro, Julie?
No, the simple fact of the matter is the Democratic Party, and rightfully so, are in mad panic. All you have to do is go flip through any of the channels last night, CNN, even their after debate analysis, and all the rest of the shows with the talking heads. There was a sea change last night. There was a seminal moment. Things happened where you watched, there was all sorts of talk about whether he should step down, no longer be the party's nominee. It ran from that all the way, just whatever it was. But it was a stark contrast. It was a departure from their normal water carrying of Joe is okay, he's cognitively fine, everything is okay. So when their very own supporters, their very own, the most staunch cheerleaders recognize that, holy fuck, this is bad, then that tells you something right then and there.
He's old.
So
He's old.
they've come out this morning and declared that he won't be stepping down and all that. But that's immaterial. Just the sheer fact that you saw that panic, that you couldn't hide it. It was palpable, and it's all over the news today, and it'll be all over the internet. It's really like, oh fuck, what are we gonna do? And
I just think they all have their
You
marching
can't see that with your own eyes. If you can't see that with your own eyes, then I can't help you.
For every one of them to say the same message, that's their marching order. This is all set up.
Yeah, I agree.
You're gonna get 2 months before the election, and they're gonna bring up the dude from California that everybody hates.
Yeah, I agree.
Whatever drugs they gave Biden didn't work.
But listen, whether you like Trump or not, when Trump said, I don't know what the hell he just said. I don't even think he knows what he just said. That was
funny.
Like the biggest,
it was funny.
Like,
yeah, that was funny.
Ever.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Stockwitz blinks more than Biden did last night. Jesus.
That's a good one.
That's
However,
funny. That was very
smell
funny.
in that room
Oh man.
on both was a little too
For,
much.
for me, you know, I have a special problem with people who are less than truthful. I share with all of you that I was a chronic pathological liar as a young man, so it's easy for me to spot as an adult now. And there's lying, and then there's lying. There's stretching the truth, and for me, I guess, and no lying is acceptable. But politicians, to some extent or another, they're going to paint the corners, you know, on balls and strikes. But where I draw the line is when Biden says stuff like "no uniformed personnel were killed on my watch." That's spitting in the face of those people during Afghanistan's withdrawal. Those guys that were killed. There's 13 people. Call those 13 families up. These are young people, 18, 19, 20 years old, who died in uniform in Afghanistan. And for him to stand up and say, "No, nobody got killed on my watch," that's insulting and it's disgusting. And like I said, there's lying, stretching the truth, and then there's just plain out bullshit. And that's the kind of stuff that sets me off. Like I said, I'm not. Yeah.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Yeah.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
That's it.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Have mercy on your soul. Yeah.
What was that, Billy Madison?
That was Joe Biden.
To Joe Biden or from Joe Biden? No, that doesn't make any sense.
I'd love to know.
There was no shortage of comedy in it. I mean, you got two of the men who arguably want to be the most powerful man in the world. Again, both of them want another shot at it. And the most incendiary thing between them was their golf handicap. That was fucking riotously funny. That was fucking riotously funny. Where they're debating about the border issues, COVID, all of that. But you saw the real knives come out when Biden said he was a 6 handicap. It was fucking hilarious. And then within two sentences, he changed it to an 8 handicap. So was it a 6 handicap or is it an 8? But that was so the whole night was replete with humor. But no, I was gratified. Right. I got everything I expected out of it and more.
That was as close to a dick measurement contest part of it.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
That was as close to the real them as you saw on both sides. Is them
and
looking
Twitter
at each
and
other
Twitter and X
okay.
just the golf is hugely popular in this country, and the Twitter just exploded from all the golf people. It was fucking hilarious. I stayed up till 11 o'clock last night just reading all the fucking funny comments. The shit. It's hilarious.
I think when Biden said 6 or 8 handicap, I think he said he was meaning that's how many decades he's been parking in the handicap spot.
Well, no. Well, I hope you watch it, KC. I hope you watch it from beginning to end, uninterrupted. And I hope you pay close attention to it because it's eye-opening, to say the least. And
you could hear the air just leave the room at the minute that Biden got that first question, and it was just like, oh man, here's what we're about to see. You couldn't hear him. He couldn't speak at all, really. And it was just from there on, it was something else. But again, 80 years old, poof, you're losing brain cells just sitting there.
So off topic here.
I watched the whole thing. Casey, before you started the stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, how the hell is Casey going to keep politics out of it today? It was literally it was like a comedy special.
Had it not been for Adam Aaron.
Reflect censor content. It was not pirate. I was not the transgressor. I did not say a fucking word. In fact, I admonished somebody in chat not to talk politics. But fuck it, Casey's going to come in here and read AA's diatribe, then I have to respond. So he opened the door. I just walked through it.
Adam Arno.
It was seriously the funniest thing I've seen in a year. Because you know how they've ruined comedy with all the woke agenda? This was like hilarious. I'm going to watch it again tonight.
My granddad's fight.
I'm going to watch it again.
One with the Democrat. It wouldn't make sense of either of them.
I'm
they
just
both misremember facts. They both argue about things they don't barely remember. It was quite a couple hours.
I don't know.
Yes, one guy was a lot more alert than the other, but in the end, I'm still undecided. I'm like Adam. I don't know what to do.
This
I
is
want better choices.
I'm changing subjects here for just a second. This is what I was trying to look for here. I was trying to look for these pictures. We had elevated. This is an elevated train on 110th Street in New York City in 1910. 1910. We're talking about 100. What are we at here? 2024. 114 years. Is that right? Yeah, 114 years later, and this shit's like we're still looking like this over here. Right? Like this shit, like what the fuck? How does 114 years go by and we went from this right here to this right here? It looks no different. It's just like the different style car traveling on elevated stuff. It's like, what in the world is going on? Like, why are we so far behind after 104? We didn't. In this picture in here, nobody had ever been on the moon before. In this picture right here, oh shit, tons of people been on the moon. It's like, why have we only gone from here to here? We have not gotten any.
It's about asset allocation. Our country spends its resources on foolish things. Whether it's building desalination plants in the Middle East for foreign countries who hate us, or whether it's studying whether tree frogs in South Africa can become gay after smoking cigarettes. It all comes down to how we spend our money. This is the state of the disrepair in our country. Our bridges are collapsing, our dams are failing, and our interstates are crumbling. But we just pour money into the rest of the planet, and it's got to stop.
This picture's from 1891. That same street, 110th Street, New York City, 1891. And this is this is where we are now.
It's not as obvious because it doesn't have the visual impact that what you're showing. But the sewer systems in the major cities and the water and the pipelines, our electrical transmission grid, all of that stuff is on the verge of collapse. It's what they call functionally obsolete. It's done. Nothing lasts forever. And that's what we talked about this before, Casey. That's what a president could get the country behind is to let's rebuild our country again. Let's take care of our own house, our own toilets, and our own roads.
Infrastructure.
It's insanity.
Absolutely.
Insanity.
I think we're missing an opportunity. As fans of the movie theaters, we need Biden as Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau as Trump, and we need a grumpy old man 3.
I'd see that.
Yeah, my favorite character. Don't forget Burgess Meredith, the old man Burgess Meredith. He's the sleeper, scene stealer in that.
Yeah, he was so great.
Yeah, who could play him then?
Did you know that the Empire State Building was built with a port for hot air balloons? Because at one point they thought that was going to be the massive mode of transportation.
Well, they had a mast on it. It was a mast for the dirigibles, like the Hindenburg. Yeah. It was set up for dirigibles to be able to dock. Lighter than air.
All right, dirigibles. But in the end, technology passed by. They found other ways that were easier ways to travel. I think at the time. I don't know the exact history on that, but I do know that they attempt things. I think future cities not only were supposed to have elevated trains, but have elevated streets levels, and that's why movies like Blade Runner show like various levels.
Yeah, well, fuck you and KC and your distraction. Let's get back to that. Would it be better? Let me ask you guys, would it be better if everyone agrees, if I'm the outlier here and I'm a Trump lover, if everyone agrees that both candidates are less than desirable, does that make it even more important? Does that increase now the selection of the vice president? Is the race now about who is going to be the vice president? Because arguably that's who will get the next 8 years.
Maybe.
Whether it's Trump's VP or Biden's VP, is it a fair argument to say it's really about who the VP is now? Because both of these guys are going to get 4 years, and that's okay. But ultimately, with all likelihood, whoever the incumbent is, his vice president is going to have a real strong leg up to get. So maybe there's something to be said for. Maybe we need to look at this in terms of ignore these two fucking guys and let's see who their second in command is going to be.
I'd rather vote
welcome,
for
Yucca.
Yucca Fu.
Welcome, Yucca.
Yucca Fu 2024.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, the Republicans finally got a man of a different color they can bring in and garner some votes for the first time
His
ever.
slogan, not make America
What's your
great.
thoughts? Who do you guys think is going to? I mean, obviously it's going to be Kamala Harris.
I
unless
don't.
something,
I don't
unless
care.
I'm
It's
missing
numbers.
something.
It's
Kamala
numbers time.
Harris
I don't
is
care. Censored content.
Gimmick.
Welcome this morning, by the way. Welcome. Good. It's time to take a look at these numbers here.
Good morning.
It's still Trump.
I'm hiding into my
Still
smoke.
gonna win. Trump's still gonna win.
Let me take you guys over to the other page here.
Between Haku and Trump. So,
Casey.
Yes,
welcome,
sir.
welcome.
Good to be here.
Guys, I gotta run. I got class.
Where are you
So I
running
wanna
to?
pop in
You're
and say,
always saying that.
I know.
Running place.
I'll come back around 3:30, 4 o'clock. No, you won't be here for.
Are we gonna have a cheers today? Guess whose birthday it is?
Whose birthday is it? Yours? Not yours.
Yeah,
Yours.
go.
April Fool's Day.
Guess his birthday.
Fair enough. Fuda.
Nope.
Who?
These nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, got him. Numbers. Bastard.
I didn't let him outside. Is he?
It's my uncle. It's my uncle's birthday. Uncle Tom, but he doesn't live in a cabin.
Yeah.
But he lives in North Carolina. All right. Numbers.
All right. Later.
It is my uncle's birthday. I'll cheers to him. All right. Sorry, guys.
Check out.
Love you guys. I'll see you later.
Hold on a second, guys. We can't find Bruno. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Danny, are you suggesting we cheers Uncle Tom's?
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? No, just my Uncle Tom.
All Uncle Tom's, we have to cheer him.
Oh
Can't
no.
find Bruno.
Stop.
You know what? I was listening to everybody. I like to say that I don't like how they right after the debate they all had an opinion, and it seems like they painted it a certain way. They try to persuade people to think differently, even though they knew that they want to vote for a certain candidate. But it seems like they influence. They
had their marching orders.
Yeah, it was so.
Every one of them had the exact same opinion. They were all on the same spectrum, and that's 100% correct. It was handed to them to
They've
read.
spent so much time trying to hide the truth with lies.
Yeah.
It's a simple fact, man. They've spent so much time trying to camouflage how delicate his situation is for the obvious reasons. He's not fit to lead the most powerful country in the world. So what happens is it's out in the front, and I'll tell you what happened last night. The Democrats saw. It doesn't matter what Republicans or people like me who support Trump think. What happened last night was there were big donors, big money people who get to make the decisions on who runs and who doesn't, who said, holy shit, this is the horse we're betting on. And that's what happened last night. They were
Alrighty.
no longer able to use earpieces and things to hide what the truth is. So it'll be interesting. I still say we'll see who the VPs are. That's who's going to down.
Numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange volume somewhere right around 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We currently have 57.
Bruno?
Yeah, he was upstairs. 57.58% of our volume going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.39%. The combined total on that's 67.97%, or about 5.97% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 618 shares going through there, nothing unusually large. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 11,270, also nothing unusually large. According to IBKR this morning, we're seeing about 650,000 shares available to be borrowed. Nothing's changed in the last hour. Fees are at 1.72%. In total, IBKR is seeing about 750,000 shares borrowed for the day-to-day. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there was 107,000 shares having been returned. It's now 158,000 shares having been borrowed. That change is going to drive the estimated short share interest up to 14.84%. Cost borrow mins at 2.32, averages 2.92, and max 3.54. Shares on loan for the day is at 70.46 million shares. That's 660,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 147,000 of that was in returned short interest. Taking a look at GME, an hour ago, I think it was a borrowed amount of shares. It's now a return of 130,000 shares on GME for the day-to-day. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike for AMC. An hour ago, there were 7.5 thousand contracts there, so now 9.7 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put positions in volume is going to be at a $4.50 strike. There was 3.5 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 3.9. The market is still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 52.75% buy to 47.25% sell ratio. That's been dropping. It was a little bit higher. I think we started out the day around 56%, so it has been dropping a little bit. I'd like to see 60-40 or higher just to kind of give me warm, fuzzy feelings for Fuzzy Friday. MMRI was 284.56. We've been seeing a steady rise on this throughout the day today, and it's now up to 285.05. The higher that rises, the more risk there is in the marketplace. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is 0.375. It was 0.377 as of an hour ago. NASDAQ is up 0.08, Dow Jones is up 0.04, and the S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,098 advancers to 2,350 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. But from an hour ago, actually it's more advancing than it was an hour ago as well, by about 40 securities. I'm not sure. I've never actually looked up to see if those are including commodities or not, but probably should look that up sometime. Taking a look at sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. There's two strong sectors that are down: utilities, followed by consumer discretionary. The two most positive sectors for the day today are energy, followed by technology. Technology was up a lot more earlier this morning and has been dropping for a while since, I guess, market open, really. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Out of those 4 that are green, 2 are almost ready to flip over to the red side. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. NYCB is up 4.77. First Horizon's up 5.27. Wells Fargo's up 2.46, close enough, and that's it. Gold is up 0.1, making a reversal off the downtrend into an uptrend. Silver is up 0.57 and consolidating after a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is down 1.39, and I'm going to go with consolidating currently after a downtrend. The US dollar is down 0.02 and consolidating with maybe a slight downtrend forming. Oil is up 1.18, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from down anywhere from 0.23 to 0.26 and trending down. SPY is up 0.05 and trending down. VIX is currently down 0.57 and still continuing to trend down at 12.17, with the future suggesting it should be somewhere around 1388 again. The gap between where the futures are at and where the VIX is actually at is starting to widen. I would imagine that will eventually gap up one of these days. We will see probably a large jump in the VIX up to that 1350 to 1380 range. VB is up 0.35 and is currently consolidating. VBR is up 0.45 and trending down. Tesla is up 0.12, trending down. Amazon is down 1.41, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.21 and consolidating after a downtrend. Doge is down 0.2 and is trending, looks like it's breaking the downtrend it was in into an uptrend. Bitcoin is down 1.44 and trending down. GameStop is up 3.03% and trending up. HYMC is up 1.07 and consolidating. NCMI is up 1.53, trending up. Hood is up 0.2, trending up. And AMC is down 0.92. And it was consolidating and starting to move back into a downtrend again here. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's about $600,000 more outflow than inflow. $5.4 million dollars. 5.4 million shares have been traded so far for the day-to-day after 163 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 12.92 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 10 to 30 million shares traded by the end of the day, and I think that will be a good prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.96, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.84, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's going to occur within the next 30 minutes. RSI is at 49.46, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.6, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
We got awfully quiet.
Yeah, that's all right. I was reading through what everybody was saying in the chat in here.
Yeah, we're BSing.
I see you had recommended Michael J. Fox, but he's Canadian. And then Dirty said his Parkinson's makes him sad.
That's true. Me too.
Yeah.
But he's such a cool guy. Nobody hates that guy.
Yeah,
everyone-
it's hard to hate him.
Who would be a great candidate? It would be Ryan Reynolds.
I take on Deadpool.
Also another Canadian.
Another cavalier. Funny.
I wrote a joke. I wrote a joke about Michael J. Fox. Actually, it was about somebody shaking, and the analogy was that the metaphor was that he was shaking like Michael J. Fox after his third espresso. And it might have been a little too soon after his diagnosis, but I thought it was riotously funny.
Man.
What about Ice Cube?
Does he shake?
What about your boy Roaring Kitty?
You don't think Ice Cube would be a good candidate as a president?
Oh, I didn't understand.
I think he melts under the pressure, man.
What Ice Cube are we talking about here? Are we talking about old school Ice Cube, like NWA? Or are we talking about...
Yeah, that one.
Are we there yet?
I don't know. I'm just thinking. Who else? That Cat Williams? I mean, who do you want? I mean...
Oh, those are my choices, huh?
I think
Dave Chappelle, then. Give me Dave.
Chappelle. Oh, no, Dave
Ken
Chappelle
Griffin.
would be great. To be honest,
Ken
Dave
Griffin
Chappelle.
would be a great president.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think George Carlin in a second if we could resurrect him.
Oh, my God.
Why don't we just go for another actor? Can we find an actor, a U.S. actor that could step up to the plate?
What about Pamela Anderson?
There's no more
That's
actors.
another Canadian.
Shit, man. What the fuck is going on? You guys are coming over the border? We need to put a wall over there. What about KC Shaw?
You know what? It sounds like you like Canada more than me. Everybody you bring up is Canadian.
I guess it's these ladybags or something. She's Canadian.
Lady bags? What's that mean? I don't get it.
It's Honeybags.
I don't know who that is.
Arnold was a great governor.
She's in your Discord, Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arnold, he was always like, at his press conferences, I got to get through the chopper.
I don't think Casey, he has a mansion and he doesn't know he has all these rooms. I don't think he's been in that room. That's what it sounds like.
Hey, so who makes sound clips for your soundboards?
Anybody who makes them, I guess.
Preacher.
The people.
How can I submit one for?
I think.
Just send it to me.
Yeah, there you go.
Send it to you.
It has to be in a
send it
certain
to me.
format, though. What format does it have to be? Like, I can't remember.
Just send it to me, and then I'll record it. I'll convert it. I'll do
Okay.
the cool
All right,
things.
deal. I appreciate it. Okay.
I'll master it, and then we'll send it to KC so we can get the approval, and then we'll put it out. Is it the hot tool? Hot tool?
No, it's legendary though. I think it's been far too long since it's happened that if I'm the one that has to bring it up, then it might as well be put up there already. Here, I'll DM it to you real quick, Jeffrey.
Cool.
He called him Brandon. He called him Brandon last night.
Maybe we can do Mel Gibson. Maybe he can run for president.
Yeah, well, he's Australian.
What about Pantheon?
I know. I'm trying to come up with. I'm trying to come up with as many people as I can. That's not. I don't know. Why not? Because we just we like what we don't have.
Got it. Al Bundy.
I say Gary Busey.
Let's see.
You should use your links to get Harrison Ford in on this, Casey.
How about Hugh Jackman? Can we do Hugh Jackman? How about
Harrison Ford. Is he British?
Can we do Russell Crowe?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Tom Hardy.
It's another Englishman.
How about Selma Hayek? We could do Selma Hayek.
Yeah, Rihanna Reeves. Is
I
he
would vote
Canadian
for Selma.
too?
I would change the laws for Selma Hayek. We just lie to her, let her know she's president, just make it all fake, like, set up sets and everything for her. I'll be responsible for that. I'll take that.
Oh, Brian Carpenter.
Who?
Are you Canadian? Brian Carpenter, the actor.
Will Smith. Will Smith. We'll get him to go bitch slap somebody into shape. And if he starts getting out of line, and he can go do his Will Smith
Brad
thing
Pitt.
on him.
Brad Pitt.
What about that? What about that Cody guy?
Cody Banks.
Make a wish.
Come on, don't be mean.
I'm dying to know, Casey, if you were king for a day and you could just point your magic wand to be a kingmaker, who would you appoint president today? Anybody in your whole orbit, actors, musicians. You bring your dad back to life. Who would you?
I'd vote for my dad. I'd vote for my dad for sure. I'd definitely.
I'll vote for your dad.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
If I could bring him
anybody else
back.
come to mind that you could say, all things being equal, who would you nominate?
I don't know.
And then your dad would be like, "You brought me back for this shit."
I've always been amazed. Yeah, exactly. That's funny, Yucca. I've always just been amazed by people's their adoration of actors. I mean, I get it. They play roles, and people become infatuated with the role itself. But I've always wondered what makes people think that a person whose only skill or predominant skill is just pretend to be somebody else, how that makes them uniquely qualified to make decisions of such huge consequence, economics, geopolitical, safety, military, all the above. It's a strange phenomenon.
It's more about leadership.
We assign this level of I guess gravitas to an actor.
No, it's more about leadership and whether or not you can get people to, because regardless of what your past history is on,
maybe it's that. That's it. You might hit it.
it really doesn't have to do with what your job past was, but more about the ideas that you have and whether or not you can, push things towards those directions because of your influence.
You get people to rally around your cause or coalesce around your ideas.
So I would say, somebody who would be president, which, should have a charisma level that is capable of being able to lead people on a level of being able to lead people or get them to follow what it is, their direction that they're trying to take things. And I think that charisma plays a big part and raise money. Yeah, absolutely. That plays into it.
I would argue, I'm sorry, I just argue from a production point of view that, some of these aren't just actors, but if we were to take somebody like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Ronald Reagan even, both of them are producers as well. And not just act in the films, but are responsible for making sure that several unions are in line with what's going on in the production and that they're following certain guidelines and stuff like that. So they get good at working with other people and problem solving.
Yeah.
And in those regards, I can see why sometimes that's seen as good in politics, because as Casey says, you got to schmooze people. You got to have charisma.
Yep.
But you also have to have.
Why not more war heroes? Why not more guys?
Sometimes they don't have charisma.
There have been.
They don't have
McCain.
charisma.
Yeah, it's charisma. True. Really, that's the missing part. Look at some of the
that says something about us as a society, doesn't it? That we would much rather have a charismatic actor than a real life, true walking and talking, dyed-in-the-wool military hero. That's telling. It's true, and I don't disagree with you. I think you're right there, and I think it says a great deal about us as a people.
World War II was full of were war heroes that became movie stars when they came home.
Well, John F. Kennedy. Somebody the other day told me they didn't even realize John F. Kennedy was in the military. And I'm thinking, man, our public education system is really failing us. I mean, Jesus Christ, these people don't realize, they didn't know the story of PT 109 or any of that. It's just amazing to me. I just thought
I was going to go farther. Yeah, I was going to go farther back with Augie Murphy, who became a big hunter, like a Western star, but he was a World War II hero. Saved a whole bunch of lives, came back, and then he was given a career in Hollywood. Now I think we idolize sports heroes more.
Yeah, Audie Murphy, he wasn't known for saving lives. He was known for taking like 200 German prisoners all by himself. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you're right. And he went on to have a career. He was the opposite. He was a real life hero and went on to become a movie star as a course of that.
Yeah, and I find that interesting. I mean, we certain people we idolize, they if they've got charisma and skill, sure, they can make that transition. And a lot of times they'll go to public office or at least public speaking, maybe private.
I would even argue to some extent that I would think that some athletes might be better prepared for leadership roles than an actor, because athletes have to display discipline and a dedication to a craft, all of those sort of things, and understand the requirement for teamwork and all that. So I think there are untapped pools of talent in our country that get overlooked, and I think it's because of what Casey said. It's because there's a disproportionate amount of people in Hollywood who have the it factor, that ability to capture people's attention, and I guess that's something you can't fake.
I mean, Tom Cruise has a lot of charisma, but we have no idea what the guy's personal life is about, outside of being.
Well, we have some.
Be a Scientologist, but we don't really know what his beliefs are, what he believes and what he wants, what he thinks of things. So some actors are very vocal about their beliefs and what they think is the right and wrong. So I think that it's how much they want to put themselves out there and how much they want to be in that game. But I don't know. I would think Tom Cruise would make an excellent president.
How old is Adam Aaron again?
Adam, you want to vote?
He's
like
72?
77, something like that. Yeah, he's in his 70s.
It's a Friday. Casey, it's Friday.
He's 69.
Yeah, you walk him over.
Nice. He's 69.
I didn't realize he's younger than I thought he was.
I thought he was 72, but
September 30th is his birthday.
That is correct. What were you saying, Yucca?
Hi, Nana. Oh, it's Fiesta Friday.
Okay.
What
Is that supposed to
do you
mean
mean,
something?
okay?
No, but is that supposed to mean something to me, or I don't
Well,
know?
Brian is saying he wants to get I don't know. He wants to get the party going, man.
Oh, okay.
Nana's here asking for a beer.
Do you think I don't know? Do you think Adam Aarons? Do you think he would want to run for something like that?
No, I don't think he would.
No, absolutely not. No.
Really, he's gonna run that, and then he's gonna run AMC.
No. I'm just saying. I'm asking because I mean, for him to just step out the way that he did like that, it almost I don't know. It kind of felt like
a bid.
Yeah,
He's hinting about his own career.
yeah. It just felt, and he also threw out that
One of the things I
thing.
realized about Adam early on was he seeks attention. He spent so many years rubbing elbows with the red carpet crowd and the movie stars, and he's envious of that. It's everything about him screams, it's it's understandable. I mean, how could you not be around those people who are on the red carpet and have they're famous, they're movie stars, the lights, the flash bulbs, and if anything, I think he's desirous of be in that cohort group, and he's managed to ingratiate himself with them through his position in the industry. He's a powerful man in the industry. But I think if anything, he's enamored with that.
I vote for George Lucas.
Even George Lucas wouldn't vote for George Lucas.
I mean, he was born here in California, so I mean, he is a little old. He's 80 already.
To keep this under 60 at least.
I think he might get us into flying cars with his imagination of Star Wars and.
Give you a virtual reality headset and tell you to imagine you're in a flying car.
You know what? Living in 3D, you and I will both forever be seen as those guys who thought we would be in flying cars from now on. And damn it, screw you all for stomping on our dreams. Damn you.
Exactly.
I see flying transportation like drones that can navigate based off, what is it? Navigation, right? Guidance, not individual vehicles flying in the
we
air.
didn't say how it was going to happen. We just thought we would see flying cars already.
Yeah, somebody else had to figure it out. We were just going to be the ones to buy them.
Yeah,
I mean, there is flying
I
cars.
think it's interesting that Elon Musk is supportive of Trump. I think although I don't know that he has officially declared as such, but he's pretty much revealed himself through his tweets and his comments and all that it's not hard to figure out that he's supportive of him. So I think that's interesting as well.
In mass production, Yucca.
I don't think it's so much that he's supportive of him. He just knows that Biden is incapable.
Yeah, but mass production for who?
The general populace, like Teslas.
No, that would not happen, Casey. Never.
Like Teslas. You say that now, but the thing is that there's plenty of things I could point out to you that people were saying 30 years ago that would never ever happen, and we're already there, and it's just like. But the thing is that
what about a drunk driver? If people are walking on the sidewalk, if he falls, how is he gonna fall? First, that's my biggest thing.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think capables are more capable of handling situations better than you?
Who?
Do you think computers are capable of handling situations better than you and faster?
I believe so.
Okay, well then that answers everything for you.
So you think?
If you think if you think a drunken man falling in the street has a better chance against a human driver than he does against a computer driver, then you're mistaken. He has a better chance of living because the computer's controlling the vehicle than a human.
So you think?
I don't think that's true at this point.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm trying to suggest to you. I'm suggesting that there are better chance. Like, can a computer make decisions faster and do things quicker and more efficiently than people can? And the answer is yes.
But then a computer can also jam
Can
up
the computer make the right decision faster, though?
If it's programmed to do so, yes.
It can make a decision faster, but whether or not it's going to be the right decision.
Exactly.
Yep.
And what if the computer gets a virus or something happens, it shuts down?
You mean like drunk driving?
Yeah, exactly.
Like an
Well,
alcoholic.
we talked about this briefly, and if you think about it for just a minute, I've said before that it's a shame that when Eddie Van Halen died, he took his guitar playing skills with him. Imagine if he could have downloaded that into a USB drive and could have plugged that into his 8-year-old son, so that his son picks up where Eddie Van Halen left off. That's the human condition. The difference with AI computers and what's scary to me is that they have that capacity. Those computers will always get smarter and learn more. So Casey's right in this. 10 years, 20 years, they'll keep getting exponentially smarter. And I think most of the scientific community has agreed that eventually computer programming will surpass the human being's capacity for thought. It's just a matter of when it happens. Because again, a computer is not limited by the 80 years on Earth. When we're dead and gone, these things will continue to be refined, and they'll learn from their mistakes and all of that. And that's why you have all of these people right now in these real heated debates about whether AI is good for mankind or not. But it's a simple truth. When myself or Sensor Content, we draw our last breath and die, we take our knowledge with us to the grave. But that computer logarithm, it will be continually improved upon and learn from its mistakes. And in the end, Casey's right, a self-driving car will be 10,000 times safer than any human being.
Well, and the other part to that is if you have AI controlling all of the cars, or a mass majority of them, then your exponential
safer
ability to be able to avoid accidents will become that much greater.
Robots don't bump into each other. A warehouse full of robots don't bump into each other.
It comes down to this: your AI is going to decide your life for you, because if you're the only occupant in the car and it has 3 options, one is to hit 2 kids, the other is to swerve and hit 2 adults, or the third is to crash the car and kill you.
So here's the thing.
You every time.
Here's the thing, though, is that you're thinking in terms of your ability to be able to control the outcome. When AI is in control, it can control the outcome of everything else around it. Meaning it could have a billion other options that it could be able to be afforded in order to prevent that person from dying.
You're saying there's only 3 options.
No, for you, there's only 3 options.
Life doesn't work that way.
For you, there's 3 options. But what if AI could determine that it could crash another car into that car and stop all human loss of life at all? It has more options than you have because you're only in control of yourself. AI is in control of many other things. No, it doesn't. So that's the thing, and that's because you're thinking from. But you're thinking from.
That's a ludicrous.
It's ludicrous.
It's a silly premise.
In a problem-solving tree that only has 3 things in it, right?
You're trying to put AI in a box and saying it can only choose these things. And unfortunately, the thing is that you need to understand that it can think outside the boxes.
There's no scenario where that exists. There's always infinite possibilities. There's never a scenario. It's Sensor Content. There's no situation in which you're only limited to 3 options.
Yep.
In life, there's infinite possibilities. Infinite.
No. There's only 3 options.
There's no particular option.
There's 1 lane, another lane, or heading straight into a wall in the middle of the 2 lanes. And those are the only 3 options because the brakes won't work.
In math, how many points can you have behind a decimal? How many data points can you have behind a decimal?
Infinite.
KC, you're locked on a road.
Your choices are defined. Your choices are defined by your choices. Because you're only in control of yourself. AI is not control of just itself. It's in control of a lot of different things. And if it's taking control,
like what Casey said before, when you're in a car, Sensor Content, and you're the only guy that's in charge of the steering wheel,
the car off the road that only has 2 options and the wall in front of it.
It may have other options that you wouldn't be afforded. Yes.
What's it going to do?
I don't have an answer for you.
Accelerate to 88 miles an hour and go back in time. I got it.
Sensor Content.
Airbag?
Sensor Content. For starters, you missed a point 3 minutes ago. Most of these computers, not only do they know where when you drive your car, you only know where Sensor Content is. When an AR car drives, he knows where his car is and every other car in downtown Chicago. they're interconnected. So your premise of that there only be three choices, that's because of your perspective that when you're driving, you only have three choices. But because that computer is not only aware of the wall, the three kids, and everything else, it's also aware of what all the other cars are. You can't say that when you're driving in downtown.
And here's another thing too: is that AI could have detected. That AI could have detected that drunken person walking down the street long before that person ever even made it to the sidewalk, where you couldn't have, and said the probability of that person falling into that street is high. Therefore, I'm going to deviate traffic away from the person who's crossing that road to make sure that they have every opportunity afforded to them to be able to cross that road safely, and would have deviated your car to a different position so that you never would have been put in that position in the first place. So now you've been completely, your whole idea of like the AI doesn't have any possibilities in being able to save a human life because you only had three choices because you only had what you could see what was around you.
It simply does not
It does.
work.
That's exactly how it works.
No,
that's how it works.
Only if you have only one AI.
That's exactly right. Yes, you have an AI system that yes.
One AI for every
for traffic. Yes.
Every car on the road.
Exactly.
Yep.
Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Tesla?
And that's what they're working towards.
I don't know.
They're working
It
towards.
could be government ran. Who knows?
Okay, so what you're talking about is a new world order where there is only one government in the world.
Yeah. See, let's be scary, right? Let's be scary. AI is
You
I know.
seriously are.
You're gonna move into an area of your life where you're gonna always.
I'm just so glad I'm going to be dead before all that happens.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Sensor Content. All things being equal, if we agree that you're right, that you're correct in your three-way scenario, and that I die in that car, let's say that's agreeable. But
I was going to make that choice. I guarantee it.
I'm not done. Okay, let's say that happens exactly the way you said, and I die. That's unfortunate. But let's say that the rest of that calendar year, 20,000 people's lives are saved because of AI, because it offsets the human error of wrecks. So is there a moral question there? So your argument is that even though 20,000 people would be saved through AI driving cars, the fact that you may be in a position one time where you would be the anomaly to die. So isn't there a moral thing there that the greater good, if I can save 20,000 lives a year by people not running red lights, but the price paid for that is that one guy dies because of this scenario that you placed, isn't that still a net good? I mean, how is that a bad thing?
Where are you living? Are you living in the United States? Do you believe in freedom or not?
Sure I do. Yeah. I'm not.
Okay,
we're not talking about freedom. No, listen.
You're talking about giving up all of your control to AI.
No, well, no,
just by
I'm
having
not.
your cars all controlled by them, you're talking about giving
Well,
up
that's a
all your
different
freedom.
topic. Now you're into the topic
Okay,
of whether
well,
I agree that.
What if
Well,
the
that's
person driving is
presupposes.
a doctor, right?
Hang on, slow down. Going too fast for me. You're presupposing that I'm saying that we shouldn't have a right to drive our car ourselves. I'm just saying if technology exists where the cars can prevent accidents that would save tens of thousands of lives, and all you have to do is allow the computer to prevent accidents. How? And your argument to that is, well, we should be free to kill each other. That's the argument. I'm just saying.
No, the argument is that if you're giving AI the choice to save lives, more than likely saving those lives is affecting somebody else's life, and whose life is more important.
I'm okay with that. No, I'm okay with a computer. I'm okay with a computer that refuses to let you run a red light and kill my kid. Most people die on the roads. I drove a truck for years. People kill each other out on this highway because they don't play by the rules. And I believe this from the bottom of my heart. Computers will save people's lives. So if it means that you can't blast through that yellow light because you're not willing,
cars would too.
Well, you're changing subjects on me. I'm just saying.
No, we don't do that.
I'm just saying across the board, if you can put a computer chip in a car that prevents you from doing dumb shit that kills other people, I don't see how that's a bad thing. I think it's an unfair argument to say you're infringing on my rights of freedom because you won't let me run a red light. I just think it's a weak argument.
I like what Petra says.
All cars should have,
eventually, we just have to get to teleportation.
Like a 75 horsepower engine and a maximum speed of 50 kilometers an hour.
I'm with
Why
you,
not?
Petro. Let's just do teleportation. We'll skip all that other
You know
stuff and
what?
we'll beam us up. I gotta go to
What
break.
if? Wait, we forget that these flying cars will have backup, like in case something goes down, the backup comes in, and it'll just land really slowly with a backup system. So I think we'll be all right.
What about parachutes?
Yeah,
Just
that
use the
would work too.
parachute.
It'll go into
Eject.
like a backup mode.
UPS delivery guy,
Everything
how's
else
it going,
is
man?
Save
automatic
mode.
anyway.
I think we'll be
Yep.
fine.
Check your DM.
Tech, good
Oh, let
afternoon.
me go. Okay, see. Good
Yep.
afternoon.
Yep. I gotta take off, guys. I'm gonna head to break here, and I'll be back at 12:10.
Damn, that's a long break.
You know, I know just like maybe it's kind of boring little step, but I'd be interested if they were going to do AI for driving, you know, how much car links are they going to have between the cars? Because, you know, like generally I thought the rule was like one car length for every 10 miles per hour, but so many people don't do that. So like I'm wondering what they would do with AI, you know?
It's just another example of how the AI is better than human drivers. The AI car,
yeah.
the AI car, you don't know when the car in front of you is going to dynamite his brakes, but in an AI world, your car will know immediately when that car in front of you starts to dynamite, and that's why they can make both of those cars immediately stop at the same time. Listen, I'm not a real big automotive guy. I'm not a big robot guy or all that. I recognize the truths when I see them. They have entire warehouses that have 40 or 50 robots that are moving pallets around, and it's like a ballet. They don't bump into each other. They don't cut each other off. They don't fucking run each other off the road, and they don't break the rules. And as a consequence, they don't run into each other. Humans don't do that. Humans are fallible. We become impatient. We make poor decisions. We get distracted, and people die because of it. It's just a fact. You know, so when you say how far apart will they be? It's again, if you put 100 cars on an interstate that are interlinked with AI, they won't do. You ever see Seesaw where a line of traffic starts and then stops like an inchworm, then starts and stops? You won't have that with AI. You can have 1,000 cars on a road sitting at a dead stop, and when the wreck is cleared, all 1,000 cars will immediately move at the same time. You won't have that stop and go, one takes off and then another one takes off, because it'll work more like a train as opposed to autonomously. But I'm telling you, if you spent any time, talk to Highway Frog and any of these other drivers out there, they will tell you the single biggest fucking fuckstick on the highway is the guy behind the wheel. Very rarely do people die because of failed brakes or a steering mechanism that locks up or all that Hollywood shit. 99.9% of the time, your loved one dies on the highway because somebody fucked up.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is that in a factory, there's no rain, snow, or fog. So, and there's no like intense sunlight. So the sensors have to get really good before they could do that.
Cool. That's all about technology, man.
Yeah, I just saw an article that Teslas, that if you're in a lane and you get out of your lane, like if you're stuck in your traffic lane and you get over to the right and there's a Tesla behind you, if you're anywhere near it, it will automatically start to brake, so it will avoid that collision. So it's automatically, they already have it kind of set up. Those Tesla drivers are out there, if you can confirm this is true. But apparently that it automatically will take into consideration other vehicles in your area and make sure that an accident doesn't occur if it can, if it's working correctly. But
And if you're an illegal alien, the doors will lock and it'll drive you back to the border.
right, it checks your blood. It takes a little bit of blood from you, finds out if you have any
Do you
airborne virus.
know how many accidents happen every year just from people changing lanes? Just changing from one lane to another, people die every fucking year. And I have my own company. I had drivers who would change lanes because they thought they were clear, but they forgot they were towing a trailer, and they would drag the trailer right down the side of a car that was next to them. I wrote the checks for the repair work. It happens every fucking day. When I get in my Mercedes and I drive down the road, I turn my turn signal on. There's a red light that flashes on my rear view mirror because there's a laser that tells me there's a car in my blind spot. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. That's a net plus for safety. My Mercedes won't, it'll still let me change lanes, but that can change. Like I said, with AI, an AI car will not change lanes if there's a car in your blind spot. A human being will. That's just one of 1,000 examples that I could show you where the computer is better than a human.
Well, and I would be trying to do the middle ground where I like that assistive technology, like in the, their side mirror, right? That tells you that.
Yep.
Yeah. But then again, like I'm like censor content. I want there to be freedom too. So.
Yep. And I'm all for freedom as long as your freedom doesn't allow you to circumvent to avoid a circuit breaker that's meant to save my kid's life. If you're that guy that changes lanes just because you want to real fucking quick, or did you fail to pay attention and realize that your exit was coming up, so you just dive from the left lane across 4 lanes of traffic, and if you're that guy, then fuck you. I'd rather have a computer that won't let that car do it. For starters, the computer won't let the car stay in the left lane if the off ramp is coming up. So again, the computer's meant to circumvent you from even being in that. But all things being equal, even if you're in that left lane, I'm all for a computer that says, nope, you can't do this because you might kill 3 people right behind you. Again, it's about where does your freedom allow you to do things that hurt other people. There's a difference there. Your freedom ends when you become a hazard to me, and that's the difference.
On that note, I'm gonna go get something to eat, guys. I'll see you in a few.
Yeah, man.
Is it heavy?
What's that? Consider this, if you will. Somebody mentioned earlier insurance. What if an insurance company come to you and said, if you have autonomous safety AI on your car, we'll sell you 100% liability full coverage insurance for $10 a year. Then it's different because people will be like, damn, why is that? Why are they willing to sell me? Because they know that car is not going to fuck up. Where I can say, okay, if you want to be the guy who doesn't have these seat safety features, fine. Then you pay $500 a month for insurance because statistically you're far more likely to be the bad guy, and that's how it works. That's how it will happen. You don't think so?
That's never going to happen. No, because you know what? If you have all those safety features, if you do happen to get into an accident, how much does your car cost to be fixed? It's way more.
That's not how insurance works.
That's
not how insurance works.
It is.
No, it's
it
not.
might not be how your insurance works.
Insurance
but the
works
other person's
because
insurance gets affected that way.
Insurance is real simple. They calculate what they have to pay out versus what they can take in, and it's calculated on risk. That's why, haven't you heard that they got these little computers now that they plug into people's...
And you know what? An AI run car is a higher risk because, if it gets damaged, it's going to write off the car. All those sensors in the front, all the sensors in the back.
Right.
You have one minor accident, and the car is a write-off.
So who should I believe?
How can they possibly?
Who should I believe? You or Allstate insurance
companies?
Right.
You have insurance companies right now that are refusing to insure a bunch of electric cars.
Okay. Now let me speak for a second. How do you explain then the biggest insurance companies in the world who are giving discounts if people will plug a computer chip into their car to monitor their driving? What do you think that's all about? It's because they're learning who is a safe driver and who isn't. They're taking real-time telemetry from your car and they're saying, we'll give you a cheaper interest rate because you're not a fuck up. The insurance industry is run on risk. And if they can find at a certain group of people...
I'm just saying that cars that have all these safety features cost more to fix.
Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
And
you're wrong.
You're
saying you said the cars. You said because it would cost more to have some sensors in it that they would charge more. It's ridiculous. That's not how the insurance industry works. They don't care if it costs them. And for starters, the type of stuff you're talking about is not going to be that expensive. This AI stuff it's already being all these electric cars that Elon Musk is putting. Most of it's already in there. So there's not this giant
most of it's already in there. And if you have a fender bender, the car is a write-off.
Well, that's already there now with cars. I don't know if you made an insurance claim lately, but that's it's that way recently. I mean, that's that way right now. Cars are so expensive right now that even the most modest of impacts just about totals cars. So again, your argument that
it doesn't total your car. It totals 4 or 5 sensors in the front, which they overcharge you like $10,000 for.
You had an insurance claim recently? Fine. Have you had an insurance claim recently?
No,
I have with a Mercedes Benz. So which one of us has more qualified right now to talk about? I'm telling you, you're way off on this. You're way off on this.
What year? What year of Mercedes?
Sandy, what year's the Benz? 2012. It has
that's old technology.
Huh?
That's old technology. That's like 12 years old.
Well, I'm just saying, as far as
let's talk to somebody with a new car.
Okay.
Well, there you go. See, you can't win an argument with me because you got old technology.
It's not old technology to the extent that it changes the insurance claims that much. If you take your car, if anything, my argument is more valid. My car went in for an insurance claim. Listen to this and think it through before you respond. My car went in for an insurance claim without all this expensive shit on it that you're talking about. And it damn near totaled the car for a minor incident. So again, your idea that this added sensors are going to make cars somehow susceptible to being totaled from a bump, we're already there. My car is devoid of all of these magical devices, these sensors, and a minor accident, real life now, I got the paperwork, the receipts to prove this to you. A minor accident was ridiculously expensive to fix. So
and it almost wrote it off, right? So if you had one more sensor in the back, it would have been written off. Am I not right? I mean, if you had 1 or 2 more sensors that were in your car, they would have written it off, right?
No, the repair, whether you write a car off or not, is rather it's fuzzy. Depends on how much damage is into the car, and then it depends on how much the depreciation is. If you take 2 identical cars and you wreck them in exactly the same fashion, but if one of those cars is brand new and the other one's 5 years old, then there's a whole bunch of different variations.
If you had 2 more sensors, if you were in the front accident and you had 2 more sensors that needed to be replaced, it may have put you over the threshold for writing that car off.
Well, if I'd have hit 2 more miles an hour, I could. So I don't see where you're going with this. But
is that true or not true?
No, it's not true.
So it doesn't matter how many sensors in the front if there's only 2 sensors in the front and it costs $800 each.
All I'm saying is that your idea that having more safety computers on a car is going to make it easier for them to total the vehicle is ridiculous. It's just not. The insurance industry doesn't work that way. It's just not. If anything, the fact that there'll be, let's just say, for instance, Mercedes-Benz introduces an auto stop feature where it makes it impossible to rear end somebody. Yeah, if I rear end you and I have to pay more to have my car fixed because of some expensive sensors that's out there, well, that's fine. But are you allowing for your mathematical calculation that there's 999,000 rear end events that won't happen anymore? So we save $20 million in claims because we're not rear ending somebody, but because your car gets wrecked. I mean, the math on that is just ridiculous.
Doesn't matter. The government's stupid and the industry's stupid. Look, you turn on running lights. They automatically turn on running lights on cars now, right? Your front headlights come on during the day?
I can select mine. Mine are selectable.
Yeah, but they're too stupid to make that an automatic function for your tail lights to come on at night. Like, hello, it's hooked up to a computer, right? You know what time it is. You know whether it's dark or not out. Why didn't
let me ask you, sensor content. If you could go tomorrow and you could pay somebody to screw a light bulb in the front of your car that would guarantee that you would never run into anybody, ram them in the ass, you think that's a bad thing? Really?
No, I'm just saying, why?
That's what you're saying. That's what you're arguing for. You're arguing that the AI that would allow me to guarantee that my wife will never rear end another car because she's dialing her cell phone instead of watching in front of her. The argument that a computer chip that would send a laser beam out, read that back to the car and say, you need to stop or you're going to hit this guy. I don't understand in any world how you can explain that that's a bad thing.
I'm just saying that they're totally jumping the steps in the system to go to AI from where we're at now. And there's simple things that can be done that will make things safer, like having a person's taillights come on at night automatically instead of having to have them turned on manually. Like, how many people do you see driving around at night that are driving with their daytime running lights on, but they've got no taillights on because they're too stupid to turn their lights on?
That doesn't happen where I live. If you have to have your headlights on at night to drive because you can't see, when you turn your headlights on, it turns on all of them, not just the front. So I'm unaware of what you're talking about.
If you don't turn your headlights on, automatically your daytime.
Again, I don't know who gets in their car. Wait a minute.
Your daytime running lights come on automatically, right?
Daytime running lights. Well, see, that's again
exactly.
in the United States.
You get a whole bunch of people that drive around with their daytime running lights on at night without turning on their lights.
Wait, slow down. Are we talking about daytime or nighttime? You keep switching back and forth. You're saying daytime and nighttime.
Daytime running lights at nighttime.
Okay, well then let me respond. Who in their fucking right mind gets in a car in the dark and doesn't turn their lights on? When I turn my lights on, they all come on. So I don't know what you're talking about. If I get my car in the dark, I don't know anybody. I've been driving for 50 fucking years. I don't get in their car in the dark and
come on automatically.
No.
Your headlights on your car come on automatically during the day, do they not?
No, they don't. I have a 3 selector switch on my car, one of which is off, one of which is automatic, the car chooses for you, and the third is which on. So now that we've established,
driving around without any lights on during the day?
What? Say it again.
In the States, you have cars that drive around that don't have any lights on during the day?
Absolutely. Nobody drives around with their fucking lights on.
Everybody in Canada does. It's automatic. It's an automatic feature.
Well, that's why you're fucking Canada. We're the United States. That's why you're in fucking Canada. That's like, like I tell Blinker Boy. That's in Belgium. In the United States, we don't drive around. You don't turn a single fucking light on your car until dark. Period. Hands down. So that's where the difference is here. You Canadians have passed a law that says you need to turn a fucking light on during the daytime. That begs the question: what the fuck do you?
We don't have to turn it on. We don't.
But you do. But you're saying everybody does.
It's built into the car. It comes in on automatically.
Why? Why did you pass a law that said you have to have cars that turn their lights on during the daytime? We have brake lights. When you put your foot on a brake, your brake light comes on and it tells the people behind you, "Oh, he's slowing down. I better slow down too." But we don't just drive around with
your visibility.
In Florida, you can't even tell. I can go out right now and turn. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. I can go out in my driveway right now and turn visibility. I can go out in my driveway right now, sensor content, and I can turn the lights on all 5 cars. You can't tell they're on. You couldn't tell. I have to wait until nighttime to check my light bulbs. I don't know what kind of fucking lights
you can't tell they're on. But the person driving towards you can tell that they're on.
Well, you need to take that up with the United States Department of Transportation. Again, it's like,
I don't know.
We don't have lights on. We don't have a requirement in the United States to have any kind of fucking lights on during the daytime.
Come on, Europe, help me out here. We all know you're doing it. Like, the United States must be the only place that doesn't do it.
Well, it's the only place we don't do. We do a lot of things. We're allowed to have fucking guns here. We're allowed to have pistols. I can walk around with a gun on my hip so that if you try to rape my wife, I can blow your head off. America's got a lot of cool shit. I don't know what you guys do in Canada. I don't know what you guys do in fucking Canada. I don't know how you drive. You can drive around with your cars on and put red flashing lights on the roof and there's people down here that turn their flashers on when it's raining, when it's storming. These dumbasses turn their emergency flasher on, which you're supposed to use if your car breaks down. but they'll drive down a highway in heavy rain and they turn their flashers on. Let me tell you how infinitely ignorant that is, because truck drivers or anybody who drives know that when you see a light suddenly come on, that's an indication that there's braking. So when you have a whole ton of people, say 20 cars, and everybody's driving with those lights flashing on and off, on and off, on and off, it negates anybody. If you touch your brake and your brake light comes on, it gets lost in that white noise. So now the feature, the visual indication that a brake light tells you the guy in front of you is slowing down, you're denied that by the fact that all these idiots are driving with their lights flashing. It's another example.
You're saying when there's construction zone, those construction guys shouldn't put up flashing lights then, because that's distracting from people's brake lights.
Well, no, they're connected to the car. I'm talking about lights connected to the car. I'm not talking about going by a bar and it's got a neon sign flashing. Well, you're mixing apples and oranges. A road cone on the side of the road flashing.
Mixing oranges and oranges. Oranges and oranges. A hazard flasher is a hazard flasher. And I don't think the driver that has the hazard flashers on is doing anything wrong.
Ask truck drivers. Ask a guy who drives 1 million miles a year. I'm just telling you, there's guys out there who know. But as far as our original debate on whether AI is good or bad, I just stand by my statement that if you can design technology into a car, I've seen carnage on the highways, man. I've seen a body on the ground where their head was out. It had decapitated the top of their head just above their eyebrows, opened their head up like a fucking cookie jar, sucked their brain and part of their spinal cord out, or the nerve agent out, and then their head flopped down like a cheap wig. I saw the body laying there and the brain 3 feet apart. I've seen the carnage on fucking highways of what it looks like when these vehicles impact. And if you can design a fucking bolt that you can screw on the front of my Mercedes Benz that will keep my wife from dying, I'm all for it. And if it means that she didn't get to use her freedom, that somehow or another the car overpowered her, then so be it. Because she gets to come home and I get to hug her that night. I don't say, God damn it, that fucking car, it stopped when she didn't want it to. I mean, that's some strange thinking, in my opinion. I got my wife and the most precious people in my world in that car. And if you can design, I don't give a fuck if you can glue a lightning bug to the front of it. If it will stop an impact that can save their life, then you're going to have a hard time convincing me that's a bad thing. I just think people are uncomfortable with the fact that we're approaching a point to where computers and machines will be able to do things better than a human being. And I think it scares people. That's okay. Alex Mary Aquageta said, I worked for a third-party auto manufacturer. Automakers have been looking into vehicles using 5G to communicate with each other to avoid crashes. Oh, I'm certain, Alex Mary. I'm quite certain that that's the thing. I've done some reading because I was looking at for investment opportunities about some of these cars, not as far as the EVs, but these cars that are used. There's been an argument on whether they should use cameras, because in order for the car to be superior to a driver, it has to be aware of its surroundings. And to my knowledge, there's only 2 lines of thinking right now. They either have cameras that face all directions on the car, or the alternative to that is lasers. It fires a laser and it fires it back, and both have pros and cons. So I've been reading a little bit on that because I thought if you could figure out which one of those technologies is likely to emerge, much in the same way when they said, well, we have AC current or DC current when they were putting electricity out. If you could figure out whether they're going to use laser technology or visual, meaning camera technology, then you could invest in that and probably see something in the future. Diver Down said, gummy numbers time. Yeah, I have no desire to do any numbers, Diver Down. It's the same. The numbers are the same. They were the same 2 hours ago. They were the same an hour ago, and they're the same right now. You're welcome to look. You're welcome to look yourself if you like. I can tell you that Amy's trading at $4.75, and coincidentally, GameStop is at $25.06. and that's about as far as you'll get. It's about as many numbers as you'll get out of me. Yeah, Alex Mary, LiDAR. That's exactly what I've been reading about that a little bit. I'm with censor content. I'm still with him on the freedom thing. I'm a patriot. I'm a less government, small government, live and let live guy. You don't bother me and I don't bother you. But that's when we're talking about the automation of these automobiles. I'm not talking about it as far as something that's freedom of movement, any of those things. I'm coming from a position of just purely safety. Now, if we want to get into the debates of should the government be able to turn off every car, then I'm not for that. So it's, like I said, it's an incredibly complicated topic, and we could probably spend 3 days debating on it, the different aspects of it, because it depends on, or do you want to focus on the safety aspects of it, i.e., can you prevent cars from running red lights or following too close or changing lanes when there's somebody next to you? Well, that's a different subject than saying my government should have the right to just turn all the cars off tomorrow.
You don't need the right to turn your car off, not if you're going to put them on a 5G network. All they have to do is turn off the 5G network.
Yeah.
They don't even have to do anything to your car. They can just go, oh, that 5G network right there, shut that one down.
Yep.
And your car's not going to go anywhere.
It's the same if they quit delivering diesel fuel tomorrow. If they have, did they declare a national emergency, tell everybody to park all the fuel trucks? Once you run your gas out of your tank, you're going to park that car. So it's not like they can't stop people from driving today. It just may not. It may just take them a little bit longer. When you get into the topic of how much control your government has, normally people don't realize that they're already fall under that umbrella. Those who think that for whatever reason, like they have a gasoline powered car and it has no computers on it, so my government can't stop me from driving. That's pretty weak too. I can punch holes in that all day long. Turtle 4614 says, I'm in alignment with anything that betters us as a whole society. I think I heard about these 15-minute cities and stuff, Turtle, and I don't know if that's all about population control. I haven't read anything about it, but I could see a possibility that in the future you'll have a return to small towns where you won't have the need to travel as far. I think I seen something yesterday on Twitter that said Costco or Sam's Club is toying with the idea of putting their Costco warehouses in like high-rise apartment buildings now. So you know where that's going. That's all about if the apartment complex is big enough, if the condominium association is big enough, they can put a Costco in there and people can just walk downstairs and it'd be like a giant pantry. And it'd be interesting to see if they change that. There could be a shift in the way these warehouses. It's funny if you think about it, because the whole concept of soft buyers clubs, Sam's Club and or Costco, was built around a big warehouse with no frills and bulk buying. But with that goes a big footprint, big capital outlay to build a Sam's Club, and then you have to travel to Costco and back. Imagine, if you will, if you lived in a high-rise condominium complex and the Costco was downstairs. So it'd be interesting to see if they follow up on it. Welcome back, Casey.
Thank you. Good to be back. Don't mind me. I'm just logging in my account here.
It's been compromised by the WEF.
No, me and censor content been going at it over cars and computers and automated safety devices. I mean, I've been having more.
Now he's pushing 15-minute cities.
The WEF is pushing those?
No, pirate.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
No, that's a damn lie.
To be fair, the city that I live right by, Edmonton, where the Oilers currently reside.
Why do you say apparently?
Just throughout its last 40, yeah, they just threw out their last 40 years of plans for development, economic development, and infrastructure, and they've now put in a new plan of 15 different districts of 15-minute cities.
Oh man, that sounds like Hunger Games shit right there.
Yeah, we got. I phoned up my ex-wife. I asked her what district she was going to be in. I said maybe they're going to have a Tim Hortons in it, maybe not.
Dang.
Tim Hortons is like where you get your donuts here.
That doesn't sound good. One timer says F-35's overhead, loud AF. Where are you at? Please tell me you're not on the East Coast. I don't want to hear you're anywhere on the eastern coastline. All right, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here.
I'm not afraid of 15-minute cities because I can drive really fast.
Let's see. California. Okay, good. That's California. That's normal. F-35 is flying over there. That's training area. Well, some of it's training.
You ain't driving fast, no more sensor content. That computer chip's going to keep you at 35 miles an hour and below. Your days of speeding are over, man. You're done. Going downhill with the windows open. You will never see 36 miles an hour again.
You're going to be You're going to have limiters on your gas consumption too. You can't push your pedal down all the way.
You'll know it. You'll know it. It's coming in your town when you see the simple signs of their planning come into effect. They start by lowering your speed limits in residential areas. Reduce that slightly, and that's phase one, and then you know they're coming for you.
All right, numbers. Let's see what Bobblehead Ross has to say about that real quickly before we move on here. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about that?
Anything we don't like, we'll turn it into a happy little tree or something. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents.
Damn. That's deep. That's really deep. He was talking about we don't make mistakes, just happy little accidents. Some deep shit right there. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. So by this time of the day,
if Bobblehead Ross had AI technology, he wouldn't make any mistakes in his.
Can you imagine if he was still alive these days? Like, do you think we would vote for him for president? Maybe, I don't know. Let's move on.
Too nice.
Too nice. You're right. He probably wouldn't. He wouldn't work. 57.35% going through off exchange EDGX at 9.77 for a combined total of 67.12%. When I would expect to see about 63%. So that's 4.12% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is coming in at 818 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME's CHX volume for the day is 16,669 shares. That is nothing unusual either. Both those numbers not very high. Borrow fees or shares available to be borrowed has not changed in the last, I think, 2 hours now on AMC since 10:15 Eastern. So is that 10? I think that's. Excuse me. I think that's. I don't even know if I ever looked up to see if these are Eastern Standard Times or not. I think they are. So that's actually more than that. It's like 3 hours ago. Anyways. Fees are currently at 1.72 according to IBKR. Ortex is suggesting an hour ago that there was about 158,000 shares borrowed for AMC. It's now 646,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 14.87%. Cost to borrow min is at 2.32. Average is 2.82 and max is 3.54. Total amount of shares on loan for the day is at 70.46 million shares. That's approximately 660,000 shares less than what is on loan yesterday. And Ortex is estimated about 147,000 of that was in return short interest. GME is reporting 125,000 shares returned so far for the day today. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike with 9.7 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 12.2 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $4.5 strike was 3.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 4.5. The market is suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 still by the end of the day based off these volume levels. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 53.58% buy to 46.42% sell ratio. AMC is not on the list. MMRI was 285.05 as of an hour ago, is now 285.57. We've been seeing that steadily increasing throughout the day today. The higher that gets to 300, the more risk there is in the marketplace. And it's been rising pretty quickly, as you can see on the chart itself. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is also getting closer and closer, or less distance between them. And it's at 0.373. It was 0.375 an hour ago. So it's dropped just a little bit more. Tightened up. AMC went green. NASDAQ is down 0.01. Dow Jones is up 0.009. And the S&P 500 is up 0.09. We have 3,121 advancers to 2,421 decliners. The market is currently more advancing than declining. Bruno's going to go nuts here in a second as he hears somebody drop something off on my front porch. So bear with me. 3,098 advancers an hour ago. So we have more advancers this hour than an hour ago. The worst performing sectors for the day today. Utilities followed by consumer discretionary. The top performing sectors, energy, followed by technology. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more since closing of yesterday will get a shout out. We have NYCB up 4.28. FHN is, or First Horizon is up 6.01. Let's see what else. Western Alliance is up 2.49. Wells Fargo up 3.1. Citigroup up 2.43. And that's it. Gold is up 0.16 and trending up. Looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. Silver is up 0.72 and consolidating. Ethereum Classic is down 1.43 and is trending down still. US dollar is down 0.12 and trending down. Oil is up 0.71 and is consolidating with maybe breaking into a downtrend here, but still looks like consolidation to me currently. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.36 to 0.38, depending on what you're looking at, and trending down. And SPY is up 0.07 and trending down. Looks like it may be moving into consolidation. VIX is currently down 0.33. It looks like it's broken the trend down here. Let me just check and verify. It was starting to break the trend down, and now since it broke that trend, I would say that the uptrend has been broken, and it's now moving back into a downtrend again. Currently, it's actually gapping down. It's at 12.2 currently, with futures suggesting it should be around 13.73. VB is up 0.39, trending down. VBR is up 0.52, trending down. Tesla is down 0.18 and trying to break that downtrend now into an uptrend. Amazon is down 1.37 and consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.66, trending up. Doge is down 1.37 and is trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.34 and trying to break the trend down into, it looks like maybe consolidation currently. The current trend is moving up. We'll see if it continues on. It might pull back a little bit here and kind of consolidate a little bit. GME is up 0.68 and is currently breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. HYMC is down 0.42, trending down. NCMI is up 4.12, trending up. Hood is up 0.27 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. And AMC is breaking even for the day today after moving from a downtrend into an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, there's approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 6.66 million shares traded so far for the day today. And volume after 231 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 11.24 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested that we would see somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares, and I do think that'll be a good number. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 58.15, which is that's above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 62.79, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 58.55, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 63.32, which is above average. And it looks like we might have a little bit of news here. Does I like the stock mean I should buy it? Not necessarily. By Investor Place. Oh, man. And then they started off saying, I am not a cat, stated Keith Gill at the start of his virtual testimony in front of the House Committee on Financial Services in February 2021. Known across social media as Roaring Kitty, the infamous investor had recently captured the attention of the financial world and well beyond. Gill was testifying. I don't even know if I feel like reading this. Listen to this that they wrote in here. Some might compare this methodology to, they're talking about the method. Let's read the previous paragraph. The phrase would become iconic, the whole I like the stock, through originally attributed to CNBC host Jim Cramer. Gill's words became a battle cry for retail investors as they poured money into meme stocks like GameStop and AMC Entertainment. Again, there's them trying to label the stocks. These traders, likely following the same philosophy as Gill, were choosing to invest in stocks simply because they knew and liked the companies. Some might compare this methodology to a philosophy made famous by investing icon Peter Lynch, where it centers on investing in what you know. Quote, buy only what you understand, believe in, and intend to stick with it, he famously wrote. And then they also quoted him as saying, even when others are chasing the next miracle. Then, of course, it goes on to say, however, the legendary mutual fund manager claims his well-known advice is often misunderstood. In 2015 interview, Lynch highlighted a significant problem with simply investing in what you know. Investors often interpret this approach as an alternative to conducting actual fundamental market research. Oh my gosh. This is just a major hit piece here.
Yeah, I've often wondered if we all just poured our money into Amazon, would that make Amazon a meme stock? If that became the soup du jour, the special of the day, where it went all around Reddit, and it went all around the live chats, and everybody said, I think I'm going to get into with Roaring Kitty, we're going to do Amazon. Would Amazon that very moment become a meme stock?
Casey, tell them to fuck off. Fuck them, man. I'm telling you,
That's
man.
That's the yucca I like right there. I love that yucca.
It's a Friday. Come on, man. These fools.
Eat my shorts, dude.
Yeah, eat my shorts.
The article is so long I couldn't even read it all. I was just like, oh, I can't read that kind of. It's like when I walk up to a video on YouTube that I gotta watch this an hour long.
The classic movie about the college experience, Animal House. At the very end, when they crashed the parade, they turned that fucked up Cadillac into a tank, and it was a cake, and it said "Eat me" on the icing.
Do you know I've never watched that movie all the way through? Like I always.
Oh really?
Yeah,
man, you got to revisit that.
Well, back in the day when you had like cable television, you'd flip through the channels. I would usually I'd find myself flipping through the channels, and I'd get to it and I'd be like, oh, I've never seen this all the way through. Maybe I should watch this portion of it because I haven't seen this part. So I'd start watching it or whatever, and then and then I'd eventually just end up leaving for whatever reason because it just.
Oh man, that thing is full of some classic stuff. The fat guy, the dude, the dorky guy, Flounder. His dad or uncle let him use like that beautiful black Lincoln Continental with the suicide doors. I mean, just a gorgeous automobile. And they destroyed that thing. And then at the end, Doomsday, the one guy who's like a 40-year-old college freshman, took a welding torch and they butchered it all up and made the big deathmobile out of it. But they disguised it as as a cake so that they could be in part of the parade. And on the icing on the cake in giant letters, it said, "Eat me." Funny shit.
I need to sit down and just watch the whole thing like straight through.
You'll appreciate it. Some of the stuff is dated, but still freaking hysterical. And you'll see why Belushi is such a star at that age. He was amazing in it.
Well, you know what?
Classic is Kevin Bacon at the end, where he's part of the ROTC group, and he's standing there, and the whole town's burning down. The shit, people, just chaos is running everywhere, and he's screaming at the top of his lungs, "Do not panic, all is well." It's became a rather popular meme now. All is well, do not panic. And all hell's just raining down around him.
Hold on a second. I feel like I need to.
That's the first time he acted.
I'm gonna.
They dragged him into it. He was going to school near there. The story behind the making of that movie is almost as good as the movie itself.
What I think my favorite part of the entire movie is the very end, where just before they roll the credits, they give a brief description of what happens later in life to all the major players. Like they say, you know, John Belushi, I forget his name, but they're like he married a senator's daughter and got caught in a scandal. But I think that was one of my personal favorite. Best part of the whole movie was they did a little biography of them at the end.
I think that was like the first time they might have done something like that, you know, to kind of tell you where all the characters landed.
Yeah.
It was really well done. That whole speech where, well, there's a couple great speeches in it. The one by Dean Wormer, where he's going over their grades. And he's like, Bob Blutowski, 0.0.
Yeah. You're all on double secret probation going forward.
Yeah, and the one where he rallies them, they're all sitting on the sofa, and he rallies them to run out the door and take on the dean. That was classic. Completely messed up his history. He goes, "Does he know what he's talking about?" Well, he did get an F.
I need to go. So here's part of my problem is I feel like the TV versions of movies are they edit out a lot of crap in there, and it makes the movie like kind of
the best stuff.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, the best stuff. They fucking gut the movie. There's nothing left worth watching.
I tried to get my kids.
By the time they take the vulgar words out and anything that's sexualized, there's nothing left.
I tried to get my kids to watch Breakfast Club one time, and it's like it's unwatchable now. Like some of the versions of it are just so unwatchable, and it's like, where did the part that this, you know, it's like I feel like I remember things from that movie that just don't exist in any of the versions I can find now, and so it makes it horrible in contrast to what I remember the movie as. I don't know.
Back in the day, they would anticipate what the rating would be. And they knew certain scenes when passed for television, they would shoot TV-friendly versions that would end up in the TV edits.
I hate
also
that.
on airplanes at the time, too.
I hate that.
It was a big deal.
Yeah, that
edited for television bit.
They shouldn't let that happen.
It ruined so many good stories, plots, jokes out of movies. I mean,
well, you can't get away with that with a hit song. Can you imagine if you just took a hit song from you know, any pick your artist and change 5% of the song, the lyrics, whatever. I mean, it doesn't work anymore. It's ridiculous.
Something else.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like Star Wars purists hate the changes that Lucas made for the original series. You know, the purists. You know, you take the art for what it is.
You couldn't even make Animal House today. 2 specific scenes, and you tell me how you could get this through Hollywood. One is which the girl lies about her age, and they take her to the toga party, and the guy's banging her, and she's like 17 or something, and he takes her home drunk the next day in a fucking shopping cart and drops her off at her house all blown out. That would never make it today. But the really egregious one is when they go into the predominantly black bar, and the guys they're in there. And the guy walks up and says, "Do you mind if we dance with your dates?" And it's really uncomfortable between the interaction between with the current thing about everybody's aversion to immediately call everything racist. And it was some of the best parts of the movie. It was fucking funny.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff that, I mean, the humor changes as the times change, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Some of the humor from these movies, they were very much of the time.
Think about the scene and what's it? John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd played in the Blues Brothers, where they're in the restaurant. They crash the restaurant where they're trying to get the band back together, and their bass player is a maitre d' in a fancy restaurant, and they sit down and they're trying to make asses of themselves, and he's shoving a shrimp in his mouth, and he looks over at the table next to him, and he asks the guy, "How much for the little girls? We want to buy your daughter."
How much for the little girl?
Exactly, there it is, right there.
How much for the women?
That's it.
Awesome timing.
You could never put that in a movie today. Never in a
And
million
you think
fucking years.
AI is better than like a human?
And yet that still makes me laugh.
Yeah, how much for the little girls?
I absolutely knew what you were going to say before you said it.
You did. Yeah,
and
I give you credit. You're always. Yeah.
I looked it up and I had it on there before you finished.
You knew it was
the
coming.
sentence.
I'm an easy read. I guess I'm an easy read. You know it's coming. Yeah.
So I can drive without an AI computer. Anyway, let's get Yucca back into the conversation because, I mean, this AI thing's really interesting. But let's talk about sex robots. Come on, Yucca. I know you're waiting for AI sex robots. Come on.
Here he goes.
You know,
Okay, and
if you
now
want
I'm
to
out of here.
go, well, you know what happens? You
Yeah.
drop the, you leave the bomb. Somebody picks it up. I see what you're doing. Leave the grenade here, huh? That's my move. I do that. Well, since we're on that topic, I mean, do you understand what happens during intercourse? There's an exchange of electricity.
No, I have no idea. What happens?
There's an exchange of electricity, and you can't have that exchange with a
With
your hand or with a robot. So man, damn it, you're full of energy, so you're wasting your energy, and there's no exchange. You're killing yourself, Larry.
Wait, what?
So AI and sex, it's just they're
Where did
taking
Larry
the
come into
energy.
this? Who's Larry?
Larry? That's from The Big Lebowski.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, Larry, you're killing your father. Larry, you're killing your father. You know?
It's another one I
You know?
never made all the way through, so I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Can't relate.
I mean, it seems fun once in a while, but it can get addictive. You can't have like a blow up doll or sex robot. How can you've become a robot yourself? I would say. Yeah, it changes your behavior, and you no longer crave. I would say. Sounds like I have experience, huh?
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I just feel like it would change your behavior, and you become more robotic. You don't know what to say to a woman after that, or a man.
Desensitized.
Yeah, it's weird. I think I think AI with sex. I don't like it.
Dario says, "Is a robot
the word
electric? Isn't a robot electric?"
Yeah, but there's an
You could
exchange
exchange
of
electricity there.
between the vagina and the
Oh my gosh, we're gonna
penis.
go there.
Here we go.
Yep.
EMP, huh?
There is an
When the
exchange. of
diagrams come out.
It's like
that's where
I used to.
it's like the explosion. You know.
Yucca, did
That's
your
where the
did your
whole,
parents ever hand you one of those books when you were growing up? Like, this is how mommy and daddy make a baby. You ever get one of those?
No, nobody
No?
ever. I never got that talk.
Oh.
I never got that
I
talk.
wrote the book on it. AC.
So I got the talk. They were explaining to me. My friends were telling me, "Oh, it's like a spider web. You'll see. It's like a little spider web, like a spider, and you gotta tear it, and you'll see. When you have intercourse with a woman or whatever." Yeah, I never got that talk, Casey.
No, it's probably
I'm
for the
fine.
better. I mean, I quite honestly, if I had to be honest about it, that the whole book thing was just terrible in my mind. But whatever.
Imagine.
I was
wonder
I
how
was
many
gonna
people took
I was gonna
books
say
with them.
I was going to say, you know, having to read that book with your parents is probably about as awkward as when we have to listen to you talk about it as something we don't know about. It's kind of just awkward. Feels weird.
Let the instincts take over.
I don't think it's hazardous to your mental health. I think
Brought back a memory. I remember being about 8 years old, and the guy next door was 2 years older, and I looked up to him. He was my friend, and I can remember him. He was like, I don't know, maybe we were like 11 or 12, but he had an aunt who lived with them, and I can remember being in the room with a straight face, and he asked her if girls could get pregnant off a toilet seat. And I've never been more confused. I've never been more confused in all my life. I'm like, I don't understand, because I hadn't reached puberty yet, and it was a long time before I started masturbating. But I just didn't put two and two. And I thought that what a strange thing to ask a woman, because she was like, you can ask me anything. And he was like, okay, can girls get pregnant off a toilet seat? And I thought to myself, what a strange thing to say.
Depends on how she uses it.
I guess, man. Yeah. Yeah, but lo and behold, about 2 or 3 years later, when I reached puberty and I was spending more than my fair share of time in the bathroom, I'm like, oh, I get it now. Yeah. Oh, well.
My wife's been telling me that for years. That's not how babies are conceived. We need to have a talk about my son.
Oh, man.
My parents just dropped a whole bunch of porn magazines in my room on my bed and just said, take a look at these, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Really?
A little awkward.
I shared that with the class. I used some magazines as visual aids when I had to talk. It seemed appropriate. I mean, it's like, you're going to get down to the nitty gritty. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So.
Yeah, I liked it when the sharper image always came in the mail. That was always a good time for me.
Sharper
fold in that one. Amazing.
The finger hut.
Finger hut.
I don't know about the finger.
There were people who lived and died for the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. That was a big thing.
Did you like the Finger Hut magazine?
I don't know what Finger Hut is.
Yeah.
Really? Those are the, like Finger Hut. Everything was like double the price.
No.
And they'll finance you with back credit.
Now I'm going to have to go look this up because I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, we talked about this once before. It was an incredibly popular. It would come in the mail. You get it in your mailbox. It was like a little paper catalog, and it would have various items you could buy. And a lot of it was just trash, like a velvet Elvis painting or a ceramic Elvis table lamp, and you could get it for like $69, but they would let you pay like 50 cents a month for the rest of your life. It was that sort of thing, and they sold all kinds of shit.
Temu in catalog form.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. Temu in catalog. Yep.
Well, I mean, Temu doesn't do they finance?
But you're right, though, Yucca. That's what the hook was. They finance people. So people who were poor folks or didn't have a lot of discretionary money, it became a source of entertainment for them. They get the little endorphin pump from buying shit. They'd place the order, and then they could make payments on it and all that. And I'm certain somebody got fabulously wealthy off of it. But yeah.
This is really starting to look like our support line has shifted.
Yeah, to the upside?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean it's actually to the bottom side, but it does seem like we've got a different level of support showing up right now than what we had from before. I mean, we did break through previous level of support, but there's a new level of support that we're kind of trending up on right now, and finding support on that. And if it's going to hold before the end of the day is over, we should be, like I said, if it's holding, we should close no lower than 474.
Fireworks?
Which would be only 4 cents less than what we closed at yesterday. So,
Chi-Town Turtle wants to know what was the name of the store in the mall that was futuristic stuff that was expensive. What was that? Does anybody remember?
Sharper Image.
Yeah, Sharper Image.
That's
there
the
you
same.
go,
That's the one I was.
That was like the opposite of what Yucca was talking about.
Yeah,
that was the other end of it. They didn't finance. You had to pay cash on the barrelhead, but everything they had there was crazy expensive. I remember.
But it was good stuff though.
They had stuff before their time.
Right. Yeah. You're going to be like a museum quality telescopes and timepieces and grandfather clocks that were 10 grand, all that kind of shit. Yeah.
It was like it was their own brand, and it was like Bose. You know how Bose had their own.
Yep.
Everything was so expensive.
Yeah, they would license. It's like they would license products and put their label on it. Yep.
They had like a row of massage chairs in the front, so
all kinds of shit. Yeah, and they had a catalog. They had a Sharper Image catalog too, but they did have brick and mortar stores. I remember that like it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm. That's how I started you off.
We'd always hit that. Mrs. Pirate and we'd go walk the malls. We'd hit that one, and then we would hit the other one. What was it called? Baxter's or whatever. That was all gag gifts and posters and blacklight. You remember that? You guys have those little stores? You go in it, and it was just novelty items.
My dad was was a regional manager setting up Baxter's across the Southwest. They were like mini Kmart's or something like this, right? They had some stuff that you would order, some bigger items.
Spencer's, thank you, Chi-Town and Ron McCucumber. Spencer's,
yeah.
That's it. I said back to Spencer's. But yeah, that was always good. You could always kill an hour in there. Look, they had everything from gag gifts to fart machines and they had maybe a modest amount of sex toys way in the back. And they had a whole selection of posters. You could spend 10 minutes just going through all the posters. And
they still have those.
Do they?
It's still open. I made the mistake of bringing my son into one.
I feel like it's like Hot Topic now.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is a Hot Topic.
Hot Topics was more the clothes. Spencer's the T-shirts.
No.
Anime stuff, manga stuff.
Hot Topic has even the sex toys in the back now.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you guys ever go to like
I think so.
a magic store? Did you guys ever go to a magic store? Like they would have magic stores. Like everything.
Spencer's had magic. There was magic shit in Spencer's. You could get.
Yeah. In Hollywood,
Hot Topic is more like goth stuff. Spencer's is more like gag. Like anything.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong store. Hold on a second here.
Yeah, Spencer's had shit like they would sell crystals, and then they'd have all the little figurines of wizards and shit, and then they would have a gag. There'd be a gag gift aisle where you'd see all sorts of shit like fart spray and bubble gum that was super hot, or buzzers. They had little wind up buzzers that you could put on your finger, and when you shake hands, it would shock somebody. But you could candles, yeah.
The whole back section is sex toys.
Yeah.
Gag gifts, things like that. First the over the hill stuff, and then straight into whips and chains.
Hot Topic, I think, is more like band kind of tease, music kind of oriented. But it's like they have a lot of black clothes. Like
they might be catering to the same crowd, different age.
Hot Topic is your place.
The Hot Topics for like the teens, and then you go to Spencer's for the adults.
The teens that
used to get my rock shirts from
dye their
Spencer's
hair
too.
black and do their hair flip,
And stuff. I have to say though, I do miss Radio Shacks. I used to love going and just looking at all the wires and the connection wall, just trying to think, what I might need, what I could put together, what I could build. It was always a cool place to go, and it had everything you ever needed for electronics.
And I'm telling you, you guys wish you were me, man. Just out of the blue, Mrs. Pirate just walks up and hands me a grilled ham and cheese and vinegar and sea salt potato chips. Didn't even ask for it, man. Just showed up out of the clear blue sky. What do you think of that?
That's amazing.
I was like, trying to kill you.
Yeah, what's in it? What can't you see?
That's amazing.
What the heck is this? Wait. I gotta show you guys. I just randomly ran into this. What I don't understand what that is. Why is that even a thing?
I'm not watching the screen. Is it a bug choker?
It says,
wow,
they're calling it a vanity hood spiderweb makeup hood. I'm not sure what that is. I'm gonna have to ask my wife because I'm sure I don't know.
It's like a butter.
I was gonna say that used to be called Butterface.
It's a butterface.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is, but it's on Hot Topic, and I don't know what it is. Celestial makeup hood. They have all kinds of makeup. I don't know what these are. What are these? I have to ask my wife.
Spiderweb.
I gotta ask. Yeah, that is spider webs.
Kanye West has his girlfriend walking around in one of those. When they go out in Italy, you got to wear one of those. I think it's a thing. A vanity hood. That's funny.
Hold on a second. I'm texting my wife right now.
Do they have a Star Wars one?
I'm gonna ask her, what is a makeup hood? What is a makeup hood? I have no idea what that is.
Definitely, guys. We don't have a clue.
I don't know what that's for.
A girl thing.
Maybe it's like if the makeup is so bad, you have to mask it. Maybe that's what it's for.
Your makeup
Walk of
sucks.
shame?
I don't want to see you with me today, so throw this on. Would you mind? It's not working. I've never seen. I'm gonna hold this.
What you're doing is not working.
I'm gonna have
There
to
you go.
hold this up here and ask her when she gets home, and I'll be like, "Hun, you gotta tell me what this is. I don't know what this is." She actually responded.
Pro Jeweler said it's the latest in the Jeffrey Dahmer clothing line. Like it's for abducting girls.
I'm serious. It might be a thing from Kanye West. Like his girlfriend, I think, actually wears this.
Yes,
I'm
I
looking
think
it
I
up
did
now.
see that actually. Now that you mentioned, I think I did see something along those lines. Does it come? Ariel says, "Does it come in leather?" I see. They have a mushroom skull makeup hood. Mushroom skulls. They have celestial, and that looks like it's about it. Those are the only ones I
I
see.
get it. Frank Kleeman's claiming that it's if they want to wear a burqa, it keeps and they wear makeup. They don't want the inside of their burqa to get covered with makeup. So I guess it's like underwear for your head. They put that on their head, and then they put their burqa on. So I guess.
I googled it. Hold on a second here. All right, I'm gonna Google this. My makeup hood. What is this? Hold on. Yeah, hold on. What is a makeup hood? A makeup air hood. Okay, that's not. I don't want to know what an air hood is. I just said makeup hood. Maybe I should put clothing. A makeup hood is a garment that protects clothing from makeup while getting dressed. Oh. They can also protect hair and makeup. Okay, I get it. So you throw the bag over your head. Your clothes won't get. You can throw so you can put your makeup on before you put on your nice fancy items that you're wanting to wear, and then you basically take the hood off and the makeup's on the hood instead of on your clothes.
Right. It's like when you see a guy sitting in a makeup chair and they put like paper towels around his collar of his neck and they're doing all of his makeup. It's so that they don't get all that on the shirt, and then they take the paper towel off the neck just before the guy goes on camera.
Right.
I get
Well,
it.
that certainly makes me feel a lot better about what it was I was seeing.
Yeah, it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be worn. It's just like it's like something you use to get dressed, and that's it. I get it.
So you shouldn't use it.
I thought it was for walking around town.
I didn't know. I had no clue what it was.
Take a
for.
look at the pictures I put in the chat. In the
Where's real rugged at?
Yeah.
That's not it. But wouldn't makeup still get on your face if you're pulling clothes over this thing? It would still smear it.
No. It's not. You're not looking to try and stop makeup from getting on or off your face. You're looking to try and prevent it from getting onto the clothing that you're going to be putting on. So you do.
If a girl puts on, she spends an hour putting on lipstick and rouge and all that stuff and eyeliner, and then she puts on like a silk white camisole and she just pulls that over her head. It looks like you drag 4 colored markers across the camisole. So in order to prevent that, it's like taping off a windshield of a Corvette when you spray paint it.
Petro, good afternoon. You got a hot mic. How you doing?
Sorry, Casey.
Oh no, no problem. Don't worry about it. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing excellent, thank you. Well, who says you didn't learn something here on this channel today? Now you all are that much smarter. If anybody asks, you'll know. You'll be an expert.
You get some of that Christmas shopping. You get some of that Christmas shopping in early. You can just go ahead and. What girl doesn't want a makeup hood? Yeah, just...
Your wife. I bought you something really nice.
Yeah, I have a feeling because my wife is actually really into makeup, and so for her to not know what a makeup bag is or makeup hood tells me that if I were to buy that for her for Christmas and she got it, she would probably be like, "What's this for again?" Like something tells me that she's not going to fully understand what I'm trying to give to her.
You have to have backup websites ready to go to.
Yeah.
No, this is what I got you. This is what it does.
No, hon. You don't wear it out. Yeah. I promise.
Yo, I know where that's gonna go. She'll wear it in bed. She'll be like, oh,
it's so I don't make you.
With a blanket and a pillow.
So I don't mess up your makeup in the middle of the night. You know.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess it up. It looks too good. No, you don't.
Oh, you don't want me to see what you're gonna do to
That's
me.
what she's gonna be thinking that you're saying, but that's not. You're gonna be like trying to backpedal. No. It's really something else.
That's trouble.
That definitely feels like maybe it could be a stocking stuffer. Maybe because it's not very expensive. That one I was looking at was only $10.19. What a weird price.
So we're in the times that. I think we're in the times that pretty much anything you put out, people are gonna buy it. Anything you do, buy it.
If I can get a pillowcase on sale, can I just tell Mrs. Pirate? Can I buy the pillowcase as a present and just tell her it's a makeup hood?
I mean, Casey.
What?
If you want to get that hot 2 girl, what is a hot 2 girl to spit into a container and then just preserve it and sell it, it'll be worth millions of dollars. It's her actual spit.
That's
you can
gross.
sell anything.
That's just gross.
People will buy it. People will
Probably.
pay her.
I don't disbelieve what you're saying. It's gross.
I guarantee you, there's people that would go up to her and say, "Can you actually spit at me?"
Yeah, probably.
Just spit.
Probably.
And then they would pay her.
Yep.
And she would make
No, I see that shit on the internet all the time, man. There's people out there who love that kind of stuff.
And this is the darkest side of the yucca's brain.
I came across a video of a girl just saying, "You know what, guys? There's no such thing as a squirt. She's pissing on you, man." Guys, just say it. You want to be pissed on.
Wow.
Okay.
So
a little warning before you go there.
We're talking about like you can squirt with a with a gun with a.
There's like no segue. There was not even a You didn't even segue into this. Like you just went from everybody to buy anything to straight into this. This is like you need better segues. Like you got to have like a you need better bridging points.
You don't want me to come with full speed, huh?
Well, no, it's just you need better segue points into changing full throttle. 180 degrees. Like it's too sudden.
You're like speaking of robot sex dolls, and then into that, that would work.
You have to do a little bit of foreplay first, Yucca.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You need to learn the art of foreplay.
I'll do it. I'll do it if you buy me that makeup mask. I'll foreplay.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know why I went into. I was just saying that people would buy anything, man.
By the way, I think you guys skipped over my joke with those masks, which was it was the latest in the hostage specials. But it fell flat for a reason. I think I should have just left it there.
Wait.
Hostage chic is what I went with.
Yucca, just try to remember, Yucca, when you buy those dirty panties off the internet and you take them home, just remember that it could have been a guy like me.
Yeah,
I could have been wearing Mrs. Pirate's panties while I cut the grass. And when I was done, I just boxed those up and sent them to you. So when you're enjoying those, just remember that it might not necessarily been the hot smoking chick that you thought that was wearing those dirty panties.
I don't trust those pirates for the same reason.
Burned once, shame on you.
I mean, if they're gonna pay $50 for a pair of stinky panties, I'll start buying shit from what do they call it, Victoria's Secret, and I'll wear 2 or 3 pair at a time while I go out and split firewood, go fishing out on the pier and all that shit.
It's so gross.
Come back, clean, wipe my old dirty bait smelling hands on them, box them up, and I'll send them to you for $25 a pair for a pair of $2 skivvies.
Oh, thank you.
Don't sound
This
thrilled.
is why we can't have Inside Out 2 as an adult version. It goes the wrong way.
Don't sound.
It would be
thrilled.
too.
I'm not.
It would be too dark.
Way too dark.
I don't know how the guys on the fishing pier out there would react to me. I'm standing there with my grizzly beard like KC's and looking pretty rough, and all I got on is flip flops and a little black thong. I might catch a little grief from those guys. They're pretty hardcore dudes that fish out there every day, but I tell them, man, don't hate the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Jason says, "Lord, please squeeze so I don't have to listen to Yuck anymore." Oh, it's not that bad. Jeez, Jason. They're just hard turns. That's all.
Audio Tits said bale some hay. That's what I'm talking about, Audio Tits. Go out and put in a hard day's work. I mean, if you think about it, if you're willing to work hard enough, Audio Tits, you could wear like 3 or 4 of those thongs at one time. I could stretch my big ass into those so that, you could get your production numbers up. Because you're going to have to scale up. If you get your sales up enough, your demand is going to exceed your ability to stink up them drawers. So I'd have to probably wear like 2 or 3 thongs at a time. I'm running that weed eater and everything.
I don't know. Never mind. I don't even want to pretend like I. I feel like if I comment on this, it's like, oh, what case you buy these, and it's like I'm not even gonna. I'm not even gonna comment on.
This is that part of a Friday where you got to be real careful.
Yeah, I feel like there's like any way I step on this is just a disaster waiting to happen. I'm just gonna. Hey, look at that! It's numbers time. Holy crap! It happens so fast. It just sneaks up on you.
I thought you turned over a yard work to the sun.
Oh, real rugged is listening now.
Somewhere there's an intern when they're like, so give me the debrief today. What did those guys talk about over there? What kind of financial advice were they getting? They're like, I don't know. Some fat old dude said something about wearing thongs on a fishing pier so he could sell them to guys who masturbate with them.
Okay. All right. It is definitely numbers time now. We're moving on. Look at that. It is exactly right on the dot, 1 o'clock.
Hey, before you go, Casey, one final thought. Would it be out of line if I had Diesel wear a few pair? Because he sweats it up pretty good too. Could I stretch it? I could enlist Bruno and Diesel. We could stretch a few thongs on them and let them run around the house and play fetch. And that would keep our production numbers up as well.
I don't know.
Got to match demand. We got to keep up with the demand on this, man. And the order of the day is stinky drawers. These guys are willing to pay up for them. So I can certainly see Bruno with a nice set of hot pink or fire engine red thongs. His junk all bound up and I'm running around the yard playing fetch, making money the whole time.
Rugged's got a question. I guess maybe I should answer the question before I move on here. Let me go ahead and I'll wait for his question, but I'm going to move some screens around here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that. Let's take a look at what we got going on here.
His question was pretty succinct. KC, it wants to know if we charge more for the first layer of underwear versus the third layer. And it's like wine. It's like when you buy wine, it's been like a single malt scotch that's been in the same barrel. You pay more for that. So the obvious answer to your question is the first pair is obviously has far more absorption, and it gets first right of first refusal for all those beads of sweat and that funk.
This is where I refuse to make any comment at all, because I just don't even want to pretend like I even know anything about this whatsoever. Because if I even pretended like I
way too much about this,
if I even pretend that I know something about this, or that it sounds like I may know something about this, and it makes me immediately guilty of something. So I'm just going to keep away from this and say I have no clue. You tell me. That's my answer. And
let them Benjamins, man. We're just trying to support the small business maker here, the entrepreneur. This is an entrepreneurial financial network. We're doing what we can.
Yeah. Let's take a look at these numbers here. I've taken you guys over the other page here. So off exchange normally by this time of the day would be right around I don't even know what time are we at? 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock would be about 64% going through off exchange. And EDGX, we have 56.85% going through off exchange, and EDGX at 9.95. The combined total on that 66.8%, or 2.8% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 818 shares going through that exchange. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 17,454. That number is not over 30,000, so nothing unusually high going on there. There has been another 50,000 shares borrowed for AMC, according to IBKR. That's going to put us take us from 750,000 shares borrowed today to 800,000 shares, and that's about exactly what we saw borrowed yesterday. So we're on target for the same amount of borrowing. Fees are at 1.72%, according to IBKR. According to Ortex an hour ago, there were 646,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now reporting 1.46 million shares borrowed. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 14.93%. The cost to borrow min is at 2.32, average is 2.71, and max is 6.2%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 70.46 million shares. That's 660,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 147,000 of that is in closed short interest. According to Ortex, GME has about 340,000 shares being reported returned today. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago for AMC was at a strike of $5 with 12.2 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 14.6. The highest amount of put volume was at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago it was 4.5 thousand contracts. It's now 5.2. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 still by the end of the day today. Looking at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 54.2% buy to 45.8% sell ratio. It's a little bit better than it was earlier. Nothing else showing up on the list there. MMRI was 285.57 an hour ago. It's now 285.47, so slight decrease in that value in the last hour. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.373 as of an hour ago, and is now currently at 0.375, so it's gone up just a tad since just a bit ago. We started out the day at 0.418. NASDAQ is down 0.03, Dow Jones is down 0.13, and the S&P 500 is up 0%, breaking even. We have 2,850 advancers to 2,730 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, but less advancing than it was an hour ago by quite a few. In fact, you can just see that the S&P just went red just a second ago. So we're starting to see a little bit of a decline in the market today. For I don't want to say the first time, but it's definitely more in decline now than it was earlier. Taking a look at sectors for the day-to-day, the best performing sector for the day is currently technology, followed by financials. The worst reported sectors for the day-to-day is utilities, followed by consumer discretionary. Taking a look at the Mag 7, 3 are green. One of those is almost is borderline red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since closing yesterday will get a shout out. NYCB is up 4.61%. First Horizon up 6.72%. Western Alliance up 2.5%. Wells Fargo up 3.07%. And that's it. Gold is currently down 0.03 and trending down. Silver is up 0.31, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.75, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.07 and is trending down. Oil is up 0.36, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.33 to 0.34 and seem to be making a little bit of a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. And SPY is down 0.03 and consolidating. VIX is up 0.41 and is starting to make a rebound off that bottom there at 1206 and looks to be starting to trend back up now. It's at 12.29 currently with the future suggesting 13.78. Some point or another, I think this is going to jump, and when it does, we'll start seeing the market drop out. Vanguard is currently up 0.13 and trending down. Vanguard. I said Why did I say Vanguard? VB. It's VB is an ETF. It's one of the largest holding ETFs of AMC shares. It's up 0.13 and trending down. VBR is up 0.26 trending down. Tesla is down 0.05 and slightly trending upwards. Amazon is down 1.28, slightly trending up. Not slightly. It's trending up, breaking a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.9, trending up. Doge is down 2.31, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.67, trending down. It started to move away from consolidation into a downtrend more recently. GameStop is down 0.9 and is trending down. HYMC is down 0.43, trending down. NCMI is up 1.29, trending down. Hood is down 0.38 and is, I'm going to say it's still, the overall trend from earlier today is up, but it also kind of looks a little bit like consolidation in here as well. AMC is up 0.52 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day-to-day, $1 million more outflow than inflow. Actually, it's just a little bit less than that. 7.69 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 279 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 10.74 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares, and that's looking like it's going to be the case. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.01, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.48, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.76, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, it actually looks like equal amounts. No, just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.70, which is above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp. Let's see here. I don't know if UPS delivery guy said anything in the back of the Big Tramp, but good to see you here. I know he was here earlier. I don't know that he spoke, though. I want to mention to you guys, somebody linked me.
Happy Friday, Casey.
What's that?
I said happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, man. Do you get weekends off?
I'm just, sometimes I volunteer to work Saturdays.
Okay.
The overtime is really good.
Yeah. Is there a big push to get you to volunteer?
No, not really. They just this last contract they were able to hire these guys in June called they're called Greg Temps,
Mm.
and they can start using them in June. It's kind of like our Christmas help, so that kind of takes away our ability to work Saturday.
I always felt like working weekends was just kind of like a big, huge distraction from family time kind of stuff. Anyways.
It definitely is, but we are a single income family, so it helps out a bunch.
Yeah. I hear you.
Like almost getting 2 days pay in one day.
Yeah. You know, it takes money to create memories too in a family. So I understand.
You could view it from both sides of that too. You could spend some time working weekends where maybe those particular weekends wouldn't be conducive to doing anything with the family noteworthy anyhow. And then by working that extra time, you could afford yourself. You could buy some free time later on when it's much more desirable.
Mm-hmm.
So those people there's a lot of people out there who try to say, and that's why I said there's no silver bullet for everything. They say, well, you can't be a workaholic. Your family will be sacrificed for that. I said, well, what if you're only a workaholic to the extent that you gather enough of a war chest that after that you get to spend more than the average time with your family?
Yeah, I've been here 20 years, so right now I'm at like 5 weeks vacation, and I get 5 personal days and 5 sick days.
That's incredible.
So
that's a lot of paid time off. That's a lot.
Yeah, but I'll work a lot more overtime, like in the winter when it's kind of chilly and nothing to do. And as it gets nice out, I'll scale back.
Changing the topic a little bit here, I kind of wanted to discuss something real quickly, just because it kind of hit my notifications.
More politics?
No
politics?
No politics.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
But somebody was having a debate with somebody else about things pertaining to GME versus AMC kind of stuff, and I just want to say that as a shareholder of both, I don't look at it in terms of like which one's the better buy. And I know that there's going to be people who try to drag you into these kind of conversations to try to create a wedge or a division between people and who are investing. And how you invest your money is your choice, and that's nobody else's business other than your own. But I'm not going to get into those kind of debates. So you can drag me into it if you want to, but I'll probably just refuse to say anything because I don't think that creating division between investors and who have the same common goals is productive. I just don't. I don't think it's productive at all. In fact, if anything, it's more discouraging to investors who are on the same side as you. So why even participate in that? So if people want to be elitists towards certain stocks, so be it. And some people have claimed that I have been an elitist towards AMC, and that's fine. They can call me that if they want to, and I choose to not talk about specifically other stocks because of the reason that I do feel like there's a lot of distractions towards other things, investments in the marketplace that's going to make you rich quick, and that's always going to be there. I'm here to cover something that's entirely different that I feel is unique, and because of that uniqueness, I think that's pretty much the reason why I'm here doing what it is that I'm doing. So, and I'm not gonna allow those other things to distract me away from that. So anytime I see that kind of division, I try to avoid it because I just don't think it's healthy. But I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. Like, I mean, you can have those debates with people if you want to, but I probably just won't say anything. I know somebody mentioned like just a little bit ago. They said like GME and AMC seem to be decoupled now because GME was running up a little bit earlier, hit a high of about 26.17 before starting a trend down at right around 12.03. And then if we look at 12.03 on AMC, we can go back to 12.03 right here, and we can actually see that AMC was actually trending down and started that trend down maybe even a few minutes earlier than GME did. Just didn't happen to move as far down as GME did. And then we started an uptrend starting right around, 1248-ish. And at 1248, a little bit later than that, GME started making a trend back up. And that trend back up would have started probably right around 1309. So 20 minutes later, 30 minutes, 20 minutes later. And then GME hit a top at around 1316 and then started trending down since 1316. And AMC since 1316 has been trending, actually since 1248's been continuously running upwards, had a little bit of consolidation before continuing that trend upwards. But just because they're little kind of simple discrepancies in how price is moving doesn't necessarily mean that they're entirely decoupled. I think what you should be focused more on is what are the target price points for specific individual stocks and the option contracts that are closing for the week. We already knew today that max pain for AMC was 450, so anything closing between 401, sorry, not 401. Anything closing between 401 and 499 is in favor of institutions. Anything that closes lower than 401 or higher than 499, or I should say, actually, probably should say 501. 501 is going to be in favor of more than likely retail, or it could also be institutions it could be in favor of, but for the most part, it's going to be in favor of somebody else other than mainly institutions. So,
hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Good to hear, T-Mac.
We got my dog riled up. I said hello, so she thinks someone's here.
How you doing today?
Yep.
Oh, you're cutting out.
Oh, I got now.
You cut out on that. Still cutting out. Stockwitz, also welcome.
Casey, I'm going to break. Oh, that's nice. I'm going to break character here for a minute, Casey, and ask you a serious TA technical analysis question. I can go back 3 years on a weekly chart on Thinkorswim. Can you go back farther than that on your AMC chart? How far back in your history can you go?
Does it matter what time interval I'm using?
No, but I mean, if for the sake of continuity, could you bring up a 3-year, 1 week chart on AMC?
I can go back
too hard for you to do?
I can go all the way back to the beginning of trading on AMC, which is 2014, all on one screen.
Okay. Well, give us like a 4-year look. Go back about 4 years, and then I want you to tell me. I'd like you to do a technical analysis on what that screen says to you. I don't want to tilt you into giving me telling me what I want to hear, but I just want to know if you come to the same conclusion that I came to. I personally looked at a 3-year, 1 week chart because that was all I could afford with my cheap shit. I'll tell you, I'll give you a hint. Specifically, what I was looking at is from the high, I was looking at the pullbacks and the period of time between each pullback. So I kind of noticed that we would drop and then consolidate, drop, consolidate. But the times that we consolidate are getting ever longer, culminating to what I'd like to think I see is a stretch here now where at the end, down at the very end of that chart there, we've been at your red line for almost as much time as the rest of that chart. Exactly what you're looking at right there. And then when you see a little farther now, boom, right there. And then I guess what I was saying is, do you see a bottom? I'm going to go ahead and spoon feed it to you. I said that we'd see a fall off, consolidation, fall off, consolidation. It's my argument now that other than that last big fall off, that we have been in a disproportionately long period of time where we've traded around the $5 mark.
Yeah.
Would I be, if I looked at that 3-year chart, does that indicate a bottom to you?
Well, before I answer, I think I just want to see if Tammy's comms have cleared up. Tammy, are you cleared up now?
Oh yeah, I had my
Oh, there she
headphones
is.
on.
I'm sorry, Tammy.
That's all right. I was working with my headphones and it didn't go so well.
Yeah. Did you have something that you wanted to say? Because we kind of jumped in on you there a little bit.
Oh, I just said that I was busy doing my favorite thing right now. I'm sitting on the porch with my rocks
Well, there you
and
go.
my saw. And I posted a link in the general on the Discord when with the UPS delivery guy.
Yeah.
But it made me think of it, so I had to go find it.
The differences
funny.
between UPS and other delivery services.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to check that out.
I bet he's.
Oh, it's
I bet he's
hilarious.
seen that. I bet he has. So here's the problem in regards to what you're asking of me for this charting, is that number one, there's been a lot of things that have happened on this chart here that do not reflect anything. It shows up on a weekly on this, and so
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
There's been dilution periods in here. There's been there's also been
Recombination of ape and all that.
ape
Yeah,
creation.
I get all of that.
Yeah, ape creation, ape consolidation, and then a reverse split, and so some of those things, it's almost wow. That falls. Look at these indicators here. So
Yeah.
a lot of the things that are happening right now are I think uncomparable to what we had from the past, and so it would be really difficult for me to use technical analysis to look at this chart here and say like, okay, well, what does this period of time in here reflect from the past? Because
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So even if I see what I think as a bottom, a clear bottom based on the time that's spending there, I could be kidding myself because it could just be a result of all these other mitigating factors. That's fair enough.
But one of the things that I would, in regards to what it is that you talked about in regards to timing, is that there seems to be a specific period of time between some of these pullbacks and run, areas where it kind of consolidates and then runs back up again and then falls back down and consolidates and runs up, then falls down and consolidates and runs. So you're identifying. To me, it sounds like you're identifying
a pattern
that's repeating
Yeah,
itself.
a regularity. There's a regularity to it. A regularity to it. Yeah.
So and I would tend to agree with that, and that's where I would probably pull up my trading view chart. And anytime you ever see this kind of stuff, this is where I specifically think that trading view would come in handy in terms of charting these kind of things, just because that was something I kind of wanted to bring up. Is I felt like earlier this morning I was laughing at Yahoo, and then here I am using like Weeble to like track stuff. Like I would never, like I don't think.
But again, and I'm not trying to oversell it, but if you look at your chart there, you just showed the seesaw motion of the up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
And then about halfway through that chart, it ceases to do that. So I'm just saying, if you look at the entirety of the 3 or 4 years there, we saw ups and downs and with ever increasing falling retracement. But then sometime sometime quite a while back, it stopped. I'm just arguing that we're flat, that you're right. I did identify a trend of up, down, farther down, up with regular intervals. But it seems like now we're no longer doing that. So that's the chart we were talking about right there.
Let me pull
It's
up
like
something real
you
quick.
see that fall off there. It's like a flag. It's like a drooping flag, and it goes down, up and down, up, down, up. But then it has reached a point now where it's kind of trading sideways. And I don't just mean for a month. I'm just arguing that even aside from all those other things, it's a clear pattern that it's obvious to me that something's changed.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna throw these up here because when you identify a pattern like this, it's probably not a bad idea to kind of check it out and see if you see some kind of common interval that's in between some of these periods of time and seeing if it doesn't relate to something specific, perhaps maybe that you can identify that might be happening. So I'm just going to kind of label some of these real fast here.
I was afraid to even bring it up to you because I tried to call the bottom 9 times on this thing, and every time I had a well-reasoned, valid argument for my thesis, and every time I got my fucking head chopped off. So I can't believe I even took the time to bring it up to you, but I couldn't help it. Maybe it's because I want to believe we're at a bottom, and I'm skewing my opinion in favor of what I want. But it just sure appears to me like it was a fall, modest recovery, fall, modest recovery. But each time we fell more and more and more. But that trend has been broken. We're no longer following it. You look at all those dips, that we're no longer dipping like that. So I'm arguing that for the most recent past of that big timeline you've got there, we have traded flat. And I think I would just argue that doesn't that indicate a bottom? But I understand if you're not willing to agree with me on that because of all the reasons you mentioned, the reverse split, the apes, all of that shit. I'm just looking at that chart as I see it. And if that's the only information I had to go on, I'd ask you what's going on with this stock right now. Is this stock going to continue to fall, or based on what you're seeing, is it due for a reversal? And that long flat line there at the end of your chart is really what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So a lot of what these patterns are showing you from the past, or a lot of the times from the past, is showing you a period of falling price, maybe some consolidation at the bottom side of those patterns, with a top, an obvious increase in price moving back up that's always seemingly lower than where the previous top was, right? So you got one here, you got another here, another one here that's kind of covered up by some of the words. Another one here where the top is up here and the bottom's down here. Here's another one that most of these are going down. And then all of a sudden, it doesn't continue to go down as much anymore. Where in this particular time frame here, between December of 2022 to December or February of 2023, there's actually two tops that are fairly close in price.
That was my argument, that it's a longer time frame. That even though it was still continuing its trend to make newer lows, they were farther and far between. And now we're down to where we're not even getting that. So before you had that volatility where you could see the highs and lows were compressed.
Yeah.
But the farther you go on that chart, the longer the time expands between those the highs and lows. So the volatility was getting farther and farther apart. What I'm arguing is now is that it's over. There is no more volatility. It's for all intents and purposes flat again. But maybe I'm seeing
this particular one here, this time interval, and I want you to notice that some of these time intervals are similar. Not exactly. This one's 190 days here, but in this particular time interval here, the top is actually higher than the last top that we had in that 190 day period. On some of these other periods in here, we've got 143 days, an 89 day, and this one's 115 days, 132, 140, 59. And as we get closer and closer, the numbers start to get smaller and smaller from to the very top that we had. But 59 days, 84 days.
Let me change my question to you then.
Days.
Let me make it even harder on you. If I held a gun to your head and I said you need to find a chart that you think most likely would give me the best chance of identifying a bottom, what time frame would you go with? A yearly chart, 2-year chart, 6 months? What chart and what time frame would most accurately represent a bottom? And how would you identify it? Would it take 3 successive days of 10% move up or whatever? I know what the technical definition, and I got tons of books in my library that give me the scholastic definition of what a bottom is. But what to Casey represents a factor that you would say, yeah, the bottom's in on this. Obviously, I'm sure it contains some component of a reversal in trend moving upwards. How much of that would you need to see, and over what time frame before you would feel comfortable saying, yeah, the bottom's in on this?
So this is a complex answer to this, and it really comes down to is how long are you willing to be traded into a stock for? Because you can always look at a macro position and say, like, well, provided that the fundamentals are good on a company, then no matter how long you look at or how far you reach back in a company, if the fundamentals are good, there should always be an uptrend in growth. Like you just need to look back further to find that you're higher at some point than what you were in the past. And if the fundamentals are poor for the company, then that might not necessarily be the case. You could have, a price decline that never stops, and it just keeps on going down and down and down until finally the company declares bankruptcy, and then it's no longer traded, and so forth. But you can use any time period. The time periods are reflective of how long you want to be invested in the security for, or commodity for that matter.
Right.
If you want to
I understand all that. Yeah. I just meant it's just in current environment. And to be honest, if everyone here is honest with each other, we have been falling for the better part of 3 years. That's just undeniable. The tape shows that. You look at the chart, for the better part of 3 years, it's been nothing but down. At some point, and I believe that it's coming for us, that's why I'm here every day, 10 hours a day, we will see that trend reversal and we will start that climb up. Now, aside from these few little hiccups that we've saw there, like on your chart right now, there's 2 or 3 little peaks that show some dramatic upward moment that at a glance might have appeared at the time to be a trend reversal and the beginning of, and to form a hard bottom. And every one of those was false. Ultimately, they resulted in even a farther dip down. My argument is that if we're flat right now, and I believe we are at 5 or 480, I know we hit 383 or something, but if we're flat at 580, 480, 502, once it starts to go up again, how dramatic does it need to be before you would say to yourself, I'm 80% certain that we've made a bottom on this?
The numbers that
I know I'm really putting you on the spot.
No, I've given you
that. I'm trying to be something other than funny for the moment.
No, I've actually given you those numbers before though. And those specific numbers are 20, 60, let me see, 20, 60,
well, you said
and
you shave your mustache
90.
off at 90. You said you shaved your beard off at 90, I guess. Okay.
And 130 is probably the last one that I would do. So I would say like 20, 90, and then 130.
I was just going to share with you, for me right now, we're trading at 480, and I wouldn't even be celebrating if we got to $10 or $11. I wouldn't be throwing parties. And I know that's 100% from where we're at. And I can't believe those words are coming out of my mouth. But if we're trading at 5 and this thing hits 10, I would be scared to go to my wife and say, yeah, the bottom's in, because we've seen that kind of movement before. So I don't even know what my own answer is. I don't know how much. I don't know if I'd have to see a 200 or 300% increase from where we're at before I could ever look at somebody and say, I believe with all my heart the bottom's in on this.
Yeah, so I know
it's not 100. It's not 100%. I can tell you that.
That's not
in
something.
In the old days, I'd say if you could double my money, I give you 10 grand, you give me 20 back. Fucking A. But I've been here too long for that. So we're at $5. Quite frankly, $10 doesn't mean shit to me.
You can't.
So, and I can't.
You can't do that though. You can't. I would discourage going to somebody and saying like, "Hey, the bottom." Like I don't know that I could. I would never ever probably feel comfortable going to somebody and saying like, "Hey, the bottom's in." Like, I just don't think that. I don't.
Well, it's almost impossible to call.
For AMC, like I personally, and I've said this on many occasions before in the past, the final bottom will be in when we see people packing up their shit and walking out of their jobs without a job anymore. That's when you know it's over. That's when you can finally take that final sigh of relief and say like, our job is done here. That's what it's going to look like.
I'm still just drinking the Kool-Aid. I still believe it. And if I could look my wife in the face and say, look, we're trading at $5. This thing could double this thing could go to $50 a share, and think about how much money that would make. But if I was to call up JJ the jet plane right now and say, do you think we would go to $50? He would laugh and hang up the phone on me. Because he's like, dude, he's like, Sport, you need to add some zeros to that. So I guess where I'm coming from. If someone felt comfortable that the bleeding was done and that there was no longer red ink to be had with new money going in.
One of the things that I would do to maybe prepare yourself for the future, maybe, is I would come back and I would look at the past, and this specifically is let me get rid of some of the stuff that I got on here. I would come back to the past and I would look at it and I would say, like, remember that these numbers you have to divide these numbers by 10 in order to get the correct. Is that right? Not 10. No. 10's not the right number. Divide by 5. What did we do? Did we do a reverse split of, what did we do? I can't even remember now.
Ended up being like 7-1 if you figured out,
Yeah, that's what it is.
If you factored in the ape thing, it wasn't truly 10-1.
Yeah.
He'd tell everybody all the time he's tired of hearing people say 10-1 because it wasn't.
Right.
If you hung on to your ape like you should have, then that came into it. But if my memory's correct, it's like, I don't know, 7-1, 6.8 to 1. There you go. Cassius is saying 7-1.
Let me look at the
No
actual number here.
JW. It was not 10-1.
It was not
because
10-1.
I never sold a single ape that I was given to.
So
even though they did the 10, he's correct. Factually, they did a 10-1 split, but then they turned all my ape back into AMC, so it changed that number. So I guess, yeah, if you want to get down to it, the technical term was they did a 10-1 split. But if you factored in that at the exact same time they converted ape back to AMC common shares, then it's not 10-1. I think it wasn't half. It didn't drop it to 5-1. I think it was like 6.8 or some shit.
I did the wrong one.
Man, that seems like forever ago.
Yeah. Let's see, 5.09. Is that right? That's not right. That might be right. Let me see. 5.09. 393.63.
Sorry, folks. I know this isn't as much fun for a
it's
Friday
close.
after lunch.
It's really, really close. So I'm just going to use 5.1 as the division on this. But that's coming out really. So I've got it from my records. The top that I had written down from the past when we actually lived through it was 77.26. The top that it's showing now is 393.63. So it's basically like a 5.1 reduction is what you have to do, right? So you got to divide it by 5.1. So if I take a look at the past and I say like, okay, well, where were the prices and what significantly did they need to hit in order to see some of the price movements that we saw? And we do know that the price went down to around $5 before it started moving back up. We can look at this and we can say, okay, well, what prices were we hitting? So if I take, how long did it take to get from some of those prices? So let's see here. I've got a low here on 413, and so we're going to take this 4504 divided by 5.1, 883. Right, so we were trading at about 883. It looks like back on around 413, perhaps somewhere really close to that amount. How long did it take for it to get from 883 to significantly higher numbers? Well, we know we lived through it. Right, it was about a month and a half. If we went back further, we can find some lower values. We can go back to here where we saw. Looks like one of the lowest numbers prior to the January amount was 2851. Let's see if this comes out right here. 559. I'm pretty sure we had a $5 price point that we hit, though. I feel like the math might be a little bit off on this. This is why this is so hard to look backwards in time here and see. I have written down 1095 for the 13th of May. That did happen to be one of the dates that I recorded as a low, which was the date that I pulled up right here and told you it was 8 something. So 1095 is what I had for the high for the 13th. Oh, 13th of May. That's over here. Let's see if this comes out right. Let's see what the high on this was. 76.97. 1508. What did I say? I have this. What date was this? This is the 13th of May. I had 1095, so the numbers aren't quite right. These numbers are a little bit off. I'd have to play around with the numbers, but
I thought to myself, I need to look at the big picture again. So I pulled up a 3-year chart on Thinkorswim, and it automatically came by default with 1 week candles. And I just sat back and just kind of looked at them at a mild, comfortable buzz going. I said, what does this chart look like to you? And I said, okay, I see lots of volatility but always making new lows. And I said, it happens with a regularity. There's almost a rhythm to how far apart it is. And then I also said, there's a trend to where the longer this has gone on, the longer it took between events. So the highs and lows, I didn't count candles, whatever. Let's just say that the difference between the peaks and the valleys at the beginning of that 3-year chart were very close together. And then the longer the chart goes, meaning the closer it comes to present time, those events kept getting longer and longer. So the time it took from a recent high to a new low was each time just a little bit longer and a little bit longer, until towards the end, you didn't see nearly as much volatility up and down. And hand in hand with that, what you saw was these longer periods of time represented by 1-week candles where not much dramatic changed, at least not enough to be reflected in that chart, until ultimately at the end of that 3-year 1-week chart, it shows an area, the most recent past, of where we've been relatively flat. And I thought to myself, just at a glance, all of the things being discounted that shows a stock that has lessening amounts of volatility and is simultaneously no longer falling. It's breaking that downward trend. And then I thought, well, maybe you're just telling yourself what you want to see. And I just thought I'd ask you about it.
Since the 13th of May this year, you can see that there's been a difference in activity on candles in contrast to what we were doing before that. And I think that's probably where I would probably kind of point to a change in price movement and what's going on. You could come and look at some of the past historical points that we've had, perhaps in the run-ups leading into I don't know, I guess maybe even January. We could go back to January. Where's January on here? Let's see, 2020 January should be coming up here.
Well, while you have such a big time frame set up there, help me out here. And I'm embarrassed to say that I don't have it committed to memory, but at least I'm honest about it.
Right,
since our run to $72 low all those many years ago, what has been our all-time low since then? Did we hit like 285 here last month or something? Or was it into threes? What is our low?
Well, for AMC,
3-year low.
For AMC specifically, the lowest number that I have, let me see, let me make sure and go through here and make sure I've got the right numbers.
I thought I saw 385. For some reason or other, 385 seems like that was it.
I have a 290, I have a 283, I have a 238. Okay.
290 then.
I have a 238.
We broke the $3, 238. And that was what, within the last 90 days or something?
I think it was April 19th.
April?
Oh, 16th rather. April 16th was 238. Yep. And
so that was our low. That was our low over the past three years. And that was over 3 months ago.
There it is right there, 238.
I mean, I know I'm leading the witness here. But you see what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking at 3 years, the low, all things being equal, the low price we hit was $2.38. That was 3 months ago.
Yeah, in my synthetic price failure collection period of time, the lowest I've ever seen is 238 for sure. And I collect it on a daily basis. All this information that I've been collecting it since that first date that I gave you of May 13th, and I've been religiously collecting this data as it's happening, firsthand. And
so it's safe to say that anybody bought at that 238 mark, those rare, beautiful unicorns that were the ones who first got in, and that's where they made their entry. They've all doubled their money so far.
You got to realize,
representative of the rest of us.
Ape shares was actually lower, right? Ape shares made it into less than $1. So there was actually people who were getting Ape shares at extremely, and those were a 1-to-1 value. So anybody who was buying those were buying them for less than $1, and we're probably making out really well for dropping their dollar average. Now I couldn't. Part of the problem is I can't sit there and tell you guys how to buy, right? I can't do that. That's not something I can do on this channel. if you want me to continue to be able to do what it is that I do on a daily basis, I can't sit there and tell you what you should do with your money. That's not, it's not afforded to me.
It shuts you down pretty quick.
It's not afforded to me the ability to be able to do that. But if you're seeing these kind of things, and I tell you the information where an Ape share is the same value, is should be worth the same value or has the same value as an AMC share, then you should be able to identify that if you wanted to lower your dollar cost average, then you would buy the one that's going to be cheaper, as it would potentially give you, a better rate on that you're getting for your dollar average. So, but I can't say those kind of things. That's not something I can say. It's just not.
Well, look, I'm gonna put Mrs. Pirate on. She needs you to explain to her why she should just let me fill this hole full of dirt and put grass on it and use this.
Oh no, you don't.
Here she comes. Here
No,
she comes right
no,
here.
no,
Here's
no,
Sandy.
no,
Here
no,
she is
no,
right
no, 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 no,
No?
Nope,
Oh,
nope.
he said never mind, Sandy's. Oh, damn, I thought you had my back. What
Nah,
happened to this bros and all that shit?
You got to understand, like, I don't. Well, I ask her this question for me. Ask her how often does she
Swimming
use.
pool advice. I'm not asking for
How long?
financial
How long?
advice. I'm asking
How
for
many
swimming
times
pool.
did you use? How many times did she use that swimming pool in the last when you had it?
Yeah, she gets in it daily.
No, in the pool, or she was sitting around the pool.
No, in the pool. She does the whole layout, getting the pool cool off, layout.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Now, you
But
you live on the
problem is
water.
It's just for her. She's the only one. That's the only.
You live on the water.
issue here.
Is it
I don't get in it, the
unsafe? Is it unsafe to go out in the water, out by your house?
Oh, I get it, man.
Is it?
Believe me, I tried that. That dog won't hunt. Well, they got little fishies that want to nibble on you. They might tickle
Okay,
your feet.
well, no, that makes sense. I mean, that's
piece
fine.
of seaweed. A piece of seaweed might rub
So
your leg. Or
let me
whatever.
ask you this question:
Girls are funny like that. Guys, they'll swim in a fucking mud. I swim in a cow pond. I don't care.
When she gets into the water, what is the main objective for getting into the water for? Is it just to cool off in a safe place?
I've never did a deep dive into it. I don't understand it. I think a lot of it might just be the luxury. Maybe
what about
growing up and knowing that a trip to the local pool, perhaps when she was young, may have been a really big treat for her, maybe or even a rare event. So the whole idea of having her own swimming pool at home, maybe why does a woman need a fur coat? Why do we need the things we need? A lot of times it's more of desire than it is need.
I'm pulling up.
So I don't know.
I'm pulling up one of these because I don't know. Personally, it just depends on what it is she's looking for. That she's what specifically it is that she wants out of this. But they have these jacuzzis that are something you can actually swim in. I don't know if you know that or not. If you've seen that.
Well, I got an old stock tank, like one of those galvanized metal drums you let horses drink out of. I got one of those. Told her I could fill it up. I could put a few beach towels on it to dress it up. She could dunk in that to cool off, but she didn't see the merit in the idea.
And again, I don't want to presume how much it is that you would want to, or how much. Do you know how much your pool would cost to make?
Yeah, an in-ground pool is going to cost you about 70 to 80 grand. And then you're going to drop another 30 or 40 on the patio. They told us that. I said, "Would you want a bigger pool and save? Bigger pools cost more." He's like, "Well, the more you spend on your swimming pool, the less you spend on the patio pavers. So it's almost like you can have either one." But yeah.
What if you went with like a luxury, and they call them, I think, endless pools or swim spas, and you could get one of those.
I'm with you.
Those things, I think.
I'm with you, man.
I'll post up a picture here just to see. Can see what it is I'm talking about.
Hang on, she's coming. I want you to talk to her. She's coming.
Well, yeah, I'm
also,
just saying,
tell her
like,
too, Casey. There's an HOA. There's an HOA pool 2 doors down. Big Olympic-sized swimming pool.
These things are actually pretty nice. You can swim
exactly.
in it if you can swim in it if you want to, and then there's also seats over here on one end where you could sit there and watch her swim. You could put your goggles in and take a look at her underwater because you like doing that.
Camera. Can I just put a camera? Can you? I don't want a live feed.
Yeah,
I don't want to go out there in the heat, but if you could put like a LED camera under the water and then pipe it in, I could have like a window picture on my charts. It'd be perfect.
Yeah,
I'm with you, man.
Yeah, and this is, I don't know how much these run, but I'm pretty sure they're way less than 80 grand. If I had to guess, this is probably like probably 30 or less grand is what I would imagine this would probably run you. And you could put it in ground, like it doesn't have to be above ground. You could actually put it into the ground. So
I did one
sunk.
like that one time. I took one like that, and I took a hot tub like that and built a deck around it.
Yeah.
And I made the finished height of the deck match the pool up the top of that. So when you walked out of the house, it gave the illusion that it was quote unquote in ground.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And that would save you. That's 50 grand right there that it saves you, you know? That's just an option.
No, man.
Throwing it out there. I don't know. It depends on what you want to use it for, right? Like, what are you looking for?
What are you gonna do with women? What are you gonna, you know, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, you don't have to heat it if she wants something to cool off in, which I imagine she does.
Look,
that thing doesn't have to be
I've got
heated.
that dump trailer. You've seen those little dump trailers, a steel dump trailer I drag around with my dually. I haul garbage from my jobs to the landfill. It's essentially a big metal square box. Why can't I just put one of those FEMA tarps, one of those blue FEMA tarps? Can I just put that in my dump trailer and then just fill it up with water?
Yeah,
I mean, that seemed like that would work.
I don't know.
I got like 6 of those FEMA tarps. FEMA gives those tarps away for hurricanes. Every year they give them away for free. And I got like 4 in the garage. And I think if I could use that as a liner in my little garbage spot, my dump trailer, I think it'll hold, I don't know, it'll hold 600-700 gallons of water. I don't know what I could do to get the bubbling action going. Maybe I could rig up my landscape blower, maybe like, or reverse my shop vac or something to create some sort of a spall effect to it.
Yeah, well, you got me monologuing enough to where I'm going to be like 20 minutes late for my break here. So I'm going to go take a break.
All right.
I'll let you guys decide how you want to go about doing
proceed
your
with
own
this.
business.
All right.
Yeah. So, Preacher, good afternoon, and I'm out.
We'll see you at 2:10.
Sounds good.
Man, today went fast. I don't know why. It just seemed like it went incredibly fast. The rest of the week seemed to drag along. Perhaps because it's Friday.
Hey, Pirate Grayleaf posted something in the general and got a shipping container as a pool. That's kind of badass.
Yeah, 'cause that way if I go home, do my tomorrow. Yeah, if I go home.
Don't you know it, Dirty B? Don't you know it? Time does indeed fly when you're having fun. Remember being a kid where the school days and the school year seemed to just drone on forever? Summertime come, first day when school's out, seemed like you blinked your eyes and summertime was over again. So funny how that works. I'll have a look at that, Grayleaf, see what you got to offer there. Give me just a minute. Discord general. There we go. Yep, that's it, Grayleaf. There's some creative people out there who can transform even the most basic products into something luxurious, the right amount of time and effort. Very cool. Take care. Turtle 4614. Keep an eye out for you. Maybe we'll see you around the poker table this weekend. If not, we'll see you Monday for sure. Gurley says, a pool's almost good as a ham sandwich. Brought to you without asking for it. Yep. I would tend to agree. Almost. Cassius says he was thinking about getting an inflatable jacuzzi. I can tell you, Cassius, when my boys were really little, she bought one of those inflatable pools. You just, and it held up surprisingly well. We put it on a tarp at the farm, up by the garage, 2-car garage by the house, and she'd fill it up with garden hose water when they were little. I mean, little bitty toddlers, and they had a great deal of fun in that thing. I mean, we more than got our money's worth out of it. And as years gone by, we continually upgraded to bigger stuff. But yeah, the little ones, the little bitty ones, it doesn't take much to make it a big, exciting event for them. For a number of years, Sam's Club offered a rather nice water slide. I bought one for my kids. It was big. It was massive for a homeowner type thing. It's all made out of real heavy canvas type material, like you'd have like a bouncy house would be constructed of. And when you hooked a blower, it had 2 separate blowers on it. When I hooked the blowers up and it inflated itself, it had like a mountain, a set of stairs, just inflated stairs that the kids could climb all the way to the top. And then you hooked a garden hose to it, and it had the stereotypical plastic pool liner and a slide that went down the top of the mountain and eventually spit them out into what was the pool, which is a glorified, oversized, inflatable pool. And then it came also with 2 little water fight guns, and they were reminiscent of a cannon or like a deck gun or anti-aircraft gun, but they had it was really just a matter of little tiny pliable water hose like you would use to feed an ice maker or an ice machine. And all that was plumbed in through a system of tees and stuff to the garden hose. But and they could use, shoot. There was essentially a squirt gun or a water feature or what have you. But I can remember it was a pain in the ass to put up. You had to drag it out of the barn. We'd put a tarp down, and we'd unroll the damn thing, and then electricity, hook it all up and let it fill up with air. And of course, by the end of the day, it would have grass and stuff floating in it. But I can remember having children's birthday parties or 4th of July events where family members would come to the farm. And I remember we paid $699 for it at that time. Of course, now I'm talking about something that's 15 or 18 years ago. But for right about $700, it was one of those things where it was incredible the amount of use it got. The women would all gather around it, and everything from little ones practically in diapers up to young teenagers would enjoy that. Of course, it's labor intensive for the dad. When all the fun and games was over with, I'd drain all the water out of it, hose all the grass and dirt and mud off of it, roll it all up and put it away so that it wouldn't become moldy for the next event. But, we kept it for a number of years. It never failed to work, other than one of the blower motors failed, and those are easily replaced off the internet. You use them for those bouncy houses and what have you. But when we left the farm, we I think I turned that over to one of my cousins or whatever who had a piece of land close to us. But yeah, those little inflatable pools, even the most basic. We used to get the little cheap plastic ones you get at Walmart for our dog Diesel to play in. You put 3 inches of water in it, and he'd lose his mind too. Big fun. REL said if he was going to do another one, he could do it in half the time. It took him 2 months. Yeah, they said they could do ours in 4 to 6 weeks from start to finish. And the guy said he don't tell people 4 weeks because they don't want them pissed off, but normally that's what it takes, about 4 weeks. Yeah, Tech, our HOA has it has like a small, I don't want to call it a house, a clubhouse, if you will. And it's on one of the waterfront lots here, a couple doors down from my house, but it has men's and women's bathrooms, and they're like commercial bathrooms. They're set up with shower heads and all that stuff. There's a modest gym. I don't even want to call it a gym. There's a room where they have a few pieces of exercise equipment and a TV you can watch. I think there's a couple treadmills, a couple bikes, a few things like that. Nothing. And then there's a big common area where if you wanted to have a retirement party or a big gathering for people and you didn't want to have it at your home, you can reserve it for that. And then it has a full complete kitchen with ice maker, cabinets, and refrigerator and all that if you wanted to have food at your events. And it has a nice little shaded porch off the back, but the driving attraction is it's a massive swimming pool, or a big swimming pool, I should say. And everyone in the neighborhood, I think we have 80 houses here, 80 or 100 houses. Everyone has a key to it, so you can let yourself in and enjoy it. Tech, I don't know what we pay for our HOA dues. I'm going to say, I'll ask Mrs. Pirate when she returns, but if I think it's $100 a month. For a long time, I think I paid 80 a month, and I think they've increased that to 100, maybe a little bit more. But yeah, there's certainly an advantage. Swimming pools are inexpensive. They're a pain in the ass. Work on a pain in the ass to maintain. But the truth of the matter is, the children, they like them a great deal. There are some places in Florida that have 6, 7, as much as $800 a month in HOA fees. It gets pretty hoity-toity when you get in some of those condos that are on the Gulf of Mexico and stuff like that. It's not all bad. I mean, it covers, like for us here, we have a gated subdivision where you don't have a lot of cross traffic because you can't get in and out if you don't have access to the gate. And then on top of that, we have they take care of all of the outdoor green area, the green spaces, so it keeps the neighborhood really nice. And then of course you have the swimming pool facility and that kind of stuff. So there's added benefit to it, and a lot of people use it a great deal. They built a boat dock behind it. Although you're not allowed to leave your boat tied up year round there, the people who don't necessarily live on the water here can pull up their pontoon boat, and tie it up there for the day or overnight, time to time. But, so I get it. HOAs sometimes, like I said, it's not all vinegar with them. There's some upsides to it. Yeah, Bebop, you're right. There's pros and cons. Exactly. That's interesting. You asked that, Frog, if I would go back to a small farmer. Almost a guarantee. if I find myself with yet a substantial increase to my personal finances, I'll find myself quickly in the market for 200 or 300 acres, maybe in Tennessee or Alabama. That's almost exactly where I will go. It's my desire now to have something. I'd like to have something with a grass airstrip that my son could land and take off from our own place, and maybe an aircraft hangar, something big enough to keep 1 or 2 airplanes in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Hodor. Look, I've made no secret of it. I'm an open book. I'm a hillbilly at heart. I'm 50% pure white trash, 50% hillbilly. And that's as close, that's as accurate as I can make it, and all that implies. But I found myself on the beach in Florida for my wife and my children. She fell in love with it when we were down here the last time, and she felt isolated on the farm. She didn't feel like the boys were being as well socialized and whatever. But it doesn't matter, man. I enjoyed being in Florida. It wasn't like sending me to hell or something. But given all things being equal, I'd still be on the farm. Yeah. Things we do for the ones we love, right? Oh, well, thank you, Hanzo. This is very kind of you to say. Not a man alive that doesn't like a compliment from a pretty woman. So you made my day. Thank you very much. Yeah, Hodor, don't get me wrong. I'm not. It's not like I'm being punished by living in Florida. Quite to the contrary. I mean, I begged to come here in the Air Force, and then I stayed because I fell in love with it. So that tells you a great deal of the affection I hold for the coast here. And after our children our first was born, we thought it might be nice to go back and quote unquote go home and raise them in a agricultural lifestyle, the country lifestyle, if you will. And we did that, and it was special too. My boys got to enjoy a lifestyle that was very unique in these modern times. But like I shared before, it only took one brief vacation for us to bring them to the beach like any other tourist would be, and for her to break out in tears and say, "I wish we had never left. We should have stayed here." That's kind of how it happens, man. Next thing you know, you're selling cows and tractors, and you're like the Beverly Hillbillies, man, moving up. Beatbop says, "Never been to Florida. I'd like to go. I'm on the other side of you, brother." You must mean the other side of the planet. You must be around the globe. Hanzo says, "Thank you for always being on here. I look forward to hearing you, Casey, every day. Your contribution is always a great ingredient to." Oh, thank you so very much. You'll make me blush. That is very kind of you. Well, I feel the same way. That's what I come here for. It's not for investing advice, and I've made no secret of the fact that I'm an older gentleman. I'm 58 years old. I certainly don't come here for anything that I want or need. I don't want to take anything from anyone. I just wanted to laugh and have somebody to communicate with on a daily basis, much like you would a local bar or a pub, if you will. And I've become incredibly fond of the people who come here every day. I've said several times that I was the kind of guy who made fun of people who had quote unquote internet friends, not the least of which were my 2 sons. I was brutal to them for a period of time about turn that damn thing off and go outside, and it's ridiculous. And I have to eat a lot of crow around here now because it's not the irony is not lost on them that now I have my internet friends, and it's people like you and the other 150 people on here, names that I can recite. I know the names of their children, to some extent what their occupations are, and as much as you would any other friend. So it's one of those things in life where I had to admit that I was completely wrong on. And it wasn't until I immersed myself in it that I was fully able to understand it. You can have a relationship with people on an internet, and it can be just as real as it would if you were my next door neighbor. And I learned that. That was one of the things I've learned. It's changed me as a person, far beyond however much money I can make squeezing the stock.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said. What'd you say?
So they might run to older and just dawdle because they wanted to get out of the house and wanted to do something they didn't get meant to too.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. I'm back. What'd I miss?
Oh, nothing. I was just talking briefly to Jana, aka Hanzo. She had made a kind compliment, and I was just sharing with her that the story yet again, how I was that guy who was brutal to my children about these pretend relationships and too much time on the internet, and how that it wasn't until I immersed myself in it and came to understand. To be honest, now I sound a little dorky, but you can have real friends on the internet. They're every bit as real as if they lived next door to me. And you'd have to know me or understand my personality to really grasp what that means, because I was that guy. Like I said, I was brutal in my comments, even to my own children, about how distasteful I found the amount of time that people spent on the internet. And I guess we could spend hours trying to decide why old people think that way or whatever. Maybe it's a resistance to change or the technology. But nonetheless, I was just trying to share with her that I'm a living, breathing example of how you can spend time with people and just get to know them, to know their children and their pets. And I was saying, their careers and certain aspects of their personality. And for me, it was I guess, like I said, an awakening to see how wrong I could have been for most of my life. And
I want to share something with you guys. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Who is it? Let's see. Go for it.
It's me. It's Funky.
Oh, Funky Pizza.
Yeah. So just recently, I deactivated my Facebook account, and I'd been wanting to do it for a long time, but I held off because I realized that my separate pages for like my music and stuff, it needed a like an account, like a real account, to be able to have that. Like, so if I deactivated or I deleted my Facebook.
You're fading off, Funky. You're fading.
Can you hear me now?
Now get closer.
Can you hear me now?
Louder.
Barely.
There?
No, it's not changing at all.
How about now?
Maybe a little bit better, yeah.
Good?
Same.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, my earbud is kind of weird. But yeah, no, I deactivated my Facebook account, and I did it because I realized there's a lot of people that I consider friends and family that I just don't see or I don't really hear from, and I feel like having a Facebook account, people can just kind of scroll through their feed and see what you're up to, and that's an excuse for them not to like actually be present in your life. So, and it's just funny how like I get on here every day and I'm like, you guys, I've never met anybody here in person, but I would consider all of you guys from family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's strange how, it's just strange how it is.
See, it's funny that you mention that, because that has a lot to do with, a lot of you know, I have a habit of going back and deleting everything, whether it's a post, anything. I leave it up for a period of time, usually very brief, and then I delete it. And a large part of that is, I say it jokingly, is that I'm live in person. I'd like to enjoy your time here and now. And even if I have to use text to do it or communicate or whatever, I don't need it to be out there and live forever. It's intended for you to read at that moment in time, to have the exchange of thoughts or communication, and then it's gone forever. And I tell people, I want it to be as close to a real life interaction as I can get it. I agree with you on the whole concept of people can just think if they just type something on Discord and leave it, that supplants any need to have any one-on-one interaction. I agree with you.
Yeah. So like, it was brought to my attention by my wife what they actually call them. Like, so if you have maybe everybody's seen like on Facebook, there'd be like a grandparent that like will post a photo of them and their like grandkids or something, and make it sound like they're always there or something. like, maybe the first time they've seen him in like a couple of years or maybe once
Right.
in a whole year. So
Right.
it's just kind of like that fake, like social, like interaction, like, and it's I don't know. I appreciate and really like love having just like an interaction with people, and I just feel like I have friends that don't hit me up anymore because they see my life on Facebook, and that's enough for them to not, like, oh, I see what he's up to, or I don't really, like, but when before that, like, people would actually call you or write you letters and see how the hell you're doing. It's like now they can just scroll on Facebook, and that's it. Like,
They got their fix.
like they would talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're right. Your comment about the photograph couldn't be more accurate either, because if all you have to do is post 5 or 6 pictures, and it's supposed to represent the bulk of how you spend your life or how your relationships are, it'd be real easy to cook the books on that, because it's hard enough to give an accurate depiction of your life if you put 100 photographs up, but and it's human nature for people to only want to show the good part of themselves. They're never going to show the foibles or the side of the car that has the dent in it or the rust hole. My wife and I think that that's some of the challenges our teenage boys or young men have had encountering girls. Everything dating now is on the internet, and they swipe left and all that. And I've had to caution my boys that girl could take 1,000 photographs before she finds one that's almost perfect and post it. I said, so don't think for a very moment that picture that's on there is going to represent what that person looks like the majority of the time throughout their day. But that's the world we live in.
Or even like their personality, you know what I mean? Like
exactly,
they can say whatever they want on media, social media, and then you get to know.
Too easy to fake. It's too easy to fake. Yep.
Yeah, I left. I see B Donkey Kong saying almost the exact same thing I did. He said I left Facebook years ago. People who thought I was who I thought were good friends started to hate me because of who I voted for. And that's one of the main reasons I left Facebook was because it was so toxic during election cycles that I just couldn't take it anymore, because I couldn't say what I wanted to say, and it's without being judged. And I traded Facebook for Reddit because I felt Reddit, number one, I felt Reddit was a higher class of, it's not necessarily the case anymore, but it used to be a higher class of intelligent people.
Say it, smarter people.
Yeah, there were smart people there on Reddit.
Really smart people hung on Reddit. There's no shame in that.
And they were witty, very witty and very smart, and I enjoyed that. And the common theme there is anonymity, because nobody's supposed to know what your name is, so you can say whatever you want to say, and people can hate you if they want to hate you, but nobody knows who you are.
It's liberating.
Yeah,
it's liberating. But the flip side to that coin is it's real easy to pretend that you're a 17-year-old girl who wants to lose her virginity to somebody.
Is that what you do?
There's two sides to it. Yeah. At least that's what I've heard.
Okay. All right. Well, it's past numbers time, so can we head into numbers here? Is that all right? I hate to break you away from the topic here because it's kind of interesting.
As you wish, man. It's Friday. We serve at the pleasure of the president.
Let's whatever. Let's take a look and see what we got going on with these numbers here. Starting with me moving a couple screens around and telling you that I will not be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that big tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting in your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to do that, as you never know when something is going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting a record of your statement from your portfolio for your brokers, so that you have a record of what it is that you hold, and that's your responsibility to hold on to. All right, let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Starting with exchange traded volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange traded about 66% with EDGX combined. We're at 56.06% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.48 for combined total, 65.54%, or it's just dang near close to what it should be. 0.46 down from what I would expect, so it's really close. CHX volume for the day is coming in at 818 shares. Nothing unusual with that. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 22,411. It is elevated, but not higher than the 30K that kind of strikes my fancy. We have had a lot of shares returned in the last hour on AMC, according to IBKR, about 350,000 shares to be exact. Fees are at 1.72. IBKR is showing a return of shares, but Ortex is not. An hour ago, Ortex was suggesting about 1.46 million shares borrowed for the day on AMC. It's now 1.51. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise? No, it looks like it's about the same. 14.93 is what it's at right now. Cost to borrow mids at 2.32, average is 2.75, and max 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today is at 70.46 million shares. That's approximately 660,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 147,000 of that is in closed short interest. GME is reporting 340,000 shares having been returned. What did I just do with that? Great. Hold on a second here. I thought I closed the screen. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is coming in at a $5 strike with 14.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 19.3 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume for the day today is coming in at a $4.50 strike. It was 5.2 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 5.6. The market is still suggesting a $4.50 to $5 close by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 55.57% buy to 44.43% sell ratio. And AMC did not make the list. MMRI was 285.47 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 286.14. I think when we started out the morning, we were at like 281, so it's actually gone up quite a bit today. And you can see that in a direct reflection of the 10-year bond rate rising as much as it has in such a short period of time. As the formula for MMRI is the U.S. dollar, I think it's the U.S. dollar multiplied by the 10-year bond rate divided by 1.61, which is a Fibonacci retracement value. So, yeah. Moving on, the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is 0.375, which is exactly where it was an hour ago. Down from 0.427 yesterday when we started out the day yesterday. Taking a look at sectors. Actually, let's look at this other page here real quick first. NASDAQ is down 0.28, Dow Jones is down 0.35, and the SP 500 is down 0.24. We have 2,924 decliners to 2,747 advancers. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. So definitely saw a swing in the other direction. But not on fire yet. No hot lava. It's not quite there. So what are the top sectors for the day today? It looks like we've got top performing sectors appear to be energy followed by technology, which is kind of interesting because usually it's recessionary sectors are utilities and energy. But in this particular case right now, utilities is actually down 1.3%, which is the worst performer for the day today, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 1 is green, and it is fastly approaching being red. It looks like we might have all the Mag 7 close red for the day today if we see this decline go into decline any further from where it's at right now. Financial institutions for the day today, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. NYCB is up 3.78. FHN is, or First Horizon is up 5.51. Zion Stank is up 2.57. Western Alliance up 2.68. Wells Fargo up 2.97. And that is it. Gold is down 0.14, trending down. Silver's up 0.18, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.88 and trending down. US dollar is down 0.03 and is looks like it's trying to trend back up here, but I would go for consolidation currently. Oil is up 0.95 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.34 to 0.43, and I would call it starting to consolidate after a downtrend. SPY is down 0.29 and continuing to trend down after finding that all-time high earlier this morning at 550.28. Do note, if you guys remember, that the SPY is the 500 different stocks that compile to make up the ETF value. Something that you might want to watch a little bit more closely might be SPX as an example. And if we come out to a daily on the SPX, actually let's do weekly. A weekly chart on SPX here. Is this right? This can't be right here. This is not SPX. Hold on a second here. Like, that's no way that's SPX. I pulled up the wrong thing, sorry. Going out to a weekly chart on SPX here, you can see that it also did hit a 5,523. If you didn't want to watch the SPX and you wanted to watch something else, you might want to pull up like I don't know. SPX is probably the best way to go. It's still the same thing, but I'm trying to think. There might be something better to pull here. Let's look at the DJI just real quickly. I just want to see. Yeah, same thing. So they all of them hit today. Actually, I'm on a weekly. I'm on a weekly chart here. All of them hit a high for the week this week.
I'll give you something to pull.
Yeah, what do you want? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You're gonna say it. You're gonna say it. Own it.
That's right.
Moving on. Where was I? Oh, yeah. VIX. VIX is currently up 0.74. Looking like it's starting to trend back up again here. It's at 12.33. The VIX is currently at 13.83, so we're looking at 1.5 points lower than where the VIX futures are suggesting. Maybe by Monday we see the VIX making that leap back into that 13 range. VB is currently down 0.05 and trending... hold on a second here. Trending down. VBR is up 0.07, trending down. Tesla is down 0.68 and is consolidating after a trend down. Amazon is down 1.92, trending down. Cinemark is up 1.37 and trending up. Doge is down 2.18 and is consolidating after a trend down. Bitcoin is down 2.37 and trending down. GME is, by the way, Bitcoin's at 60.3K a coin. GME is down 1.39 and trending. Overall, for the day-to-day, it's still trending down here. It looks like it's trying to break that trend currently, but don't forget, $24 is where Max Payne is at for the day-to-day on GME, so this is kind of sort of expected here. HYMC is up 0.85 and did find what appears to be a bottom and is starting to trend back up. NCMI is up 2.24 and is... I'm going with consolidating. Hood is down 0.2, also consolidating, and AMC is up 0.73 and consolidating after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow. Also, I marked this number up here at the top. We've had several tests off of 484 within the last, gosh, is this the last hour? 413. Yeah, within the last hour, we've had at least 3 tests of 484. And then earlier this morning, we briefly broke above it, and there was also a pre-market test of that value as well. On, I think, maybe our pokey stick of volume. Nope, that wasn't even the pokey stick. Maybe? Yeah, it was not the pokey stick. So I drew a line up there to see. Sometimes we get about 2 or 3 tests before we see a breakthrough. So I don't know if we'll get that breakthrough or not before the end of the day is over. I am still expecting to see something around 451 for a close. Inflow versus outflow for the day. There's approximately $2 million. There was $1 million, I feel like, an hour ago. There's now $2 million more outflow than inflow on AMC for the day today. 10.24 million shares traded so far. After 360 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 11.09 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. It looks like that prediction is going to be good. On a 4-hour chart, More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.7 or 57.51, which is above average. On a 1 hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.38, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.67, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.33, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp. And if Maize and Blue 2 is listening, my wife's heading to the post office, and I don't have your stuff ready yet. So I'm still hoping to try and get it out this weekend. Hoping.
Yeah, if you would have ordered stuff from me, then I would have been able to ship it out to the guys. But
I didn't.
You know.
I don't. My budget is. I know. I'm taking these trips and stuff like that, and it seems like I have a big budget, but I really don't. So, because like the things that we do together as a family are things that my wife is paying for, but the things that I pay for comes out of my budget, and I've got to be really thin on my budget. So.
Well, would you consider a super chat?
No.
Casey, I sent you a DM, man. Got a picture. You got to share it with the class, man. Got to share it with the class.
All right.
Speaks for itself. It needs no introduction, man.
Hold on one second.
Snack.
Let me take a picture. I've never had one of these. You say it needs no introduction, but I've never even had one.
Are you kidding me, man?
Never.
Here, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Show you what it looks like here. There we go.
Did you send me another picture? What'd you do?
I'm doing it right now. I had to take a picture of it because I took it out of the package and I had a little bite there. I'm slow, man. I got fat fingers. Any minute now, you can get there.
Cyrus got a fatty.
Tyler, I appreciate it, man. The problem is if I take money from you guys, then I feel like that would not be fair.
I'll take it, man. Send it to me.
Here's the thing, right? Like, I can't sit here and talk about AMC and take money from you at the same time because your money is your hard-earned money, and that's for you to invest how you want to invest your money or how you want to spend it. For me to sit here and do what it is that I'm doing and ask of you to spend money on me or me taking your money, it would not be right. It just
Every
doesn't.
time you say that, Casey,
Yeah.
you know how it's. You know what I hear?
What do you hear? Well, that's because I feel like maybe this doesn't mean, I don't mean this as being derogatory in any kind of way, but you're an entrepreneur. You have your own business, and I understand you see opportunity and you take a hold of opportunity because that's who you are as a person, and that's okay, and that's completely fine, and that's why I don't hold any grudges against anybody who does monetize their channels, but I just don't. For me, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong.
All right, we respect you. I mean, I'm going to give you money.
Second picture come through, Casey.
What was that?
How about that, Casey? Would you, when all this is done, can I give you money?
I told you you could buy my wife a drink. I told you you could buy my wife a drink.
But then, if I buy her a drink, I'm going to steal her from you.
No, you're not. No, you're not, and I'm quite confident of that. That's why I let you buy a drink for her.
But you know, 1 drink, 2 drinks, 3 drinks. You know what happens?
Yeah, crazy stuff, man. She's fun.
Yeah,
that's a moon pie, people.
No, I'm gonna make a donation under your name to a charity. How about that?
Hey, that's fine.
All right.
It's your money
That's
to spend how
we'll
you
pay
want to
back.
spend, right?
It's not my money, Casey. The government's money. It's always going back to them.
For what you put up with over this period of time, I'd say it's your money.
Okay, yeah. Oh, fine. I can't help you then. I don't know how to help you.
I feel like everybody needs help all the time, and
I
I
don't know how
wouldn't.
to help you.
Everybody could always use a little
Fine,
bit
I'll-
of help, right?
I'll send it to Pirate.
The moon pie, Casey, consists of a wafer, like a cookie wafer, chocolate
Yeah.
sandwiched. In between is like like marshmallow. It's
Yeah.
like marshmallow. It's not really whipped cream.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of marshmallow.
Me either.
But occasionally I will have a moon pie, and I just thought
I like s'mores. Interestingly enough, I like s'mores, but I don't like
Yeah.
marshmallow that's like that and stuff. I'm just not a big fan.
How about a cream pie? Is that cream pie?
Tyler Stone said he'd give me some super. Tyler, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't take 10 cents from any of you. Not a single person in here. That's just part of my shtick.
Oh, really? You think you're better than me?
In a million years, I wouldn't take a dime from anyone.
It's not a matter of being better than anybody.
I'm actually quite certain of. I don't think I am. I'm quite certain of it.
There he goes. M says, Casey's the man, been following this dude for 3 years. Rewire. Rewire, good to see you. I know Rewired on Twitter, or X, or whatever you want to call it. Am I the only person that has a hard time calling it X? Like, so I force myself to call
I
it
can't
that.
do it either.
Sounds like.
And if I do, I always feel compelled to add Twitter to it.
Right.
It'll always be Twitter.
Why did he have
Tweets.
to change it?
I can't X.
He's a pervert.
I had to put the other day, I had to put posts. I had to put posts down because I figured if I put a tweet, people would jump on me and be like, it's not called Twitter anymore. And so I put it in a post or a thread or something like that. But it's just, it ruined everything because you can't call it a tweet. You can't call it an X. Nothing makes sense anymore. Damn world. Hold on a second.
Posting is too generic.
That's right. Posting's too generic. Hold on a second here. I gotta play this.
Lord, it's
It might be a
damn
grim.
shame what the world's gotten to.
First world problems, right?
I'm still tweeting, goddammit. I don't care.
What do you want? You're still
Come after me.
Did you just say master? Did you just throw out the word masturbate randomly? That was weird.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of that,
My
the
virus
JJ's here.
Spreading. My virus is spreading.
Uh-oh. Pro Jeweler's here.
Jade. Oh.
Yes,
What are you
sir.
trying to say?
King of Bling.
Masturbating?
The King of Bling is in the house.
What are you trying to say? He's masturbating?
That wasn't me.
I don't know. I don't know who said it.
I don't know who said it.
We're gonna have to check the
The right
tape.
answer.
We
Might
gotta
look like
rewind
that.
the tape. Gotta rewind the tape. Have you ever done that, Casey?
What's that?
Have you ever cut tape and then taped it back to edit? Like,
On a cassette tape?
yeah.
All the time. I used to work soundboards
Yeah.
before. I don't know if you know that or not. But back
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
day when we used to record on tapes.
Cool. Yeah, yeah. We used to record on the reel to reel, right?
Yep. Well, no. Actually, no. I didn't do reel to reel. We had one.
What did you do?
Where I was, we did cassette tapes.
Actual cassette.
Yeah.
Eight
Yeah.
tracks?
No. Cassette tape, like
No,
just a regular cassette
Cassette.
tape. Yeah.
Not the 8 that. Not
No.
the 8 that.
No.
Huh.
I know it sounds real like.
Cool. Sounds cool. That's what
Not cool. It's actually not
is
cool.
What? Everything's coming back. Casey.
Well, everything was after that was like CDs and digital and all that kind of stuff, and I wasn't a part of that era.
Boring.
Yeah, boring. Yeah.
Got
So
AI
hard to
trying to
record on a cassette, though. You had to kind of like hand rewind it, like a couple notches, to get it absolutely right. If you were recording directly to the cassette tape, not on a machine or anything like that, but if you were using like, your standard system, you always had to kind of roll it a little bit. Otherwise, you got either the blank at the beginning or you taped over the first few seconds of something you had recorded earlier. It used to be a pain in the butt. I remember cassettes.
Yep. every once in a while, if you had like, depending on the system that you had, if you were fast forwarding and it was on like ultra high fast forward speed and you hit the end, sometimes the tape would break off of one of the reels. And then you'd have to go in there and do a little splice job and, you know, repair it and fix it up. So and hopefully you didn't, you know, usually there was enough left over to where it didn't cut off anything that you needed. But yeah,
You could spend hours with a cassette player. I had a boombox that had a cassette player and a radio on it, and you'd put a blank cassette in it, and then you tune into your favorite radio station, and you'd wait for your favorite song. And it was an incredible challenge to hit play and record because you had to hit play and record at the same time. So you had to push those two buttons down simultaneously. And then, like you said, you could record your song off the radio now and then hit stop at the end. And that's how we would spend hours making a play tape.
my mom homeschooled
Nobody
me
knows the
for
struggles,
1 year.
man. Nobody knows the struggles that we went through.
My mom homeschooled me for 1
You'd
year.
call in. You'd have to call in the radio, get them to play your song, and then once they finally did, the guy would talk over it, over the intro.
Yeah, every time. Yep. My mom homeschooled me. I think it was third grade is when she homeschooled me. So for 1 year I homeschooled, and that year I was probably the plague of DJs for my favorite radio stations, because I would call in all the time and make requests. And but I won a lot of shit too, though. Boy, I'll tell you what. I don't know if you guys remember Harry and the Hendersons. Do you remember that movie?
yeah.
That when
Bigfoot, the Bigfoot.
I won tickets to go see the opening release of that movie. I won. What's that? Oh, it's a hot mic.
That's what I was sitting here thinking after I said it.
Hey,
Hot
the
mic,
JJ, you got a hot mic?
Oops, sorry.
No problem.
Oh, we're having steak.
Hope it's good. Tell them not to burn it. I've won so much stuff.
Go ahead, Yucca. Yucca, I'm waiting for you to pipe in on what kind of steak. Go ahead.
What kind of meat does she like?
I knew it was coming.
What kind of cut of meat does she eat?
Bone in or bone out?
She likes filet of Air Force. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, who's coming tonight? Who's coming on that meat tonight?
That's like 6 good jokes in a row right there.
Does she beat it to tenderize it?
Oh.
What kind of sauce does she like?
He won't make that mistake again, will he? He's furiously hitting the mute button right now.
You know, I have a feeling. I don't know Mrs. I don't know Mrs. JJ.
Mrs. Vajayjay.
Mrs. Vajayjay.
I was like, oh, I want to hear him say that. I'm going to hear him say Mrs. Vajayjay.
I don't know Mrs. Vajayjay very well, but I'll tell you this. Most of the I actually do know quite a few pilots, and most of the pilots that I know, their wives are incredibly amazing women. So I'm sure she's probably one of them. So she's probably stand up. She probably hang.
I am.
She could probably hang.
There you go.
She could probably hang with the
Kiss that.
boys. She can hang with the boys any day of the week. I guarantee it. If she's a pilot's wife, promise.
I didn't have it on mute. I thought I came to a channel to hear AMC information. Since it's
He's lying, Miss Vajayjay.
He knows what he signed up for.
Well, you didn't do it right then. You're supposed to come in and say, is it a good time to buy? Is today the time to buy? That's how you got to come in.
I've lost half of my shares at 98% loss.
Who do I see about that?
I haven't looked at my account for 7 months.
Right.
Do I have to buy GameStop or AMC
yeah.
now?
Right.
Tube steak boogies going into the music suggestions.
That go to Aerosmith's big 10-inch. Aerosmith's
Tube
big
Steak.
10-inch is a tube steak boogie.
Yeah.
Hey, Casey, when you were driving back from Port A, you didn't stop in LaGrange?
No. Where's that? I don't even
A
know.
lot of nice girls.
I don't even know what that is. Hold on a second. Let me look at that up.
That's a hometown for ZZ Tops. That's an homage to ZZ Tops. The home out by the range. A ball.
That's the
LaGrange.
first ZZ Top song you played.
LaGrange, yeah.
For
So I said, if you wanted to make a MOAS trip and go around and see all the famous places that were mentioned in songs, like standing on the corner of Winslow, Arizona, it's that same type of thing. LaGrange would be on that list. You'd be honor bound to go see the.
Okay, so first off,
ZZ
if
Top.
you're coming back up from Corpus Christi, like why in the world you would pass through LaGrange, I have no idea because it's not even close to like on the way.
I guess if you cut through where Waco down.
I'm in Austin. Waco's north of me.
Yeah.
LaGrange is southeast of where I'm at. But more east than it is south. So LaGrange is actually north of. Actually, it's like LaGrange is almost half the distance between Austin and Houston. Not quite. It's more closer to Austin, but it's closer that direction. If I'm heading to the beach, I'm going straight south, so I won't be heading east at all.
Got a lot of nice girls out there. A mow.
Is that really how it goes?
Yeah. To that home out on the range.
My chicken ranch was in LaGrange.
I gotta take a picture of this. My wife's maiden last name shows up when I look up LaGrange. It's kind of cool.
Here's some instant trivia for you. For cool points, somebody in chat named ZZ Top's car. What was the name of the hot rod? The red
That's not.
hot rod. What was the name of the car?
I know it.
Type it in chat. Who's first, man? The ZZ Top car made famous on the video with the smoking hot girls. The car had a name. It was the same name as the album.
I see it.
PT Cruiser.
Yeah, Eliminator.
The Eliminator. Somebody said it. Pro Jeweler said the Eliminator. Casey said PT Cruiser. The fag wagon. No, called the Eliminator. Yep, these are Chi-Town too. She's got legs. Yep, those girls with the mini skirts on. The Eliminator. I guess technically Brian won because I did say the first guy to type in the chat. So despite the fact that Pro Jeweler hollered it out, I think Brian is the winner.
Brian's a cheater.
No, Brian played by the rules. He typed it in chat.
He's a liar, man. He's a cheater.
Port Lavaca and then go to Victoria and then head on up through LaGrange.
He's going to
and
Victoria.
then over to
Somebody said, Bebop said Pirate and his girls. Well, in my defense, Bebop, I was probably 14 years old when that song come out. You got I don't know, beautiful hot rod car that any guy could dream of. Then they made a video, which was one step away from a teenage boy's fantasy. I mean, think about it. A guy's working at a gas pump. It's blazing hot. A car of his dreams pulls up and three girls hop out and all of them got their hump me outfits on. I mean, they ticked off all the right boxes to make that video go well. And to this day, I don't know what her name was, but there was three of those models. But the one girl was incredibly beautiful. Yep, I can remember like it was yesterday.
Miss Pirate must not be in the house.
ZZ Top. Yeah, she's around here somewhere.
Okay.
No, she's aware of my opinions. Yeah.
Woof, look at that. We broke that 484 number, and boy, does it want to take off now, doesn't it? Damn it, I said something. Son of a... I should have just kept my mouth shut.
What happened?
Yeah, I said
All
something.
right. Trivia question. Name any hit song from ZZ Top. Any hit song.
Easy.
You gotta type it in chat.
TV dinner.
Oh.
Ooh.
Pearl necklace.
Pearl necklace.
Tush. Living in 3D is the winner. He put in Tush. Yep.
Cheap sunglasses.
Yep. Sharp Dress Man.
Sharp Dress Man. That's all the old stuff.
Sharp Dress Man was a good jam.
That's going to be the one I would have
Top
named.
coat, top hat. It don't matter because my wallet's fat. Nice shades, white gloves. looking sharp, looking for love, something along those lines.
I got a girl that lives on the hill.
She won't do it, but her sister will. Yep. And she boogies. Yep. 2 Street Boogie.
Oh, hell
2 Street Boogie. Yep. ZZ Top couldn't do no wrong in 1984, 1985. Yep.
They're MTV.
You know, it's interesting. There's 3 guys in the band. The one guy's named Dan Beard is the only guy who doesn't have a beard. The drummer. Yeah, the drummer's name's Dan Beard, and he's the only one with a clean shaven face. You know, we lost one of those guys. I forget his name, but the one guy died last year.
Dusty Hill. Dusty.
Yep, Dusty Hill. Yep. The great ones, gone forever. Tyler Stone said he's a Doors guy. Oh, I am too, man. I'm, like I said, I don't have I love them all, man. I'm a fanatic for all things musical.
The Whiskey Song by the Doors is fantastic.
Yep.
Actually, a lot by the Doors is fantastic. The more I think about it, but they're 2 different kinds of bands.
Do you think Jim Morrison would have been what he was if it hadn't been for the drugs? Like, I mean, do you think if he'd been sober, do you think he still would have been the same singer?
No.
Nope. I think it was one of those things where it helped his creativity. It's sad that people don't like to hear it. It doesn't exactly work for the Just Say No crowd, but that's my answer.
The whole idea of the Doors of Perception, you know, that's what he was all about. But I think his poetry lent himself to that kind of higher level kind of artistry.
Yeah.
Paint a picture with his words really easily. But his voice, man, nobody had a voice like that guy.
That's probably one of the most defining moments that I realized I was never going to be like a great musician. I sound like shit when I played on anything drug related. That's when I knew. I was like, yep, I got no career ahead of me. I can't do drugs and sound good. So
this is the end. Beautiful.
They call Sativa the singing gummy. Sativa, I just don't shut up. Sing everything.
Yeah, Riders on the Storm was we had a playlist for the gunships. It's not unique to our particular squadron, but you have a group of guys, you know, they come up with it's just quite simply a playlist of music, and Riders on the Storm was one of the lead songs that was included for the gunship guys.
Well, guys, guess what? Yep, it's about that time. It is. It's about that time. Brandon, welcome to the Back of the Big Tramp Preacher. Good to see you. Guys, I hate to break it to you, but it's Fuzzy Friday, which means I have to sign off just a little bit earlier because the outro's just a little bit longer.
I'm going to play some poker and watch the after hours run. We're going to have a run, a 25% run within the first 40 minutes of the after hours. So I'm going to play poker until that happens.
It is the last Friday of the month.
Watch it. Look at it right now. It's already started. It's already. We're going to get 25% by 3:45.
And next Monday we're in the next quarter and we're in the next half of the year. So the second half of the year.
Fuzzy Friday.
Yep. Alrighty, guys. You're welcome. Thank you.
Are you coming back? Or you're not coming back?
Yeah, I'll come back. I'll come back to the Back of the Big Tramp. I'll see you guys back here. All right. Later. Well, guys, unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend ahead of you. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. There is tons of good movies out right now. Go help support the company that you're invested in. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great one. Beep, beep.
90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. For about 90 seconds, we can launch your space shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.